Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The fifth universe is called the Balanced Universe, and it is also one of the most powerful universes, and their gods of destruction is quite different from other universes. Arak will conduct a very in-depth verification of the destroyed objects, trying to expand the possibility of the world with a minimum of damage. So the fifth universe is the youngest among the four universes to reach this level. In the preliminaries of the Tournament of Power, several gods of destruction had fought briefly, among which Arak was able to hold his own against Supreme Ivan and Perfect Gods of Destruction Liquor, from which we can see his outstanding personal ability. P.S. I have carefully studied this paragraph in this work. There are rumors on the internet that Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction, but the source of the information is unofficial. Several gods of destruction fought briefly in the skirmish. Personally, I think that from gods of destruction, the difference in strength can be seen in the grouping. Gods of destruction of the four strongest universes are all against gods of destruction of the same four universes. The author thinks that the arrangement of the original work has a deep meaning. Don't like it, don't spray it, don't take the setting that the eunuch Akira Toriyama did not announce, for example, 693. Arak looks like an African witch doctor, but he is full of wisdom. He has his own arrangements for the Zeno general election, which is not yet clear about the competition rules. Are you ready, Gale? Next, you're going to the seventh universe to assassinate the man named Chiya. The one talking to him was a warrior wearing armor. His face was hidden under the helmet, and a long tail like a lizard was dragging behind him. Unlike the proud Jin, although the Tournament of Power is just a confrontation between the common universe, Arak will still study it carefully. This is the style of balancing gods of destruction. He is always so rigorous and never ignores any possible risks. He is afraid that there is a slight hint, and he wants to kill it before it is immature. Gale said, "Yes, Master Arak, he is just a lowly universe warrior. I will definitely bring his life back to you." Arak nodded and said, "Although you are the fifth warrior in our CCFG universe, don't underestimate the enemy." "Yes, Mrs. Arak." After speaking, Gale bowed to Arak and then walked out of the Gods of Destruction Hall. After the arrangements were made, Arak breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't know when the Zeno selection meeting will start. It may be tomorrow, or it may be 100 years later. A talented warrior can fully develop his potential in just 10 years and become very powerful. Chi Yu is the champion of the power tournament. Let's not talk about his current strength, but he must be a very talented warrior. If this person grows up, it is very likely that he will become the enemy of the fifth universe in the future. The best way is to take advantage of the present and get rid of it early. Although Gale's strength is not the most powerful, he is definitely the most vicious character in the fifth universe. In order to achieve the goal, Gale can use even the most obscene methods. With him making the move, Arak felt relieved. Of course, his focus, like Jin, is on the first universe. Arak said, "If you don't mind, please enjoy this show with me." Arak snorted and sneered, sat down on the sofa in the living room and said, "That's right, since you're willing to come, it means you have the same idea as me, right?" Arak sneered, "You don't have to worry about this. In 2 days, there will be no such person in the seventh universe." Arak said, "Gilier, I didn't call you here to listen to your comments on my decoration." Gilier wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "It goes without saying that I understand that you just want to unite with me to fight against the more powerful first and 12th universes." At this moment, the tall and mighty angel Quetzal came up and said to Arak, "Master Arak Giliel, the gods of destruction of the 8th universe has arrived." Gilier had already narrowed his eyes and said with a frightening light in his eyes, "So you have taken action." Gilier nodded and said, "Ivan and Jin are indeed too powerful. If we fight on our own, we must be eliminated in the end. These two guys are not good characters. Once we fail, we will definitely be eliminated. We'll be eliminated." Yeah, K from the 12th universe is also a problem, but it's still better than Camus. As for the other universes, it's not a problem at all. By the way, I heard that the 7th universe has produced a pretty good one. The strong are called pressure. The most troublesome thing is Camus. Gilier looked at Arak's living room with contempt and said, "Arak, how long has it been since you renovated this place? Look at the old floor. If it was me, I'd have eliminated all his things a few years ago." In fact, there is one more thing that Jilil didn't say, but everyone knows it well. That is, it is absolutely impossible for the first universe and the 12th universe to be united. Because Ivan and Kim are enemies, everyone knows this. Camus of the first universe is the well-deserved #1 powerhouse in the whole universe. If you don't defeat this person, then everything is empty talk. Jilil is from the 8th universe, known as the perfect gods of destruction, so is very picky about everything. After finishing speaking, he clapped his hands, and a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Above the light curtain, Gale wearing armor has arrived on Earth and is heading for the mansion of Barry where Chi-Yu is. Eric has never been soft-hearted when dealing with enemies, and he dares to use any means, which is well known. Eric nodded and got off his throne, then followed Cucatle to the reception hall. At this time, Jilil, who looked like a 10-song golden-haired fox, was already waiting here. Once the 5th universe and the 8th universe form an alliance, then they are equivalent to the most powerful universe. Gale is the 5th warrior in the balanced universe. Although no one has ever seen what kind of face the person under the armor looks like, the entire universe knows this person's name. Because Gale lived long enough, he wasn't the most gifted, but he was definitely the oldest. In fact, Gale doesn't take Chi-Yu seriously. Anyway, the 7th universe is an inferior universe. No matter how strong the warrior here is, it is still difficult to compete with the 5th universe. It's not just talk. To know that people like Vegeta and Son Goku can be regarded as geniuses no matter where they are placed. But if they hadn't met Beerus and received Whis' training, it would be very difficult for them to reach today's level throughout their entire lives. Whether a universe is strong or not depends on whether their gods are in charge. The gods are the creators of living beings, and they should also be their teachers leading the way for these people to move forward. And Beerus from the 7th universe is always sleeping, and Supreme Kai is just a tamp who doesn't know what he is doing all day long. After a flash, Gale appeared on Chi-Yu's balcony. In the bedroom, 2 women were chatting. Really? Damn, Chi-Yu doesn't know where to go. Don't worry, we didn't make much trouble this time. He just went out to avoid the limelight and he'll be back in 2 days. Chi-Yu is not at home. Hearing this news, Gale was not only not disappointed but secretly happy in his heart. According to his style of doing things, try not to force yourself if you can. It is with this cautious attitude that Gale can live to this age. The 2 women in the room should be Chi-Yu's women. If they were caught, the bald man at the power tournament would have no choice but to catch them. So Gale opened the window and jumped into the room. Seeing the intruder, Tacy was already frightened, but Macarita is the angel of the 11th universe, not some helpless little girl. At this time, she stood up and stood in front of Tacy and said to the people in front of her, "Who are you?" Gale laughed and said, "I'm here to invite 2 beautiful ladies to come with me. I think I have something to talk to the owner Chi-Yu here." Tacy and Macarita looked at each other and immediately understood that the guy in front of them was after Chi-Yu. Margarita pointed at the door and said, "Get out, otherwise I won't be polite." Unmoved, Gale continued to approach Macarita step by step. Finally, Macarita moved. She flew up and kicked Gale's face. As the daughter of the Grand Priest, Macarita's strength is not weaker than that of Champa and Beerus before. It stands to reason that even if this kick did not go all out, it is enough to make this warrior who does not know where he came from suffer. But Gale just reached out with one hand and easily grabbed Margarita's leg. No matter how hard Macarita tried, she couldn't get her leg out of Gale's hand. Macarita also knew that she had met a strong man, so she turned her head and shouted to Tais, "Teus, run, he is a very powerful person." In the 5th universe, 2 gods of destruction are watching as it happens. Perfect gods of destruction, Jilil snorted coldly and said, "You actually want to win by kidnapping a woman? You people in the 5th universe are really not perfect." Eric said, "As long as it can be successful, this is Gale's style of doing things. We have our own way of doing things and there is no need to follow your aesthetics." Geilier said, "It's just a human being in a low-level universe. Isn't it good to win glory? Anyway, that human being is not considered powerful." At this moment, a slim figure appeared in the light curtain, and she touched Gale's back without anyone noticing. "Wait, what is this? Why does it seem to be the woman from the 12th universe? Could it be that the 7th universe and the 12th universe have conspired?" Seeing that he had succeeded, Gale let out a chattering laugh and said, "With you, I can let Chi-Yu be captured without a fight. Just come with me obediently, 2 ladies." Suddenly, a voice came into Gale's ears. It was the voice of gods of destruction Eric. Asking for flowers. The woman's voice didn't contain any hostility, but rather soft and cute, which made Gale a little confused for a while. What is even more incomprehensible is the content of her speech. This is a low-level universe, and of course Gale believes in the latter judgment more. But for some reason, he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed to be seen somewhere. As soon as Gale turned his head, he saw a woman in a black ninja outfit. She covered her face, only showing a pair of black-purple eyes, but those eyes are very beautiful, shining like stars in the sky. But compared with Kay, that is definitely the difference between heaven and earth. If she was really the third warrior in the whole universe that she knew, why would she come to Chi Yu's house to work as a servant? In Gale's mind, Chi Yu should have a certain strength to win the Tournament of Power. Gale, that woman is Kay. Kay of the 12th universe. I am the maid of Lord Chi Yu. When the Lord is not at home, I should be responsible for the safety of this place. This warrior who does not know where, can you please let go of my mistress? Otherwise, I will kill you. Gale, watch your back. At this moment, the voice of gods of destruction Eric rang in his ears again. Gale said to Eric on the other side of the universe through a spiritual connection, "Are you sure this woman is Kay?" Kay served as a maid in the 7th universe. Gale frowned slightly. The woman in front of her was very strange. She was clearly standing in front of him, but she couldn't feel her breath. Generally speaking, there are only two reasons for this situation. First, the woman in front of me is a super strong person who is far beyond him. Second, this woman is just a common person. But the question is, why is this woman here? Immediately, Gale's soul was exhausted. Among the 12 universes, Camus is the strongest warrior, followed by Grand Priest. The woman in front of her is only the third warrior in the entire universe after the Grand Priest. You better let them go. 6. As soon as Gale's words came out, even the two gods of destruction couldn't figure out the situation. Logically speaking, how could an existence like Kay go to a lower universe to work as a maid for others? Could it be that this person is not Kay? Come to think of it, the universe is so big that having two people who look alike is nothing new. Eric coughed twice and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, we should have made a mistake. After all, Kay's reputation is a little too loud." In the vast galaxy, there are no more than 4 or 5 people who can rival Kay. If they really encounter such a big evil star, I am afraid that even Gale will have to confess to being in the 7th universe. Hearing Eric's words, Gale's heart became more stable and he said to Kay, "What happens here is none of your business. 6532, get out if you want to survive. I only have to deal with that people called Chiya. To deal with my master. So you are my enemy, so I don't have to hold back. Keep it, it's up to you." He looks like Gui Xiong, but Gale doesn't believe that the person in front of him is really Kay. A female warrior from a low-level universe can't even feel breath in her body, so how could she stop her actions? At this time, Eric's voice came again. "Gale, don't waste time. Take these two women away quickly. They are chips to threaten Chi Yu." "Yes, Eras." After that, Gale slapped Kay's head with one palm. Kay stood still, but Gale's hand failed to hit Kay because in the next second his arm was gone. Blood spurted out from the wound. Gale was stunned for 2 seconds and the severe pain suddenly struck. "My hand." "My hand? Who are you?" Kay threw Gale's arm on the ground and then said, "Aren't you talking about my mother just now?" "That's right, my name is Kay, and I am the maid of Lord Chi Yu." Seeing this scene, Arak and Giliel, who were located in the distant universe, stood up from the sofa, watching everything that happened in the light curtain in disbelief. The woman who claimed to be Chi Yu's maid turned out to be Kay herself. How can this be? Why did Kay appear in the 7th universe? Did she betray Jin? Just now, even the two of them failed to see clearly how Kay did it when they destroyed Shendu. To have such strength, it must be Kay himself. Kay came from the 12th universe that believed in strength, and he never held back his enemies. In the next second, Gale's head flew high and hit the floor of Bree's mansion. From the beginning to the end, no one could see Kay's movements clearly because her speed was too fast. Seeing what happened, Arak was the most angry. Originally, he just wanted to solve a future threat casually, but he didn't expect that not only the goal was not achieved, but General Yuan was lost. After all, Gale is the 5th-ranked warrior in the Balance universe. Without such a combat power, his grasp of the Zeno selection conference is weaker. How did this happen? How did Gale? Kay's strength is too strong. With the strength of the 5th universe, revenge must pay an extremely painful price. But at this time, Giliel said, "Calm down, Arak, this is an opportunity for us." Arak also had to admit that Giliel had a very good point. Giliel said, "The strongest of our universe is currently training. Besides that, you can choose the 2nd or 3rd warrior. But relatively, you must also send out a strong enough combat power." Giliel said, "Kay is really powerful. Although I don't know why she left the 12th universe, we have a chance in the face of a single warrior. As long as Kay dies in the 7th universe, then Jin's strength will also be greatly weakened. In this way, Gale's death will not be considered in vain." At this time, Makarita said, "Kay, are you really the 3rd strongest in all universes?" Not only that, but in the face of danger, Kay also stepped forward to protect himself and Makarita. Macarita is not a human being like Ties who doesn't know anything about the multiverse, but her mind is very simple, so she didn't pay much attention to this matter. Sacrifice a Gale, but in exchange for such important information, if Kay can be killed, this is indeed a profitable business. Eric nodded and said, "That's it, even if we go all out this time, we must keep Kay in the 7th universe forever." At this time, Kay didn't know how much trouble he got into. She and Margarita moved the body out, and then came back to comfort Ties, who was terrified by Gale's death, saying, "I'm sorry, my mistress, I shouldn't let you see such a bloody picture of." The 12th universe is not just one K. Jin likes to find talents in each universe, so in terms of the number of strong people, the 12th universe is the most powerful. Therefore, everyone in the ultimate team is a rare powerhouse in the universe. These people usually huddle together, and no matter who they are, they have to avoid their edge. It's hard to find a guy like Kay who is alone. Jillier said, "No matter how strong you are only one person." Kay actually left the 12th universe. That is our best chance. Jin actually had the heart to give such a big killer to Chi Yu, which made Macarita a little confused. Is the chance to become the master really so important? Kay nodded and said, "That's right, to be precise, they are tied for 3rd place. Our warriors ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th are not much different in strength, and I am slightly stronger." After pondering for a while, Eric made a decision and said to Jillier, "How many people can you produce?" After the incident just now, Tacy's perception of Kay has been reversed a lot. Originally thought that Kay was just a vixen sent by the 12th universe to confuse Chi Yu, but this super strong person actually sticks to his identity as a maid and treats him so respectfully. So Tacy didn't want to show her face anymore. Eric furiously said, "What chance?" "That's Kay, the woman who is second only to Grand Priest." Hearing Kay's answer, Macarita exclaimed again, "That's really amazing. How does your strength compare with my father's?" Kay shook his head and said, "Grand Priest is indeed very powerful. I had a fight with him before, but I couldn't pass 200 moves. But I suspect that your father didn't try his best at all. 200 moves. No matter whether Grand Priest tried his best or not, it would be absolutely terrifying to be able to perform 200 moves in his hands. That's the Grand Priest, the warrior who serves Zeno." As a child of the Grand Priest, Macarita certainly knows her father's strength. In an instant, Macarita regarded Kay as a treasure. She ran to Ty's ear, then whispered to Ty's, and Ty's nodded frequently. "There is such a maid who will be hanged and beaten when the gods of destruction comes." That afternoon, Chi Yu, who had gone out to escape, came back. Just like last time, the trio of Ties who had been having trouble getting along with each other got along harmoniously, which made Chi Yu very suspicious, whether he was carrying something on his body that could restore peace to everything in the world buff. Chi Yu stared and said, "What's the matter with you? Why 22? Just when Chi Yu was confused, Macarita stood up and told Chi Yu what happened just now. This made Chi Yu fall into deep thought. The fact that the 5th universe will send an assassin means that the Zeno trial is a real thing. Otherwise, the 5th universe, which has no intersection with the 7th universe, would definitely not need to spend so much trouble. That assassin's strength can surpass that of an angel like Macarita, so it's definitely not a small character that can be seen everywhere. Chi Yu looked at Kay and said, "Can I count on you during this time? Macarita and Tacy have no fighting power against the high-level universe. Their safety will trouble you." Kay knelt on the ground, put his hands on the ground and said, "Of course, my master, my existence is to complete the tasks you assigned." Seeing Kay's low-key actions, Chi Yu was a little uncomfortable and said, "Kay, why is a warrior like you so low-key? Actually, you don't need to be like this." Kay said, "I was trained as a fighting tool. To be loyal to my master is the meaning of my existence. Now that Mr. Jin has transferred me to Mr. Chi Yu, I will naturally be Mr. Chi Yu's tool. As long as Mr. Chi Yu don't transfer me to other people, I will guard you until death." Thinking about it, this training method is very in line with Jin's style. This gods of destruction turned his own gods of destruction planets into military bases and implemented military dictatorship-like management. It's only normal for a warrior like Kay to come out. If not, Jin might not be able to make everyone in the 12th universe obey him. Thinking of this, Chi Yu is not doing everything possible to drive Kay away. In any case, with Kay's protection, his own home is finally much safer. Chi Yu didn't want to participate in any Zeno selection competition. For him, the current life was already very satisfying. There are 2 beautiful and obedient women in the family. Even if Tacy's astronomical wealth is aside, he has extorted a lot of money from Satan. With a rich life and a happy family, what more can you ask for in this world? Chi Yu in his previous life was just a common person, and such a life was already very satisfying for him. However, the so-called tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. On the third day, Chi Yu felt several strong chi appearing around his house. Really, is it over yet? Chi Yu threw the pillow away, sat up from the bed and said to Kay, Kay, come with me, the damn mice have come into the house again. That's right, Kay wasn't there when he made a fuss about the 12th universe. When Jin gave Kay to himself, something happened suddenly, so he didn't explain to Kay the reason for giving her to Chi Yu. Chi Yu said, don't worry, I'm here. Seeing that they were discovered, the warriors of the 5th universe and the 8th universe did not hide, and appeared in front of Chi Yu and Kay one after another. In the original work, the 1st, 5th, 8th, 12th, and 4th strongest universes did not appear, so Chi Yu has never seen any of these strong players. Each of them is extremely powerful, and now it seems that there is a reason why they are called the strongest 4 universes. Chi Yu sighed and said, it's okay, just fight as much as you can. If you really can't fight, I'll come out and finish the job for you. Eric looked at Kay and said, unexpectedly, a powerful warrior like you would bring the 7th universe here. But you have left the ultimate team, so you don't have to go back. For the 5th and 8th universes, this may be the largest expedition since their worlds came into being. Both sides brought several top-ranked warriors to surround Kay. Seeing so many enemies, Kay said nervously, Master, I'm afraid I'm not the opponent of so many people. That crocodile head is the 2nd strongest person in the 5th universe, and the 3rd strongest person in the 8th universe, and... Chi Yu appeared in the courtyard, and while tying the belt of his pajamas, he shouted, wherever the mice come from, come out to me, or I will beat you to death with a slipper. P.S. Thank you for the 22,000 VIP point reward from the Lazy de Panda brother. Thank you very much. Yesterday I thought it was 20 or 30 yuan, but when I saw that it was 10,000 rewards, I was stunned, local tyrants. This month's meal money has been settled, so happy thanks again to Masayoshi Tian. After finishing speaking, Chi Yu got dressed and went out with Kay. Kay looked at Chi Yu with slight suspicion in his eyes. Kay suddenly appeared in Chi Yu's room, knelt down on one knee and said, yes, master. At least if Goku and the others were replaced, they must have been picked up and beaten without running away. That's right, Kay's reputation in Dragon Ball Super Universe is enough to afford such treatment. Compared with it, I am just a small character in a low-level universe not attracting people's attention. As soon as these words came out, Chi Yu suddenly came to his senses. This group of people did not come for themselves, their goal was Kay beside him. Kay began to introduce to 600 Chi Yu, and Chi Yu nodded repeatedly. Therefore, it is only natural that Kay has doubts about his own strength. For Kay, whether Chi Yu is really that powerful is not the most important thing. What is important is that this is Chi Yu's request. Chi Yu's request is an order which cannot be violated. Trained as a tool of the 12th universe, and having lived that way for such a long time, obeying his master's orders was like a survival instinct for Kay, so she nodded and said, swear to the death to complete the task. Chi Yu said, you don't need to swear to death, can you open the door to the world of nothingness? Of course. Chi Yu said to the warriors of the 5th universe and the 8th universe with his hands behind his back, if you are really not afraid of death, then follow me to the void world. After all, Kay opened the door of time and space for Chi Yu according to Chi Yu's request. Chi Yu stepped in, followed by Kay. The golden-haired fox Gilliard glanced at Eric and said, shall we follow? Of course. Eric squinted his eyes and said, we didn't come to the 7th universe for a joke, but Kay has already appeared, so of course we can't just give up. After all, the 2 gods of destruction brought their own warriors to the realm of nothingness. There are only 2 people on the other side, and one of them is the warrior of the 7th universe, so there is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Ka stood up from beside Chi Yu and said, which one of you will come first? Although Kay is dressed as a female ninja, she doesn't have a weapon in her hand. Instead, she has a light blade condensed from Chi. This move is very similar to Hit's hand knife, and the same fighting technique should be used. Eric winked at warrior behind him and said, Bud, go and test her strength first, and if it doesn't work, then quickly back off. Bud is the crocodile company Kay mentioned earlier, ranking 2nd in the 5th universe and 10th among all universes, just entering the top 10. Generally speaking, the strength difference between the top warriors is not that big. As long as this state is reached, it is almost difficult to tell the winner within 10 minutes. Letting Bard test the enemy's strength can not only find out the enemy's details, but also avoid reducing the number of people on his side. It is really a good and stable move. Bud shook his fist, then opened the crocodile's big mouth and said, I think the 3rd position in universe will be replaced from today. Kay didn't speak but put on a defensive posture, serious and silent. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. In any case, with Kay's calm and sharp fighting spirit, Chi Yu has already won half of the battle. At this moment, Bud burst out of his anger. A stream of flames burst out from between Bard's scales and burned radially, looking extremely powerful. Besides, the periphery of the flame is also covered with a layer of silver, which is obviously the symbol of Ultra Instinct. Kay still didn't speak and looked at Bard intently. This is the way the third strongest person in the universe fights. Accurate, ruthless, and absolutely free from any interference from the outside world. Every minute and every second is observing the enemy, waiting for the opportunity. She hardly confronts people head-on, like a poisonous snake entrenched in the dark, waiting for a fatal blow at any time. He doesn't seem to be Jillier's warrior. Of course, he doesn't feel bad. Although allies, after solving other universes, everyone will eventually become enemies. The fifth universe is originally the youngest of the four major universes, and in terms of background, the fifth universe is also the weakest. In such a short day, the fifth universe has lost two important players. At this moment, Bud roared again and the flame on his body became stronger. These blazing flames wrapped Bard's body, making him look like a dazzling planet. Obviously, this warrior's understanding of Ultra Instinct has reached a very high level, just like breathing, completely turning his talent into his own instinct. After the preparations were completed, Bud's figure turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards Kay. At this moment, Kay also moved, and her body turned into an arc in the void, piercing Bud's waist from the side. In comparison, Chi Yu's style of blasting the enemy and the universe together at every turn is indeed a bit too rough. Seeing Kay's hand knife, Jillier couldn't help admiring. It's really a perfect move. It deserves to be the third in the universe. It's amazing. It's amazing. For the real strong, Bud was not stingy with his praise. If I had been slower to react just now, I would have been ripped apart. This time, Batter's speed was more than 10 times faster, and he appeared in front of Kay in the blink of an eye. But Kay's speed is faster than him to an unimaginable extreme. This move was extremely fierce, and at the critical moment, Bud finally managed to stabilize his figure and dodge it. After opening the distance, Bud looked at his waist and found that there was a hole in his scales. In their view, it was normal for Bud not to be Kay's opponent, but being killed in such a short period of time was definitely something that no one expected. Seeing Bud's death, Eric was on the verge of collapse. Although they are also Ultra Instincts, Bard's Ultra Instincts and Goku are completely different dimensions. Bud's silver light is very subtle but very concise, and it is as effortless as breathing. The battle ended in a split second, and Kay's hand knife cut the crocodile Bud in two, making the two Supreme Kai dumbfounded. Jillier said, "Obviously you said that you want Bud to test it first, so what does it matter to me?" One is Bud and the other is Gale, who got Zhao, both of whom are ranked in the top 5 warriors. Eric said angrily, "B******** D. Gilliel, you are still praising the enemy. Our fifth universe has already lost 2 warriors." It is definitely a good thing for Gilliel to weaken the fifth universe to a limited extent. Of course, it cannot be weakened too much otherwise, when facing the 12th universe and the first universe, everyone will still have to give up. Bud is already the warrior ranked second in the fifth universe. Judging from the strength Kay showed, he would die if he went up alone. Seeing that the situation is not good, Eric said, "It doesn't matter, one person is not Kay's opponent, let's go together." Killing Kay was also the main goal of Jillier's trip, so this time he didn't hold back and sent all his warriors directly. These warriors come from different universes, but they are all equally powerful, adding up to more than a dozen people. Kai Blast flew around in the void, constantly setting off clusters of shockingly powerful explosions, but Kay was like a butterfly beside the enemy, constantly fluttering. No matter how the enemy attacks, they just can't touch her. All of a sudden, a bright crosslight slash appeared in the void, and a warrior was abruptly cut into 4 pieces by Kay. Eric asked anxiously, "Why is this woman so strong? Could it be that so many warriors are not her opponents?" Jillier said, "After all, Kay is a warrior who can go through 200 moves in the hands of the Grand Priest, but it is not so easy to defeat. Be patient, her power is not endless as long as you can kill her, worth the price." 330. The fighting became more and more fierce. Kay became more and more courageous, the second, the third, the fourth. Not long after, 5 or 6 warriors were killed by Kay. But by this time, Kay's physical strength was obviously exhausted. She began to pant violently and the 2 vitality knives in her hands gradually dimmed. Eric yelled, "Keep it up, Kay is about to die, kill her for me." At this moment, Chi Yu yelled, "Stop, stop, my mate is tired. It's halftime now, let her rest and recover before playing again." Jillil and Eric looked at Chi Yu, who was on the side, and the latter mocked, "Do you think we are idiots? How can we let her rest at this time? Chi Yu said, I didn't think you were idiots, I just thought you were all weak. If you don't stop, I will be rude. Jillier snorted coldly and said, you are a low-class resident of the universe who doesn't know how to live or die. A guy who only dares to hide behind women. An existence like you is not perfect at all. No, not only is it not perfect, you are simply the scum of the world. At this moment, Chi Yu's body erupted with blazing white flames. Suddenly, an unimaginably vast chi appeared in the void world, and the torrent of power made the entire void world tremble slightly. Feeling this breath, the faces of Jillil and Arak instantly turned pale. In their memories, there is only one person in the world with such a terrifying aura, and that is the contemporary Camus of the Day universe. It turns out that this seemingly common man is actually a strong man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Camus. This is simply outrageous. Camus's power is not his own, and the reason why he reached that terrifying state is entirely because of the sacrifices of the strong in the past. Generations of Camus passed down their own chi and injected it into the body of the next generation of Camus so that such a terrible monster was created. But what happened to Chi Yu? Why does this bald man have an aura no less than that of Camus? What is this? Why does such a warrior appear in the 7th universe? If he is someone from our 8th universe, then the Zeno trials. In fact, it was Kay who was the most shocked. We have lived together for a while, but Kay didn't expect his master to be such a powerful existence. That's right, if not, how could Jin give her to Chi Yu? Kay murmured, is there really someone in the world who can reach such a state by himself? Chi Yu rarely activates his flame form, firstly because it is unnecessary, and secondly he cannot control his own destructive power. But here is the realm of nothingness, which allows him to indulge himself. What Chi Yu said was true, and Nyan Kui can testify. That appearance is 80% similar to the original Makarita. The loud noise continued continuously, spreading to the endless void. After the loud bang, Chi Yu remained motionless, looked down at the dazed warrior in front of him and said, have you not eaten today, kid? Why are your fists limp as if they were tickling me? Master, you are so powerful, if they didn't run fast, none of them would be able to escape. Chi Yu said, after I got married, my temper became much better. A few years ago, I might have gone to their hometown alone. This warrior looked at Chi Yu's unscratched chest and then at his bloody fist. He really couldn't understand why his punch, which could destroy even galaxies, didn't cause any harm to Chi Yu. Chi Yu's fist carried terrifying energy, like a wildfire on the dry grassland, engulfing everything in front of him in an instant. Not only this warrior, but also everyone brought by the 2 gods of destruction is enveloped in it. What is this man's body made of? Is there such a hard substance in this world? Jillil and Arak turned pale with fright, opened the gate of time and space, turned and ran. Chi Yu didn't go after him. After this battle, even if they gave them 100 courage, these 2 guys probably wouldn't dare to disturb their lives again. The warrior from the 8th universe instinctively wanted to escape, but it was too late. In an instant, all the warriors turned into dust, floating in the void. In the next second, a terrifying voice rang in his ears. Million series true serious punch ... At this time, Kay pulled back her face scarf, revealing her beautiful face for the first time. She was looking at Chi Yu adoringly, her eyes were full of little stars. On the contrary, he was more interested in the person named Camus. He heard from the 2 gods of destruction that this strongest person in the universe seemed to be able to reach such a state. If this is the case, it is not impossible to participate in the selection of development. Just when Kay was killing God, a warrior seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack on Kay. But his fist didn't hit Kay, but hit the chest of Chi Yu, who suddenly appeared. The 2 gods of destruction returned to the 5th universe, but they were still in shock from what had just happened. Up to now, they still can't figure out where this pervert Chi Yu came from. Jillier said, what happened to that bald head? This is simply beyond common sense. The time Chi Yu appeared was still very short. In the eyes of gods of destruction, whose time unit is hundreds of millions of years, this man should be about the same age as a baby. If they hadn't witnessed Chi Yu's incomparable ability with their own eyes, Shendu wouldn't have believed that a warrior of a lower universe would have such power. There are so many strong men, they can't stop Kai Yu's punch. Arak, who has always been known for his witty calculations, frowned and said after a long time, you are right, there is a problem with this person and his existence is unreasonable. Unless, 17 Jill said, unless what? Arak paused and then expressed his conjecture. Unless he is not from this universe. Life in every world follows the basic laws of survival and evolution, and the rules of the universe determine their upper and lower limits. According to common sense, it is impossible for a strong person like Chi Yu to appear in this world. Camus may have a higher realm than Chi-Yu, but Camus cannot be simply regarded as a person. He is the synthesis of thousands of generations of Camus, which is why he is so powerful. But it's unreasonable for someone like Chi-Yu to appear. The seventh universe was born less than 1/10 of the time of the first universe. Even if he mastered the same secret method as the first universe, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate a strong person like Chi-Yu. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Chi-Yu is not from this world. Jillier said, "You mean Jade is an alien species?" Eric said, "There is indeed such a possibility. If this is the case, even Zeno may not be able to eliminate him. When Zeno is the manager of this world, he can wipe out everything in the world at will. However, no one knows whether his ability will still work if he faces creatures that do not belong to this world." Gilil said, "Now is not the time to ask this question. Even if he really came from another universe, it doesn't make sense to us." "Because such a warrior cannot replicate," Eric said. "Since it cannot be replicated, it must be eliminated." Jillier said, "He is so strong, how to eliminate him? Even if we send all the warriors, we may not be able to win. Even if we succeed, how can our district compete with the first and second universe under the huge loss of Ku?" Eric said coldly, "We can't defeat him, it doesn't mean other people in this world can't. As long as we make Camus and Chi-Yu hostile, everything will be fine. There is also a unique superpower in this world who is more powerful than Chi-Yu, and that is Camus. If Camus does match up with Chi-Yu, win or lose, the alliance formed by the fifth universe and the eighth universe will be minus a powerful enemy. When the two Supreme Kais were plotting a new conspiracy, Chi-Yu was taking Kei on his way home. After watching Kei's battle, Chi-Yu couldn't help but praised. "Speaking of which, you are really powerful. You are many times stronger than those guys like Son Goku and Beerus." For a long time, the people around Chi-Yu have been evaluated by him as having no actual combat effectiveness, but Kei is different. Even compared to Super Omega Shenron, Kei is much stronger. In fact, this also made Chi-Yu a little worried. He didn't understand whether the gods of destruction gold in the 12th universe had a wrong nerve, and he insisted on giving Kei to himself. "Master Chi-Yu, my strength is your strength and you are so powerful. Even without me, not many people are your opponents." Hearing Chi-Yu's praise, Kei blushed and looked very cute. Hearing Chi-Yu's words, Beerus and the others shuddered slightly. It's really not what method Dao Jin used to train Kei like this. Chi-Yu said, "Actually, they didn't come for me, but were planning to assassinate Kei, who was beside me. I have already killed them, but the two saboteurs Shendu ran away." Hearing Chi-Yu's answer, Kei instantly became full of energy, as if he had encountered some great event. Not long after, Chi-Yu and others arrived home. In addition to the second daughter of Taisi, gods of destruction Beerus and Goku also came this time. Beerus said, "I heard that you were attacked by the fifth universe and the eighth universe. How is the situation?" "As you like, but I have made it clear that I will not join the 12th universe." Beerus sighed. "It seems that we really have to prepare in advance." Kei touched his head and said, "I don't know about this either. I know how to be a qualified tool. Master Jin told me that these things are not something I need to consider." Chi-Yu said, "Kei, can I trust you? Maybe you should tell me why Jin gave you to me." At this time, Kei said again, "Master Chi-Yu, can I follow you all the time?" "What? I think Lord Jin must have taken a fancy to Lord Chi-Yu's power." Chi-Yu sighed and then stopped asking this question. He saw that this girl was really stupid. If she doesn't give orders, she can't even judge herself in many things. Chi-Yu said, "Kei is the strongest in the 12th universe. According to the two gods of destruction, they seem to be trying to get rid of the competitors in the Zeno selection meeting in advance. Beerus, it seems that Jin did not lie to us. This matter is true." Asking for flowers, Kei. Hearing Chi-Yu's words, Beerus was a little surprised. Why did they kill this woman? Everyone knows the value of Zeno's position. If this matter is true, then the whole world will probably enter troubled times. In order to obtain the power of Zeno, I am afraid that many people will spare no effort to do anything by chance. The so-called "come whatever you are afraid of" the next morning, the Grand Priest descended on the 7th universe. Grand Priest is Zeno's messenger, and when he comes, Zeno's will naturally arrive. Beerus and the others quickly ran to the ground of the Grand Priest, lay down respectfully on the ground, and prepared to listen to the teachings of the Grand Priest. Finally, the Grand Priest announced the news that made them extremely worried. Grand Priest said, "Master Zeno is ready to unload the burden. 2 years later, Master Zeno will hold a Zeno selection meeting in the void. The competition will still take the form of a group arena, which is similar to the last strength conference, but it will no longer be a team competition, but an individual competition." Vegeta said, "Individual competition, what does this mean?" Grand Priest said, That is to say, everyone does not represent the universe he is in but represents himself. As long as he can win the competition, he will be the new master. The Grand Priest's words made everyone gasp, even Chi Yu who stood aside. Anyway, the winner this time will inherit the power of Zeno, which is scary to think about. There is only one position for Zeno, and only one person can win this game, so everyone can only represent themselves in the competition. Once you win, you will reach the sky in one step, and if you lose, you will be lost forever. Even if the current Zeno will not eliminate the losers, the new Zeno probably will not let go of these enemies who dare to compete with him. Chi Yu said, but why limit the time to 2 years? Grand Priest said, considering that in the universe born later, many warriors have not yet developed their potential, so Master Zeno decided to give these warriors a period of time to practice. Beerus also asked, do all universes have to participate? Grand Priest nodded and said, that's right, each universe must send 10 warriors. Well, let's not talk about it, I have to notify other universes. After all, the Grand Priest disappeared into the 7th universe. Everyone was silent, and after a long time, Beerus said to Chi Yu, what do you think? Beerus naturally hoped that Chi Yu would participate. As long as Chi Yu was there, the winning rate of the 7th universe would increase a lot. But the final decision is still in Chi Yu's hands, because this match is too dangerous. If one fails, even a squeeze will cost his life. Chi Yu said, give me a little time to think about it. Beerus nodded and said to several Saiyans, okay, but Goku and others must participate. Everyone go to gather the players first. Then let me all enter the room of time and spirit, and no one is allowed to come out within 2 years. For any universe, this battle is a challenge, but also an opportunity. As long as one of the warriors wins, even if it's just luck, the entire 7th universe will benefit greatly from it. With Zeno in the future, other problems will not be a problem. Goku said, speaking of players, I have a good candidate. Beerus sighed, I thought about it too, but I'm afraid he won't cooperate. Vegeta asked blankly, who are you talking about? Son Goku and Beerus said in unison, Broly. Vegeta was quite frightened, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Beerus and Son Goku said made sense. Since Jindu values Broly so much, it means that Broly does have a talent that is rarely seen in the entire world. Why Broly again? Anyway, Frieza has to be resurrected. According to the agreement in the last power tournament, Frieza should also be revived after the match. The protagonist and his party are pure and kind people, and since the agreement is made, they will not go back on their word. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's self-esteem is no less than that of Vegeta, otherwise he would not openly challenge Saiyan's king back then. For the matter of losing to a person on Earth, Broly must have a brood in his heart. Beerus said, take me to Broly. Vegeta said, I'll talk about this later, Kakarot. Now we need to collect 7 Dragon Balls first. Dead people can't enter the room of time and spirit. Beerus glared at Hades and immediately frightened him badly. So Yan Wang hurriedly said, Master Beerus, I will take you there personally, please don't be angry. Soon, everyone saw Broly in a Hell of Zero 2 ruins. He still maintained the appearance of the last time we met, but his expression looked a little depressed. To be honest, Hades is really afraid of these gods of destruction who will destroy the world if they disagree with each other. Their power is too strong, and most of them are moody. Beerus said, I'm not interested in making fun of you. We came here specially to invite you to participate in the Zeno selection meeting 2 years later. After that, Chi Yu took K back to his home, and Vegeta and Goku went out to collect Dragon Balls. For these two, collecting Dragon Balls was indeed an easy task. With the help of the Dragon Ball radar, it took less than a day to get all the Dragon Balls. Seeing Beerus coming in person, Yan Wangli stepped out to greet him and said, Master Beerus, what are you doing here? It's just that Broly doesn't have a bright mind, so it's hard to reason with him. In contrast, Frieza, who is smart and evil, is far better. In previous battles, Broly has shown extraordinary strength. If in such a short period of time Broly can achieve such growth, then give him another 2 years, no one can tell how far he will reach. Because of Jin's attack just now, the underworld at this time is still in a dilapidated state, and it can be said that there is no grass growing. Although the staff of the underworld are still undergoing repairs, it may take a long time before the real restoration to the original state. Seeing Beerus and the others, Broly asked, Are you here to laugh at me, to laugh at my loss to that bald-headed earthling? Afterwards, Beerus took Goku, Vegeta, and others and went to the underworld himself. What Zeno selection meeting? I'm not going. Sure enough, Broly was tougher than Frieza. Frieza would at least listen to what Son Goku had to say, but Broly refused without even thinking about it. Beerus was already prepared for this. He took out the pocket containing the Dragon Ball and said to Broly, If you agree to participate in the competition, I will use 7 Dragon Balls to revive you. Unexpectedly, Broly interrupted Beerus and said, if you don't want to go, don't go. What are you talking about, B asterisk 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 D? How dare you disobey me, gods of destruction, Beerus? Seeing that Beerus was about to get angry, Vegeta quickly pulled him back and then said to Broly, Broly, do you want to get the power to defeat Chikai? What? This time, Broly finally raised his head and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Both Vegeta and Broly are the most traditional Saiyan, pursuing absolute power, and have a paranoid competitive heart towards those who are stronger than themselves. This point can be seen from the fact that Vegeta competes with Goku all the year round and even became a demon Vegeta for this reason. So the person who knows Broly best is actually Vegeta. After hearing Vegeta's words, Broly really became interested and asked, how can you really defeat him? Vegeta said, of course that is to become Zeno. His words startled both Beerus and Son Goku, jokingly, if Broly became Zeno, then all the universes would cease to exist tomorrow. But in this Zeno selection meeting, everyone really needs Broly's strength. This is the same reason that everyone had to let Frieza participate in the Tournament of Power. At least Broly can eliminate a few more enemies for everyone. Broly said, what is Zeno? Next, Vegeta began to introduce the format of the Zeno selection conference to Broly. The more Broly listened, the more excited he became. That is to say, as long as I win this conference in Raleigh, I will become the strongest person in all universes. Yes. Stronger than both Jin and Chi Yu, you can kill them all with a single thought. Broly snorted coldly, then nodded and said, all right then, I'll just come to this Zeno selection meeting. Unlike Frieza, Broly has strong limbs and a simple mind. Once he promises something, he usually doesn't regret it. After getting his answer, everyone went to where Frieza was. Of course, the ambitious Frieza would not let go of this opportunity to climb on top of Beerus, and agreed without even thinking about it. So Goku summoned Shenron directly in the underworld and made a wish to Shenron, hoping that both Frieza and Broly would be resurrected. After a flash of white light, Broly and Frieza appeared on Earth together. Beerus put his hands behind his back and said, okay, with the addition of Goku's son and brother number 17, we have a total of 8 people. In the end, we will see if Chi Yu and Kaisen will participate. If they don't come, we will make up 2 more. Individuals will do. Frieza sneered and said, HMPH, it's amazing that I would fight side by side with you again. Beerus said, combat, don't be arrogant, Frieza, there is no difference between your current strength to participate in the Zeno selection meeting and death. We still have 2 years to practice. If you can't meet my requirements by then, I will personally send you back to hell. What did you say? Even if it was Beerus who said this, Frieza was still very upset. The thing he hates most in his life is the contempt from others. At this moment, Beerus pointed to Frieza and said, Vegeta, let him wake up. Beerus said, every one of us must enter the House of Spirit in time except one. Frieza said, you mean do we still need to practice? According to the words of Jin and the other 2 gods of destruction, the person named Camus may indeed have strength beyond his own. And when the Grand Priest came to announce the rules, he didn't say that killing people is not allowed in this conference. Chi Yu, that is Zeno's throne, if you really win, you will be Zeno. The entire Dragon Ball world is under your control, and the Grand Priest and angels will become your servants to meet any of your requirements. After speaking, Beerus looked in the direction of the Berry Mansion, and until now, Chi Yu has not given him a positive answer. Chi Yu's hand gradually loosened. At this moment, Tei's words ignited a fire in his heart again. Under the temptation of Zeno's power, Chi Yu couldn't help but be moved. So he looked at Taisi beside him and said, honey, do you think there is anything in this world that you can risk your life to fight for? Vegeta nodded, and the flame of blue burst out all over his body. Compared with the last time we met, how could Vegeta be 100 times stronger at this time? The terrifying aura oppressed Frieza, forcing him to retreat again and again. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is a good thing to be able to fight with enemies who are flying into the sky and escaping from the ground. You can fully experience the atmosphere of the Dragon Ball world, and it is also good for peace of mind and health. If you are lucky, you may even gain the admiration of the 2 little girls. No matter who it is, everyone has greed, and so does Chi Yu. Looking at the embarrassed Frieza, Beerus said, understood now, Frieza, even if Vegeta's strength is not enough to be seen in the Zeno selection meeting, let alone you, during your absence, many things it has long since changed. Who's that person? Taisi said, I don't know because I haven't encountered such a thing. Is that so? However, the rewards of the conference are too attractive enough to make people take risks. In fact, Chi Yu at this moment is not as relaxed as usual. 60, but if Chi Yu wants to bet his own life, then Chi Yu is a little hesitant. Tacy said, but I think, if such a thing can really happen, it must be something to be thankful for. Chi Yu shook his hand, then looked up at the boundless sea. Kay, are you there? On weekdays, Kay always hides in the shadows, but upon hearing Chi Yu's words, her figure emerges from the corner of the wall. Have you any orders, my master? Chi Yu said, I heard that you are the strongest in the 12th universe. Kay said, yes, even Mr. Jin still needs me to be on the front line. Then your fighting skills must be very good. Chi Yu has an invincible body and an aura like the stars and the sea. But the only thing lacking is fighting skills because the enemy's strength is too weak, so no one can block his punch. But if Camus is really as strong as everyone says, then Chi Yu can no longer fight in this way. Can you teach me your tricks? Of course, my lord. The 2 years were coming to an end, and Jaehyun walked out of the training room at last and then changed into the proud team clothes again. Dispo sighed, Jaehyun, I can't feel your anger at all. These days, Dispo is also working hard to maintain this training, but compared to him, Jaehyun's progress is obviously much greater. Jaehyun looked at his calloused fist and said, I have discovered all my potential, but I don't know what the result will be when I face Chi Yu again. Dispo said, I believe you are already stronger than him. Have I really surpassed him? Jaehyun looked up at the stars in the sky full of hope. In the past fights, Chi Yu has never exerted his full strength, so many things cannot be judged. He is like the starry sky in front of him, always maintaining a deep sense of mystery. This time I will tear up your mystery, Jaehyun said abruptly. At the same time, Hit was wearing a linen robe, looking alone at the stone wall in the rolling yellow sand. According to the gods of destruction Champa, the stone is called the Star Stone and is a substance that fell into the 6th universe from other worlds. No one knows where it came from, but it's literally the hardest thing Champa has ever known, infinitely stronger than even the kind used to build the Tournament of Power ring. Champa once made a bet that even if the entire universe were destroyed, there would probably not be a single scratch on this stone. But today, the stone is already full of cracks. At this moment, Champa and Bados appeared on this desert planet. At this time, Champa is no longer so obese, and his long-term practice has made his body look much more well-proportioned. Champa looked up at Starstone and then sighed. Hit, I didn't expect that you have really cultivated to the point where you can damage the Star Stone. Hit folded his arms and said, I don't know which one is harder, Chi Yu's body or this stone. It has always been Hit's dream to smash Chi Yu's defense, but every time he fails. In order to obtain an attack power capable of injuring Chi Yu, Hit came to this planet alone, honing his attack against the Star Stone day and night. Counting it now, it has been almost 2 years since such a boring day. During the period, he himself couldn't remember how many times his fingers were broken, and now he looked at the black Star Stone. Besides the cracks, there were bloodstains on it. These bloodstains all flowed from Hit's fist. Champa kept waving his hands and said, Impossible, impossible. There must be no harder substance in this world than the Star Rock. As I said, this is something that flew from other worlds and does not belong to any universe. Anything on it is harder. Yeah. Hit slowly bent down, then stretched out a knife in his hand, aimed at the Star Stone in front of him and assumed an attacking posture. Champa said, Hit, what are you doing? Hit did not answer Champa. In the next second, his body suddenly appeared in front of Xingxingxi, and then he sent a shocking blow to Black's stone wall. There was no turbulent energy flow, nor exaggerated loud noises. Hit's hand pierced directly like a knife cutting tofu. The whole world seemed to be banned at that moment, and then, destructive energy burst out from Hit's hands. A muffled sound came from the inside of the Star Stone, and the so-called indestructible stone was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge stone wall collapsed suddenly, and the fragments of the Star Stone fell like a waterfall. Champa, with a wide mouth, gaped at Hit's attack. Although it is not as big and rough as Chi Yu's fist, it is like an indestructible blade that can easily tear everything apart. Needless to say, the current Hit has far surpassed his current gods of destruction. Hit put away his knife, then turned to Champa and Bados and said, Let's go, I can't wait to try this attack on Chi Yu. Champa let out a long breath and said, It's really unexpected that you can reach this level in 2 years. Bados, let's buy. Ba Nuola's Das waved his magic wand and the three of them turned into a colorful streamer, completely disappearing on this desert planet. At the same time, 8 figures walked out of the 7th universe, the Room of Time and Spirit, and they were Beerus and others who had completed their training. Less than 2 years have passed in the outside world, but for them, it has indeed been an extremely long time. 1 day in the room is equal to 1 month, and 2 years is almost 60 years, which is really scary when I think about it. Fortunately, Saiyan has a long life, and number 17 and 18 are artificial humans who will not age at all. As for Frieza, God knows if the demons will age anyway. After so many years, his appearance still hasn't changed. Beerus looked at the dazzling sunlight and said, "The day is finally here." At this time, Chi Yu was already waiting at the door of the time and spirit room, and when he saw Beerus and the others, he greeted them first. After seeing Chi Yu, Beerus couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction and said, "I knew it, you would definitely come." 17. Chi Yu said, "After thinking about it for a while, I think Zeno's position is really attractive." Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "You haven't just been idle at home all these years, have you? If so, then I will accept Zeno's position." Chi Yu yawned and said, "I've been cultivating these years, and to be honest, it's pretty hard. Chi Yu knows how to practice, and no one would believe such a thing if he killed this group of people. At best, it's just 200 push-ups a day and then run 10 kilometers. Except for Chi Yu, no one would regard this kind of thing as cultivation." Beerus said, "The Grand Priest is already calling, let's go to the arena first." Chi Yu said, "It should be 10 days before 2 years. Old tradition skirmish. There are a total of 12 participating universes, and each universe has 10 people, which amounts to 120 people. As a 2x2 group arena, the number of people is really a bit inappropriate. Therefore, Grand Priest decided to send some of them directly as the 520 did last time, so as to ensure the normal progress of the subsequent main race. As for who to escort, it has to be decided by the skirmish. Riding on Whis' beam of light, everyone flew towards the arena located in the realm of nothingness. Unlike last time, this time the arena was built bigger, and the materials were also different from last time. The first one to arrive was the 6th universe, and when he saw the color of the ring, Champa cried out, Could this be the Star Stone?" Hit nodded and said affirmatively, "That's right, it's the Star Stone. I have spent 2 years facing the Star Stone every day. Since Hit said so, it must be right. But the Star Stone is originally something from the foreign world. Where did the Grand Priest get so many?" When Hit and Champa raised questions, Grand Priest explained, "Actually, this is not the real star rock, but I created it myself, according to the molecular structure of the star rock, although it is not as hard as the real star rock, but it is also very difficult to be broken. I believe that the situation at the Power Conference should not happen again." At this time, other universes also arrived at the venue one after another. Team Pride is still dressed in red. Wisdom Universe has brought a supersized new robot. The people of 7th Universe have not changed much, except for the newly replaced Broly and K. The other personnel basically remain the same. Of course, everyone's attention is still mainly focused on the 4 universes that have not appeared before. People from the 5th, 8th, 1st, 12th, and 4 universes have all stood in front of everyone, but none of these people recognize them and they don't know what kind of abilities they have. For Universe, who has already participated in the Tournament of Power, this is really bad news. Chi Yu's eyes scanned the players in the 1st universe, but couldn't find the one who looked like Camus. Moreover, only 9 people came to the entire 1st universe. It seems that this Camus was hidden as a secret weapon. At this time, Grand Priest began to introduce the rules of the skirmish to everyone. The number of contestants is really too much now. In order to ensure the normal progress of the group arena, we need to eliminate some of them first. Next, let's draw lots. Those who catch the blue sphere, please match your opponent according to your own number, and those who catch the red serial number will automatically advance to the next round of competition. The group arena is a 2-on-2 competition system, so the contestants must also be a power of 2. After all, Grand Priest waved his hand, and a box containing various spheres appeared in front of everyone. Chi Yu reached in and was lucky enough to get a red sphere. That is to say, there is no need to fight Chi Yu in the skirmish. The Zeno selection competition is an individual battle and actually has little to do with Universe. But after all, it involves the interest of the universe itself, and everyone has more or less feelings for the universe they were born in, so they generally form groups based on the universe as a unit. Everyone in the 7th universe was lucky. Except for Gohan, Frieza, and Vegeta, Yin's family even got the red ball. Vegeta, who got the blue ball, snorted coldly and said, "It's just for you to see the results of my practice." Frieza also got the blue ball. He looked at his number and said, "I am number 6, Vegeta. If we meet in the first round, I will kill you without hesitation." Vegeta said, "If you really have that ability, come here." Gohan rushed out to smooth things over. At this time, Grand Priest had announced the opponents of the first match. In the first match, Jiren from the 10th universe will fight against Yagra from the 5th universe. Please come on stage. Agra ranks 4th in the 5th universe, much stronger than Gale, who appeared in the 7th universe last time. As a warrior from the advanced universe, Agra, like Gale, is full of arrogance. Are you Jiren from the 11th universe, the runner-up in the Tournament of Power? Jiren Po closed his eyes and did not answer Agra's words. Seeing that Jiren Po ignored him, Agra was very unhappy and said, "Boy, did you not hear what I was asking you? I just wanted to knock you out of the ring and be done with it. Now it seems that I have to kill you, just do it." Everyone in the 5th universe laughed viciously. A low-level universe guy dared to be so rude. From everyone's point of view, Jiren's breaking is probably a bad luck rhythm. The laughter gradually subsided, and suddenly Jiren said something very strange. He turned to Chi Yu in the stands and said, "In the past, I couldn't even compare to Shendu, a high-level universe king, but now I can beat the official warrior of the high-level universe. Chi Yu, have you seen it? As long as you put in effort and sweat, people, you can become stronger. You can't always be on top." Yagra folded his hands and said, "What are you talking about? I am your opponent. Where are you looking?" Jiren Po ignored Agra and walked down the ring without looking back. Seeing Jiren leave the ring, Agra said, "Pretend to be great so you dare not abstain." At this moment, Grand Priest suddenly raised his hand and said, "I declare that Jiren, the player from the 1st universe, wins." Grand Priest's words made the entire venue instantly silent, and everyone who was still laughing at Jiren just now was stunned, like ostriches that have lost their souls. Yagra said anxiously, "Wait for the Grand Priest. We haven't started the fight yet. Why did you announce that Jiren Po won? Why did the winner be Jiren Po and he walked off the ring? Don't you understand? It's so sad." Jiren turned around and said, "You're already dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Agra quickly twisted up, blood gushed wildly, and then suddenly fell to the ground. The whole venue was suddenly in an uproar. "Which of you saw his movements clearly? I heard that the speed of the attack is so fast that it can make the dead think that they are still alive, but I didn't expect it to be true. How could such a low-level world as the 11th universe have such a powerful warrior?" Jin in the stands couldn't help but nodded and said, "Even I didn't expect that Jiren's breaking can reach this level." Agu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As someone who had beaten Jiren Po violently, he was under the greatest pressure. It is conceivable that once he meets Jiren in the arena, he will definitely disown him without hesitation. Agu tremblingly said, "Jiren Po has such potential, I really missed it." Jin shook his head and said, "No, maybe it's not because of his talent that he became so strong." "Agudo, why is that?" Jin looked at Chi Yu in the 7th universe auditorium and said, "Because he encountered a strong enough enemy. For a warrior, the belief in defeating the enemy is the best catalyst. Obviously, he encountered a very terrifying enemy. If it weren't for the strong desire to defeat Chi Yu, Jiren Po would not have reached the level he is today." Not only Jin but even Beerus realized Jiren's intention to fight against Chi Yu. He turned his head to look at Chi Yu and said, "Are you confident in facing such a powerful enemy?" Chi Yu frowned slightly and then said nothing. His gaze was still looking at the vacant seat in the 1st universe. If nothing else, this seat should belong to the person named Camus. The second one was Son Gohan. Seeing Gohan on the stage, Beerus and others all had smiles on their faces. Chi Yu asked, "Is there anything funny?" Goku said, "The bald devil, it's time to show you the results of our decades of hard work. Gohan at this time is different from before." Chi Yu asked, "How strong is it?" Vegeta frowned slightly, then said in a deep voice, "Better than me." Chi Yu smiled slightly before shifting his gaze from the stands of the 1st universe to the ring. A guy as proud as Vegeta actually admits that he is not as good as Gohan, which shows that Gohan's strength is indeed extraordinary. Strictly speaking, Son Gohan is the most talented warrior among the protagonists. As early as the Cell era, his strength has already surpassed Goku and Vegeta. It's just that this guy's ambition is not above martial arts, otherwise his strength must be extremely terrifying. Gabe looked at Son Gohan in astonishment and found that he was still in a normal state, but he couldn't feel his breath. The next moment, Son Gohan appeared in front of his eyes and said, "Sorry, if I lose, Vegeta uncle will scold me, so, sorry, I can only fight in this general form." Gabe shouted to Vegeta in the stands, "Master Vegeta, look at the results of my practice. I am only one step away from you. When I become a Super Saiyan Blue God, I will definitely defeat you myself." Gabe was at a loss and said, "Master, what are you talking about?" Son Gohan patted his head. His stupid look was exactly the same as Son Goku's. 0. Seeing the innocence of the land, Vegeta, as the master, couldn't help shouting, "Don't embarrass yourself here, get out of here." Gohan's opponent is Gabe, the Saiyan from the 6th universe. Gabe was surprised. "You are Son Goku's son Gohan? How can you not even change Super Saiyan?" Asking for flowers. But today's Gohan is a Gohan who has been practicing penance for countless years, and he should have stimulated his true potential. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in Gabe's ribs, and he fell down straight like this. Chi-Yu clutched his forehead and kept shaking his head. This guy named Bei is really cute. After he finished speaking, he started to roar, energy lightning lingered around him, and after a while he turned into a Saiyan with long gold hair. In 2 years, Gabe has practiced a Super Saiyan I. Gabe sighed and said, "That's such a pity this is the first match, I don't want to be eliminated so soon." Mouth. Vegeta said, "Can't you see the comparison of strengths? Idiot, this guy in front of you is an enemy that even I can't defeat." Son Gohan inspired his own aura, forming an arrogance around his body. There is no change in his appearance, just like the humans in common. Although he had already guessed to take it, Champa still couldn't help gnashing his teeth and was hitting the guardrail of the stands with his fist. Bado said, "Master Champa, please be more gracious." Champa said, "Damn Beerus, my warrior lost to Beerus again." Bado said, "The next one is hit, you can rest assured." Speaking of hit, Champa immediately felt relieved. The suffering that Hit has suffered in these years is simply beyond people's imagination. In order to become stronger, he left himself alone on the desert planet and practiced day and night. It is precisely because of this that Hit has obtained such a powerful king of power. But after seeing Hit's opponent, Champa's face darkened immediately. Walking onto the stage was a golden-haired fox, 590 raccoon, who was the 8th universe gods of destruction Jillial. The Zeno selection contest was launched for all warriors, and Gods of Destruction was of course included. Unexpectedly, Jillier got Blue's ball. He stroked his golden hair and said, "I am the mighty Gods of Destruction, but I want to end up fighting a mortal myself. It's really not perfect." Champa protested against Grand Priest from the stands. "I am against this game, how can a guy like Jillier be here?" Although he has never fought against each other, Champa also knows that Jillier's combat power definitely belongs to the first echelon in Gods of Destruction. Sometimes time is the most powerful weapon. Fortunately, you are several universe epics older than Hit. In other words, Jillil's practice time is hundreds of millions of times that of Hit. There is no such thing as aging in Gods of Destruction. As you can imagine, this is definitely an unfair battle. But Hit didn't flinch, aimed at Jillil, and stretched out his knife. Jillier clasped his hands and said, "You are the strongest warrior of the 6th universe. Little guy, I am Gods of Destruction, but I am sorry to make the first move, otherwise people will say that I am a bully." Hit was born as a killer, but he doesn't know how to push people. Seeing that Jillier was motionless, he immediately launched the Flash Time Kung Fu and then attacked Jillier. Immediately, 10 incomparably sinister chills seeped out from Jillier's heart. This man is dangerous, very dangerous. Years of experience saved Jillier's life at a critical moment, and he quickly raised his hands to protect his chest. A loud noise came from the stands, and Jillier's body retreated violently, and it was not until the edge of the ring that the terrible impact was released. Seeing the pitch-black abyss, Jillier couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and at the same time a drop of blood slipped from his arm. Hit's earth-shattering blow shocked everyone, and everyone immediately started talking. Beerus said, "It's a terrible skill." At that moment just now, Hyder's all power was gathered at the 10 points of the fingertips. That's why this blow can create such a terrible effect. Goku said, "Ouch, I didn't expect Hit to become so powerful tilde. I really want to fight against him once." Beerus slapped Son Goku on the head and said, "Idiot, you should pray that you meet the weakest enemy." While everyone was discussing, Jillier had returned to Hit from the edge of the stands. The moment just now made him embarrass himself in front of everyone. This time, Jillier was really angry. "Damn mortal, I will kill you tilde. Jillier's muscles swelled suddenly, and his hairs stood up one by one, and he turned into a huge monster more than 2 meters tall in a blink of an eye. The berserk energy continued to radiate from him, blowing so many low-strength spectators that they couldn't even open their eyes. After the transformation, Jillil was extremely powerful, but Hit was unmoved, and he still put on a posture and said, "Are you ready? Next, I will attack you with just 100 times the strength." Was that just a probing attack, or was this mortal joking with himself? Ivan said, "This is the strongest form of Jillil. He usually pursues the beauty of his own appearance. If he hadn't been mad by anger, he would not have become like this. The little girl who came to the 6th universe, bad luck for the guy. Really, 100 times, 100 times." Hit's hand knife pierced Jillier's huge arm and then moved forward, piercing through Jillil's body. Blood fell from Hit's palm, forming a small puddle on the ground. The first Supreme Kai said, "What a terrible breath, is this the power of Jai Liar? It seems that we still underestimated him before." Jillier walked towards Hit with heavy steps and said viciously, In this form, my strength and speed will become 10 times that of before. Are you ready to suffer? You be asterisk 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 D. What are you talking about? I'm the perfect gods of destruction. Gilial tilde tilde tilde. Grand Priest raised his hand and said, the winner is Heat from the 6th universe. Hit shook off the blood on his hand, then raised his hand at Chi Yu, which meant obviously you will be the next one. This time Hit didn't use the flash time skill, he just aimed at Gilial's body and hit his hand knife. This is a completely head-to-head style of play, but Hit believes that there is nothing in this world that is harder than his own knife. Even Chi Yu's body is not good, it will definitely be completely annihilated under his own attack. What did you say? As for the gods of destruction in front of us, that's just an appetizer. After finishing speaking, Giliar spit out a big mouthful of blood with a wow and fell to the ground motionless. Giliar roared, then rushed towards Hit suddenly. As soon as his body moved, a violent energy flow was set off, rushing towards Hit like a missile. Gilial looked at Hit and saw that his expression was serious and silent, and he didn't mean to be joking at all. This time the impact was 100 times stronger than before, the entire 5. Zero arena shook under the impact of the two, and after the explosion smoke passed, everyone saw a scene that was almost suffocating. I said I would attack you with just 100 times the strength. After Hit returned to the chief election, Champa said excitedly, I didn't expect you to beat gods of destruction Gilial. Hit, you are really great. You are worthy of being the one who will succeed me as the next gods of destruction. Bados with a poisonous tongue said, Master Champa, please don't put money on your face, okay? Hit didn't speak, still staring at the stand where Chi Yu was, and the next game started at this time. Frieza is next to play, and his opponent is someone from the 1st universe. Grand Priest said, because Camus himself didn't show up, Ivan the first gods of destruction helped him to draw the lottery. Unfortunately, Camus won the blue ball. Camus couldn't play, so I invited him. His companion Simba fought in his place. Chi Yu secretly wiped off his sweat. This game can still be called substitute play. Doesn't Grand Priest know what sportsmanship is? Unexpectedly, the rules are obviously unreasonable, but there is no objection. Hearing this news, the atmosphere on the field was immediately detonated, and everyone cheered for Frieza 22. Come on, Frieza tilde tilde tilde, kill your enemies, Camus will be eliminated. As long as you can win, Camus will not be able to compete tilde tilde tilde. Camus is the #1 powerhouse in the universe, and because of this, everyone is so excited. It turns out that this player is playing instead of Camus, so as long as this person is eliminated, it is equivalent to eliminating Camus. For a while, Chi Yu became more interested in this enemy who had never faced him before. If it wasn't for Camus's power to make everyone despair, how could these people at the scene behave like this? It was the first time in Frieza's life that so many people spontaneously cheered for him. Such an atmosphere made the evil Emperor of Universe feel a little uncomfortable. He spit out and looked at his enemy. Unexpectedly, Simba, who replaced Camus, was only a 14 or 15-year-old child, which made everyone even more excited except for Jin. As Ivan's old opponent, he knows Ivan's character too well. Ivan, the supreme gods of destruction, never fights uncertain battles, and he sent this child to replace Camus, which shows that Zin is indeed qualified to replace Camus. Jin snorted coldly and said, a group of idiots. If Camus could be eliminated in this way, do they think Ivan is a fool? At this time, the battle between Simba and Frieza is about to begin. After such a long period of training, Frieza's combat effectiveness has long since changed from what it used to be. Brilliant flames erupted from his whole body, and a set of crystal-clear armor covered the surface of his body like this, forming an indestructible barrier. Under the shining light, this set of armor is dazzling and looks extremely gorgeous. Chi Yu said, Frieza actually has a new trick. Beerus nodded and said, this is Frieza's strongest form, Diamond Frieza, which is countless times stronger than his past. Feeling the powerful breath of Frieza, the cheers of the audience became more intense. Frieza stretched out his paw and laughed at Simba. I, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, will not hold back your hands just because you are a child. Let me eliminate you and that Camus in advance. Oh ho ho tilde tilde tilde. Simba knelt on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he didn't see Frieza's provocation. At this time, the priest Yin announced the beginning of the BU. Without hesitation, Frieza rushed towards Simba and then swept Simba's head with one leg. However, this determined kick was blocked. When they saw Simba's movements, those who were still cheering were like ducks whose throats were choked and they could no longer make a sound. Because Simba only uses one finger, Beerus and the others had big mouths, their jaws almost fell to the ground, they were all stunned and speechless, sweating profusely. Chi Yu said to Kay beside him, who is stronger between you and him? The diamond-like armor instantly cracked. Frieza spit out a mouthful of green blood and then softened. Seeing that such a strong man appeared in the first universe, Jin couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Not only Beerus, even Chi Yu's eyes Shendu changed slightly. He looked at the child kneeling on the ground with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes, but then he shook his head and said, "It's still a little weaker. You people in the 7th universe are really evil people. You are still making salutes, but you actually attacked me. It's really ugly. That's Frieza, the genius Frieza who can rival Goku after practicing for a month." Relying on the desire for Zeno's power, Frieza's cultivation over the years has not fallen at all, and the degree of desperation is second only to Vegeta. After that, Simba kicked Frieza to pieces. Poor Frieza, who was just resurrected in the first battle, was killed by a child. The first universe and the 613 12th universe are absolute enemies. If the first universe wins, then the 12th universe will definitely not exist. But such a guy was actually blocked by someone with one finger. How could other people accept it? Beerus and others didn't know who Chi Yu was talking about, and they all thought he was talking about Frieza. If the kid can go 50-50 with K, then Frieza has absolutely no chance of winning. Sure enough, the next moment Simba stood up and grabbed Frieza's leg. In each era, the first universe will select one of the most powerful warriors as Kama's successor. The fact that this boy can obtain this qualification at this age shows that his talent is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Ivan said, "Simba is an unprecedented genius warrior in our universe and also the next generation of Kamas. You actually treat him as a weakling, it's really ridiculous." Beerus still couldn't accept it. "This is really outrageous." Grand Priest said, "The winner was Simba who won the game instead of Kamas, so Kamas officially advanced." K shook his head and said, "I don't know, but if we really fight, it's probably 50-50. One punch hit Frieza in the stomach. Chi Yu nodded slightly and then stopped talking. Only now did everyone understand how terrifying the Quanquin Selection Conference was. Here it can be said that the strong are like clouds, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Randomly jump out of an unknown person, it may be a desperately powerful warrior. Frieza was killed just like that. If someone told Beerus and others like this before the game, no one would believe it. But now such a thing is happening before everyone's eyes. With the warriors appearing on the stage one by one, the skirmish soon came to an end, and there were countless people who left a deep impression. After losing Frieza, Beerus is obviously not in a good mood. After all, the Emperor of the Universe is everyone's precious combat power. At this time, Grand Priest announced again, "The match will start in 2 hours, please take a break. Now I will announce the list of groups. In the first group, players Chi Yu will play against Broly and the second group will be played against Broly. Group." Hearing the arrangement of the first group, Beerus' face turned green all of a sudden. Both Chi Yu and Broly are members of the 7th universe. I didn't expect that they were destined to be eliminated from the very beginning. This made Beerus very angry, but the lottery was random, and he had no right to change it. After hearing the news, Broly was very excited. He looked at Chi Yu beside him and said, "I never thought that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon." Kay snorted coldly and said, "Revenge on the master, it's up to you." Broly said angrily, "Woman, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." For such a long time, Chi Yu and Kay have also been in love. Seeing Broly's rude words, Chi Yu felt a little unhappy. "Broly, you'd better keep your mouth clean or I'll kill you in the ring." Broly laughed loudly and said, "Chi Yu, you who stay at home all day and never practice, how could you defeat me, Uncle Broly? Now I am not the same as before, just wash your neck and wait for me." Chi Yu didn't speak anymore, but there was already a trace of murderous intent in those cold eyes. Beerus sighed, "Once in this state, the bald devil will never listen to anyone's advice." Seeing Chi Yu getting angry because of him, Kay's heart felt sweet, and he lowered his head shyly. 2 hours rushed by, and soon it was the turn of the first group of players to play. Chi Yu appeared on the field in a flash, then ticked his finger at Broly and said, "Don't you want revenge? Come down and try." Seeing Chi Yu play, many people cheered up. After all, Chi Yu is still the champion of the Power Tournament, and most of the universes recognize him. Among them, the most concerned, of course, are Giernpo and Hit, the 2 defeated opponents. The stands of the 6th universe and the stands of the 11th universe were just opposite each other. Giern took a quick look at Hit, then appeared beside Hit and said, "Did you feel it?" Hit nodded and said, "It's unbelievable that this guy would do such a thing." Champa next to him didn't understand, so he said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Giern broke out, "Did you may notice Chi Yu's steps and movements when he jumped onto the ring?" Champa asked in astonishment, "What action?" Chi Yu put on a very common defensive posture and there was no breath or flame on his body. For a while most people were disappointed. How about Chi Yu? This is the form I trained to defeat you. It's very powerful. Ultra Instinct, it turned out to be Ultra Instinct. Liao Zhao, even the moves that Shendu can't fully master, this Broly is really too powerful. I'm afraid even gods of destruction like Jilil can't stop him hit it. It's not what it looks like, it's what I see at all. Not only that, compared to last time, Broly's energy is also much stronger, probably approaching the limit of Super Saiyan 5. Over the years, Broly has successfully combined the Super 5 powerful Chi with the supreme realm of the gods, and has become a very terrifying powerhouse. Everyone was talking about it, but as a person who was once killed by Chi Yu with a single punch, Broly dared not underestimate him because of this. Broly let out bursts of roars, and then erupted with terrifying arrogance all over his body. That is, how do you look like a common man? This is the champion of the tournament of power, it's too much. Yes, today's Chi Yu is a Chi Yu trained by a martial artist, a real warrior. Broly is a completely brainless warrior who fights by instinct. For such a guy, it is easier to master the move of Ultra Instinct, because Ultra Instinct is originally a move to develop the body's instincts. Circles of white fluff grew out of his body, and Broly in the Super Saiyan 5 state vented his terrifying arrogance in all directions, causing bursts of exclamation. Everyone in the audience didn't notice it, but they noticed Chi Yu's abnormality. This guy is practicing. Just when everyone was already shocked by this terrifying aura, Broly roared again. Suddenly, a silver beam of light rose from the ground, illuminating the entire realm of nothingness. It explained, "That's the fighting steps and movements of a martial artist." I don't know where Chi Yu got it from Shelly, but it's very clever. In the past, Chi Yu has never used skills because no matter how powerful the enemy is, he can't stop his casual blow. It even included Giantpo and Hit. Because they were defeated, Hit and Giantpo paid so much attention to Chi Yu. At this time the game has officially started. Giant broke out, "How is it? Are you sure you can defeat him?" Hit said coldly, "No matter how strong he becomes, I must be the one who defeats Lord Chi in the end." Chi Yu let out a sneer and then said, "Strong? Sorry, I didn't see it." Hearing Chi Yu's sarcasm, Broly became angrier and directly attacked Chi Yu. Every punch of his has a destructive momentum. Entangled with Chi Yu's hands, the two fought back and forth for a long time, before Champa sighed. As expected of the champion of the power tournament, facing such a strong man, Chi Yu still has the upper hand. It's amazing. Hit said, "Have the upper hand, stop joking." Champa was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Hit took a quick look at Giant and the two of them burst out laughing in unspoken agreement. Champa said angrily, "What are you two laughing at? Tell me all tilde tilde tilde." At this moment, Chi Yu and Broly punched each other and separated from each other. This is probably the most exciting battle since the start of the match. Everyone in the audience couldn't help cheering for them. Broly raised his fist and said, "2 years ago you could beat me to death with one punch, but now I can fight you normally. Chi Yu, your era has passed. Are you an idiot?" At this moment, Giantpo on the stage couldn't help but make a sarcastic sound. Broly looked at Giant and said, "Who are you? How dare you laugh at me, Master Broly?" Giant broke out, "Chi Yu is just using you to train his fighting skills. He doesn't even use his breath in order to prevent you from being punched to death. He doesn't try his best every time he makes a shot, can't you see it?" Giantpo is the top martial artist, and he is very familiar with the attacking methods of warriors. Seeing Chi use forceful movement, he knew something was wrong. In fact, not only him but also the few powerhouses present have seen through this secret. Jin also said, "Broly, besides strength, an outstanding warrior must also have brains. People who can't even recognize themselves accurately are not considered strong at all." Broly roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already going to beat Chi Yu tilde tilde tilde. I'm already going to beat Chi Yu tilde tilde tilde." He turned his head to look at Chi Yu. A cold sweat flowed from his forehead to his chin and then fell to the ground. Yes, after fighting for so long, Chi Yu didn't even sweat on his face. Obviously, Chi Yu didn't give his best. Beerus shook his head and said, "It's still not good, a big bald devil who knows martial arts skills, just thinking about it makes me feel terrible." Vegeta also said, "That's right, Broly never had a chance from the beginning." Broly, like a mad trapped beast, launched an attack on Chi Pressure again. This time, Chi Yu was still fighting him with the same strength and speed, but something was different. "Broly, I have seen through your actions." After saying that, Chi Yu pushed away Broly's fist and then kicked him in the stomach. Broly flew back and retreated, but Chi Yu followed him like a shadow, hitting Broly with his fists like a storm. Broly tried his best but couldn't block, couldn't dodge. His body began to deform and his bones began to snap, but Chi Yu didn't show any intention of stopping. Punch after punch, punch after punch, obviously of the same strength, but Chi Yu has incomparably precise techniques so that he can only be beaten passively. Suddenly, Chi-Yu stopped. Broly hung his hands with two completely shattered bones, covered in blood, and let out a desperate roar. Impossible, impossible, tilde tilde tilde, why can't I CCCA hit you? Broly, you are worthless to me. Immediately afterwards, Chi-Yu raised his fist. This time Chi-Yu didn't use his strength, but he really used his physical strength. Simba is like this, always aiming at how to break through himself, and will never be discouraged because of the strength of the enemy. Because of this, he is the most talented warrior in the entire first universe so far. Ivan looked at Simba with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. Knowing this, the entire auditorium was still dead silent. Chi-Yu's last punch just now was too terrifying, it completely shocked everyone. Simba's eyes narrowed and he said, "He is so strong I will surpass him, become stronger tilde tilde tilde. If this child inherits Kami's power, he will definitely surpass everyone in the future and reach a height that no one has reached." In the stands on the other side, two people were also discussing similar topics. They were Ivan and Simba from the first universe. Chi-Yu, one day, I will kill you every 10 days, and I, Broly, will definitely kill you tilde tilde tilde. There are only 2 legs left and they are still standing upright on the ring. Simba shook his head and said, "Up to 3 layers, and judging from the strength he displayed, I always feel that he hasn't really tried his best." Ivan said, "If you meet him, what are your chances of winning?" After a long time, Hit took a long breath and said, "Who said Chi-Yu can't practice?" Immediately, the fighting spirit in both he and Jiren's eyes was blazing. "Yes, only Chi-Yu like this has the real value to win." Grand Priest in the Sky said, "Chi-Yu player, it seems that you have become a lot stronger again." After finishing speaking, Chi-Yu stepped off the ring. Grand Priest said, "There will be a chance, now I declare Kai-Yu contestant the victory." Chi-Yu said, "It's a pity that I don't have the chance to fight with you, but I've always wanted to try." Ivan nodded and said, "It seems that our information is correct. It is said that this guy is a strong man who is qualified to fight Camus. Although I think it is a bit exaggerated, he is indeed very strong." Just when Broly was hoarse, Chi-Yu's fist landed on his body, and in an instant, that terrifying power completely exploded in the ring. The arena made of imitation star stones cracked inch by inch, the stone slabs and dust rolled up, and Broly's body turned into a cloud of blood mist in an instant, floating in the air. Chi-Yu returned to his position from the ring, and it wasn't until then that most of the audience came to their senses and began to discuss. Son Goku said to Chi-Yu, "Unexpectedly, the bald-headed devil can also use skills. It's amazing." Vegeta didn't speak, but it could be seen that after seeing Chi-Yu's strength, he seemed a little nervous. Chi-Yu has learned fighting skills, it is like a tiger with wings, and now many people are like Vegeta, silently hoping that they will not face this monster. The second match begins, please come on stage. The second to enter the ring is Dispo, and his enemy is a gods of destruction, but not the gods of destruction of common. He has a shark face and a thin physique. He is the ultimate gods of destruction gold of the 12th universe. Dispo clasped his hands and said, "You are the ultimate gods of destruction. It seems that the gods of destruction of your 4 universes is nothing special tilde tilde tilde." Just now, Hit defeated the 5th gods of destruction Jillil with a near-crushing advantage, and Dispo's confidence also greatly increased for a while. Most of the 4 universes have existed for a long time, so powerful warriors are more likely to appear, but this does not mean that they are invincible. Over the years, Dispo's practice strength is no weaker than Jiren Poe's. Although not as powerful as Jiren Poe's talent, Dispo is also a rare genius in the world warrior at this moment. Jin raised a finger at Dispo and said, one hit, and I'll send you back to your hometown." Hearing Jin's words, the arena started to make noise. Vegeta snorted coldly. "This guy is really too arrogant, he is just a gods of destruction, how dare he say such big words." After so many years of practice, Vegeta actually has the confidence to say this, but Beerus on the side is a little unhappy. He glanced at Vegeta from the corner of his eye and then said, "What is it called, just a gods of destruction, Vegeta? Do you want to practice with me?" In the room of time and spirit, Vegeta has fought against Beerus countless times, no matter which time Vegeta ended in a disastrous defeat. Hearing Beerus' words, Vegeta couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat and then said awkwardly, Where? Lord Beerus, you know that's not what I meant." Beerus looked at the ring again and said, "Don't worry, this Dispo has absolutely no chance of winning. At this time, the battle has already begun." Dispo's body blurred for a while, and then countless afterimages of Dispo appeared on the field, and his voice came from all directions. "This is the haste that I have mastered after 2 years of training. How about gods of destruction? Can your eyes keep up with my speed?" Dispo's speed shocked many people, and even Beerus, who had just said that Dispo could not win, changed his face. This speed is indeed too fast. On the ring, Dispo kept moving at a high speed and the whole person seemed to disappear. The sky is full of his shadows, but every one of them is an afterimage, not the deity. In the past, Dispo was also good at speed, but it couldn't control it very well. It could only move in a straight line and could not turn. But now Dispo has completely controlled his own power and can retract it freely. Vegeta said, "Master Beerus, it seems that your judgment is wrong." Beerus looked at the ring coldly and didn't speak. But Vermut on the side affirmed Beerus' point of view, saying, "Beerus is right, it is impossible for Dispo to win." Vegeta said, "Why?" Vermut said, "Do you know who is the strongest warrior in the 12th universe?" Vegeta looked at the beautiful woman in black behind Chi Yu and said, "Isn't it K?" K said, "Yes, that's without counting gods of destruction. I only found out afterwards that the hall had such a title in the older generation of gods of destruction." After all, the finger stabbing Dispo's chest suddenly emitted a beam of light, and Dispo's body was rushed out of the ring by Kai Blast. Asking for flowers, K shook his head and said, "Master Jin gave me all the fighting skills. In terms of strength, we are exactly the same. In terms of skills, we are also exactly the same. Lord Jin is the same as me and we are all tied in the universe. The third warrior." Vegeta was shocked and said, "You mean this gods of destruction is stronger than you?" Dispo tilde. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see that Jin's finger had pierced his chest. Asterisk Vegeta said, "What is it? Tied for third is also third." As a gods of destruction, Jin's strength is a bit too exaggerated. Just when Vegeta was stunned, Beerus announced another piece of news. Dispo opened his mouth and looked at Jin in front of him. As the person involved, he knew very well that just Jin was faster, so fast that he could hardly see it at all. It wasn't until Dispo felt the pain that he realized that he had been hit. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, Jin stretched out a finger, and then pierced the air in front of him with lightning speed. A flower of blood suddenly splashed in the empty air, and Dispo, who was still moving at high speed, suddenly appeared. Vermut yelled, but Jin waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him for Chi Yu's sake." After all, Jin patted his clothes and walked off the ring. "Earth, the strongest gods of destruction, you think you're fast." A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of Jin's mouth and said, "If your speed can be called fast, then you would be underestimating the warrior of the whole universe. This world is so big, and the strong people in it are beyond your imagination. Go back, work hard, and come back. I declare that the winners of the second group are gold players. In fact, there is no suspense about Kim's victory. When this guy stepped down, most people who knew the inside story took it for granted. In any case, Jin is the strongest gods of destruction, tied with K for the third warrior in the universe." At this point, Chi Yu finally understood why Beijing gave K to himself. The reason is very simple. He has long judged that the Zeno selection conference will be a personal battle. As a warrior, K can be said to be a copy of Jin, and everything about her is taught by Jin. K of the Jin Hui will also, and Jin Hui of the K Hui will. There is no slight difference between the two in terms of strength or fighting style. If he can't win the Zeno selection meeting, then Ka can't win 640. In this case, it is better to give K to Chi Yu as an insurance. If Chi Yu wins, then by virtue of the good relationship with Chi Yu, the 12th universe must also be spared from being killed, and maybe Chi Yu can still be taken care of by Chi Yu after he becomes Zeno. No way, the relationship between the 12th universe and the first universe is too bad, so Jin can only bet on someone who can defeat Camus, and the most likely one is Chi Yu. After Jin stepped down, the battles seemed unremarkable. Even if there were enemies worthy of attention, the battles were completely one-sided. Until the 11th match, Beerus stepped into the ring, and the most coincidental thing was that his opponent was also Gods of Destruction, and it was Gods of Destruction Eric who was much more experienced than him. Eric is one of the three Gods of Destruction, second only to Jin, and its strength is no less than that of Jilil and Ivan. If a normal Gods of Destruction confronted him, it would be an act of courting death. Don't look at how easy it was when hit one Jilil. For ordinary warriors, it's a matter of reason. Seeing his opponent, Beerus snorted coldly, imitating Jin's way, and raised a finger. "Jin only needs one move, and I only need one move." His provocation caused an uproar again, and many people began to sarcasm. Who does he think he is? A last-born Gods of Destruction who claims to be able to defeat Eric with just one move? No matter how powerful Eric is, it is second only to Jin. This Beerus is simply too self-sufficient. I think he saw Jin's strength and he was scared out of his mind. Beerus ignored everyone's ridicule and stared blankly at his enemy with a pair of purple-black eyes. Arak put his hands behind his back and said, Beerus, what gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Beerus said, Arak, your time is over. Arak snorted coldly and said, then I'll try to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. After saying that, Arak suddenly stretched out a finger and released a destructive Kai Blast at Beerus. This Kai Blast is different from common's Kai Blast. It has powerful destructive energy and violent rotation, which looks a lot like Piccolo's magic light wave. Just when the beam was about to hit Beerus, his figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Arak and said, Arak, as I said, your time is over. Seeing Beerus's speed so fast, Arak was startled and then attacked Beerus. There is no flame on Beerus' body, nor is there a powerful aura surrounding him, but no matter how Arak hits, he just can't touch a single hair of Beerus. Chi Yu in the stands couldn't help but nodded and said, Beerus is really amazing for cultivating Ultra Instinct to this kind of back-to-nature state. Yes, at this time Beerus is using Ultra Instinct. Vegeta also said, Beerus has maintained the state of Ultra Instinct all these years to reach this state. This time even Chi Yu was a little surprised. Maintain Ultra Instinct all the time? Vegeta nodded and said, for Beerus now, Ultra Instinct has become an instinct. I tried to attack him while he was sleeping, but I couldn't hit his body. Can't hit his body while he's sleeping? It sounds a bit unreal. But the essence of Ultra Instinct is to let every cell of the body think for itself, so it is not surprising that the body can automatically dodge even when sleeping. If someone asks who is the strongest warrior in the 12th universe, everyone will definitely say K. Because under normal circumstances, destroying Shendu's role as a leader is not counted. So when someone asks who is the most talented warrior in the 7th universe, everyone will instinctively ignore Beerus. But in fact, excluding Chi Yu, Beerus is indeed the most talented warrior in the 7th universe. Don't forget, this guy has been sleeping almost his whole life. That's why Jin asked Beerus to join the 12th universe when he met Beerus for the first time and promised to make Beerus his adjutant. According to Jin's character of only respecting the strong, it is absolutely impossible to be so polite to a talentless gods of destruction. After such a long practice, the Beerus at this moment is completely different from the past. Just then Beerus attacked, and as he had promised, he only used one move. Just when Arak suddenly attacked Beerus, Beerus gave birth to a leg and then suddenly lifted it on Arak's abdomen. Arak immediately turned into a cannonball, flew out and fell towards the void. Seeing this result, the audience who were clamoring just now silently closed their mouths without saying a word. The strength shown by Beerus is indeed too strong. With Arak's strength, it is impossible to test the depth of Beerus. At this moment, Beerus shifted his gaze to Jin in the stands and said, this time I want to try, who is the strongest gods of destruction? Jin looked down at Beerus on the ring and said, if you can successfully walk in front of me, then I will use my strength to tell you the answer. Beerus said, then you wait for me. After speaking, Beerus left the ring. Beerus' arrogance deeply shocked everyone, and soon the first round of competition was over. Compared with the Power Tournament, this game can truly be called a cloud of strong players, and many of them have left a deep impression on everyone. For example, the super robot created by Pepperoni in the 3rd universe, such as the top warrior from the 4 universes, and the gods of destruction in each universe have also emerged many masters at this time, Grand Priest announced. This is the end of today's game. Considering that some warriors have already played 2 games, there are physical and injury problems. So the next round of the game will be a week later, when Master Zeno will be there in person and announce something to everyone. Hope everyone will be on time. The next round will be the more brutal top 32. After a round of screening, all those who remain are truly elite soldiers. In such a cruel competition, even if 22 only defeated one enemy, that would be a very remarkable thing. It is worth mentioning that only 2 people were eliminated from the entire 7th universe, except for the unlucky Frieza and Broly, all others appeared. Because of this, the 7th universe has received unprecedented attention from everyone. This universe, who was born the latest, unexpectedly had 8 people advance at the same time, which can be said to be the biggest group of dark horses in this competition. Looking at the back of Chi Yu and others leaving, Ivan couldn't help sighing. Even without K's joining, this universe is one of the top universes. I can't imagine that in just 2 years, the 7th, there are so many powerful warriors in the universe. Simba nodded and said, that's right, especially the one named Chi Yu. Ivan said, we have known Chi Yu's strength for a long time, and I am more concerned about the situation of other people. Among them, Beerus is also a real strong man, and there is another inconspicuous one besides that. Simba was a little surprised and said, Master Ivan, who are you talking about? Ivan said, that's Son Gohan. Simba's strength is very strong, but in his turn, he is definitely not as good as Ivan who existed at the beginning of the world. He carefully looked at Son Gohan's eyes, and then he was surprised. Is this person so powerful? He looks very common. Ivan shook his head and said, this man named Son Gohan should be the most powerful warrior in the 7th universe besides Chi Yu. He chose a completely different path and gained his own power. It's really impressive. Marvel. Simba said, this Son Gohan has such a talent, why haven't I heard of it before? Ivan shook his head again and said, it's not talent that gives him strength but courage. Simba was confused by Ivan's words. At this time he turned his head to look, but suddenly found that Jin was also looking at Son Gohan. Immediately Simba became alert. If Jin also felt the same way as Ivan, then it was definitely not Ivan's mistake. There could be no such coincidence in the world. For a while Simba's heart began to burn with a raging fighting spirit. Let's go, there is still some time before the second round, we can't waste it. After all, the first universe also disappeared in the venue. After returning to the 7th universe, everyone discussed to enter the room of time and spirit, and this time Chi Yu also participated for the first time. You must know that in the past, this guy would never be interested in this kind of exercise. For him, fooling around with Tacy and others is his hobby, but even Chi Yu went crazy and wanted to be strong. Of course, Beerus, who is gods of destruction, was very happy and would definitely not refuse Chi Yu's request. Chi Yu was surprised. Gohan is so powerful. Chi Yu twisted his neck and gradually became interested. What has Son Gohan done all these years? Why does everyone have so much confidence in him? Son Gohan said, then I'm not welcome. Only in this way can this group of people advance by leaps and bounds. Chi Yu was surprised. You actually moved the world of nothingness here. Being Chi Yu's sparring partner is life-threatening, and generally speaking, no one would accept such a request. But this time was different. Everyone, including Beerus, turned their attention to the same direction, where Son Gohan was standing in a daze. Everyone looked at Chi Yu, and just as Chi Yu nodded, he saw smiles of conspiratorial success appearing on the faces of several people. It seemed to say that the bald-headed Demon King was finally going to be deflated. Thinking of this, Chi Yu was also a little motivated, so he said, I want to study the fighting skills carefully. Can any of you be my training partner? In fact, Saitama felt that there was something wrong with Gohan before, but he couldn't tell where this sense of discord came from. Since everyone said so, then Gohan's strength must have nothing to run away. So Chi Yu turned his attention to Gohan and said, play a game with me. Whis introduced. Our angel is best at manipulating time and space, so I cut off a large piece of the void world and then moved it into the room of time and spirit. This void world and the whole world are completely connected, and I practice here. You can fully use your power to your heart's content without worrying about causing damage. Beerus said, Chi Yu is just to learn fighting skills. Let him not use his own chi, just use his body or destroy energy to fight. Don't worry Gohan, you can do B. Son Goku said, don't underestimate Gohan, now he is the best among us. Son Gohan. Why this guy? Gohan was a little embarrassed and said, I'm definitely not Chi Yu uncle's opponent. When you open the room of time and spirit, what you see is a completely chaotic world of nothingness. Just when Chi Yu was surprised, Beerus said, even if you only use destructive energy, I don't want to fight you. The only person who can fight you here is Gohan. 787 in the corner of the entrance, there are still simple mattresses and daily necessities. It is really hard to imagine that this group of guys have stayed in such an environment for decades. The rule of this friendly match is that Chi Yu is not allowed to use the terrifying chi in his body, and only use the destructive energy to fight Son Gohan with his own body. In order to prevent accidents, Son Goku has prepared fairy beans in advance for emergencies. After talking, Son Gohan and Chi Yu started to do warm-up exercises. Beerus and the others watched from the sidelines, waiting for the battle to begin. Vegeta already covered her mouth and couldn't help sniggering. The big bald devil finally fell for it, and this time I can finally see this dead bald man get beaten up. Beerus said, it's not clear, at least until now, Chi Yu has never fought seriously. His bottom line is still a mystery to this day. Vegeta said, even so, that is without using your own chi. What is really scary about Chi Yu is that ridiculously strong chi. It is impossible to defeat the current Gohan in this state. Vegeta's words were approved by everyone, and everyone nodded at the same time. Yes, if you didn't have absolute confidence, how could everyone have worked so hard to facilitate this competition? At this time, Son Gohan finished warming up and said to Chi Yu, uncle, I'm ready. Chi Yu said, you come first. Let me see your strength, so we can distinguish between the important and the important. Although Beerus and others have bad intentions, they are only limited to the level of jokes. Son Gohan called himself an uncle. If he really beat someone to death, he would not be able to explain to Tacy when he went home. So Chi-Yu asked Gohan to take the first shot. Besides, he wanted to see Gohan's strength. Just then, Gohan clenched his hands and let out a loud roar, sparking his anger. Immediately, a terrifying aura that crossed the void rushed towards him, and Chi-Yu's expression changed slightly. There was no change in Gohan's form, but the strength of this aura was enough to surprise even Chi-Yu, far surpassing any enemy he had ever met. These include Super Omega Shenron but also the Dark One Chi-Yu. Son Gohan said, "I didn't learn Ultra Blue God and Ultra Instinct. I want to achieve the strongest form that no one has ever seen in my own way. Are you ready? Chi-Yu uncle, generally speaking, the easiest way is to take the path that everyone walks. Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, and then to Ultra Blue God and Ultra Instinct. As long as he follows this step-by-step practice, Son Gohan will gain extraordinary strength sooner or later. On this road, there are the experiences of the gods and fathers, and everyone can give advice to Gohan and help him improve himself. But Son Gohan didn't do that and instead chose an unknown path. This is like a rich second generation who wants to kill a penny from his family, but insists on going out to start his own business. Although I don't know what Gohan thinks, but from his aura, I can tell that Gohan is the rich second generation who has successfully started a business." Chi-Yu stretched out his hands to block Gohan's fist that was as violent as an avalanche and a tsunami. After the two exchanged more than a dozen moves, Chi-Yu gradually lost the upper hand. As a last resort, he was able to dodge quickly and distance himself from Gohan. Looking back, Beerus and the others were already looking at Chi-Yu and laughing. Vegeta snorted coldly, "It must be a bluff. Chi-Yu has never studied martial arts, but he knows a lot of theories such as 4 and 2 strokes, using softness to overcome strength. In the past 2 years, he has been exchanging ideas with K almost every day, and then experimenting with these theories. Finally, he has come up with a set of skills that do not belong to the power system of this world." Gohan said, "I want to be really strong, but this universe is too big. Both Jirenpo and K are more talented than me. So I think if I want to surpass you, I must be different from you." Gohan watched Chi-Yu cautiously for a long time, but he still stood there motionless. "Don't call me Tragedy Tower anymore, you dead bald head. You know how powerful you are tilde. After all, Chi-Yu made a strange posture. He relaxed his fist and then stretched out a pair of fleshy palms to his chest. Receiving Chi-Yu's compliment, Gohan couldn't help being overjoyed and giggled. After all, it is Chi-Yu who praises himself. He is one of the strongest in all universes. However, at this moment, Chi-Yu changed the subject and said, "But if you can defeat me just like this, Gohan, you must have underestimated me. You are not the only one in this world who dares to try something that others have not tried. Chi-Yu nodded and expressed his appreciation to Gohan. "Yes, there may be various risks on the unknown road, but you may also see scenery that others cannot see. Gohan, you have become a real strong man." "The ones," Chi-Yu said. "Come on, Gohan, let me show you something you haven't seen before." Son Goku said, "I don't know, maybe it's the new move of the bald demon king, but why does it look limp with no strength at all?" In the past, he was born in a world without supernatural power. Because of this, ordinary warriors in that world paid more attention to the use of skills. Among them, his hometown Asterisk is the place where this Tao reaches its pinnacle. Beerus was taken aback suddenly. What is this? Most of the fighting methods in this world are based on strength and skill. Everyone is pursuing a strong chi and a stronger body, and few people will work hard on skills. Someone like Son Goku, who has mastered many moves, is already considered a master of martial arts. But Chi-Yu knows that the real martial arts is far from being just like that. The bald devil is finally about to be defeated. "I have been waiting for this day for too long." Finally, Gohan lost his patience, and after a loud roar he rushed towards the pressure. "I didn't expect you, the bald devil." Your opponent for the first time was Gohan. Chi-Yu didn't want to be familiar with these idiots, so he looked at Gohan and said, "Why did you keep the mysterious Gohan form until now? You know, this is a road that no one has ever traveled before." Gohan rushed towards Chi-Yu, and with this blow he poured all his breath into his fist. However, his ferocious blow was pulled away by Chi-Yu's hand, and it was taken away from the original direction, completely missing it. Gohan's body suddenly lost its balance and tilted to the other side. Ruined. As a warrior, if you lose your balance, you will be beaten, which Gohan is still aware of. But Chi-Yu didn't seize this opportunity to attack, but just stood behind Gohan, waiting for him to readjust his posture. Gohan rolled several times in a row before he stabilized his body. He looked at his hands, not understanding what happened just now. Why did his attack seem to hit cotton? Beerus tugged at his ears and said, Goku-san, what are you doing? Why did such a soft attack almost knock you down? Even no. 17 couldn't help shouting. That's right, Gohan, come on, this is our first chance to beat up the big bald devil king. You have to grab it tilde tilde. Everyone was yelling at Gohan, who immediately shook his head to keep himself awake. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards Chi-Yu again. Chi-Yu said, Gohan, you 907 will not be able to achieve any practical effect if you ram like a bull like a bull. Don't say that I am so much stronger than you, even if I am weaker than you, I will not be defeated by such an attack. After all, Chi-Yu repeated the same trick again and pushed away Gohan's attack. But this time, Chi-Yu didn't hold back anymore. He yelled and punched Gohan in the stomach. Chi-Yu only used physical strength for this blow without the slightest breath, but it also knocked Gohan down. Immediately afterwards, Chi-Yu raised his right leg and slammed his knee hard on Gohan's chin. The chin is the place with the most nerves in the human body. Once it is hit hard, it will cause a concussion in an instant. Sure enough, after this blow, Gohan couldn't take it anymore and passed out directly. This time, Beerus and others were completely stupid. Chi-Yu is ridiculously strong. This is something everyone has known for a long time, and Chi-Yu will easily defeat Gohan, and everyone will not be surprised at all. The reason why there is such a reaction is because the battle is going on too strangely. Not to mention the use of destructive energy, Chi-Yu CCBA probably defeated Gohan easily before his physical strength fully exploded. From the beginning to the end, Chi-Yu did not show strength beyond Gohan. Son Goku said, Is it magic? Chi-Yu handed the fainted Gohan to Son Goku and said, Of course not, it's just the use of skills. I don't plan to record with Ultra Instinct. I think people are animals of thought. Instead of letting the body think by itself, it is better to use the brain. It is true to completely dominate the body. Use the brain to completely dominate the body. Chi-Yu is not going to give these guys the philosophy of life with softness over toughness. Anyway, even if he said it, these wooden fish heads probably wouldn't understand it. So he changed the subject and said, My attack was very light. Gohan was not injured. Let's start practicing. 1 week is equal to 7 months in the room of time and spirit. These 7 months are enough for us to renew one step further. Chi-Yu didn't want to talk about it, and everyone didn't want to ask too much. So Beerus nodded and said, Then let's all start practicing on our own. 7 months doesn't sound like a long time, but in the world of nothingness, life is extremely difficult. In order to pass the time and to exchange ideas, we often exchanged ideas on the way. But the more they fought each other, the more everyone was afraid of Chi-Yu's power. At the very beginning, Son Gohan was able to drink Chi-Yu, who had only half his body strength, to play 50-50, but this situation did not last for a few days. Afterwards, Chi-Yu was forced to lower his strength standard again and fight Gohan again. By the end of 7 months, Gohan could only force Chi-Yu to use 2 points of physical strength, which shocked Beerus and others. Everyone can feel that Chi-Yu's strange skills are getting better and better. Not only that, in the constant battle, Chi-Yu is improving both physically and mentally. In the end, everyone has to admit that even in terms of talent, Chi-Yu is on a completely different level from them. It must be everyone's nightmare to have an opponent who is 100 times stronger than himself and who has improved faster than himself. Today is the last day of staying in the time and spirit room. Beerus changed his clothes and then sighed. I really feel sorry for Giantpo and Hit. What kind of muscle did they make wrong? And they insisted on choosing Chi-Yu to do it their goal. Can this monster really be defeated? Goku said. If there is really anyone who can fight the current Chi-Yu, it must be that Camus. Speaking of Camus, Yin's heart became heavy again. When meeting Chi-Yu for the first time, Jin said with certainty that Chi-Yu had no chance of winning in a fight with Camus. Now that Chi-Yu has improved so much, what will happen when he meets Camus and takes over? Of course, this is not something that people like me should care about. Because of Chi-Yu's stimulation, everyone has made rapid progress during this period, especially number 17 and number 18, who have been practicing sister-brother sparring. Their strength is the weakest, so the room for growth is also the largest. But Beerus knew that with their strength, they were destined to not go far. After all, the starting point of these two people was too low. At this time, Chi-Yu also packed up his things and said, It's almost time, let's get ready to go. Beerus nodded, and then Whis opened the portal. A week later, the venue of the Zeno selection conference changed again, the ring was renovated and reinforced, and a very gorgeous stand was added. And Zeno himself sat on the throne in the stands, waiting for all the universes to arrive. Chi-Yu looked at the first universe. Sure enough, this time, there was one more person in their team. He looks very common, like an Indian ascetic wearing loose robes, and his whole body is skinny. An indistinct gold light dust is surrounding him, circling incessantly. The first time he saw this person, Yu confirmed his identity. Danger, a feeling of extreme danger pervaded Chi Yu's heart. At the same time, Camus also looked at Chi Yu, suddenly shocked. Although they haven't fought each other yet, both sides have confirmed at this moment that each other is the strongest opponent in their lives. This time, instead of announcing the start of the game, the Grand Priest silently stepped aside. Zeno stood up from his chair and announced to everyone, "I have decided to die, so this competition will choose my successor. Please try your best to play interesting games." Zeno's eyes were innocent, and his tone was as relaxed as usual, not at all like he was talking about his own life and death. Perhaps for him, death is just a new toy, interesting because it is unknown. After Zeno sat down again, the match of the top 32 was officially announced. All the surviving players came to the stage to draw lots and finally determine their opponents according to the numbers. If the same number is drawn, they will go on stage together in order. Unexpectedly, Chi Yu got hit. When the Grand Priest announced the result, Hit's whole body erupted with a strong fighting spirit. Even after a whole field, Chi Yu could feel Hit's determination. Next, I invite player Camus from the first universe to come on stage, and against him is player number 17 Tilda from the 7th universe. Over the years, number 17 has also practiced with everyone. His strength can't be said to be the strongest, but he is definitely not weak, but no one is optimistic about him in this game. No way, the title of the strongest Camus in the world is really hurtful. Camus walked down from the stands, his steps were very slow. From the outside, this old man who seemed to be dying was indeed not a strong man. But as the saying goes, there are no worthless men under a great reputation, and no one will underestimate him because of this. Number 17 folded his arms and said, "You are Camus." Camus looked very humble, and his whole body was covered with a layer of peace, which reminded Liu Mang of the Buddha in the religion of his previous life. Camus said, "Young man, can you give me a face to get off the ring? I really don't want to fight with others." Number 17 would not just admit defeat like this, he put on a posture and said, "If you want to win, just rely on your strength to get it yourself." Vegeta in the stands snorted coldly and said, "What a shameless old guy, he actually wants to rely on his reputation to make people admit defeat. His idea is simple." Beerus also doubted, "Maybe this old guy is not as strong as in Legendary." At this moment, Chi Yu suddenly said, "You guys better let number 17 come down now." Vegeta turned to look at Chi Yu and said, "Why, is this Camus really that powerful?" Chi Yu looked at the old man in front of him with serious eyes and affirmed, "This old man is different from the enemies you have encountered before, I promise. Sometimes, people only need to rely on feelings to make judgments." Camus didn't do anything, but Chi Yu felt something was wrong from the moment the old man appeared on the stage. His existence is like a nail driven into the cosmology. No matter how he looks, he is a bit out of tune with this world, as if the whole world is rejecting him. Sometimes Chi Yu herself also feels this way. Especially in recent years, as I continue to get stronger, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. That's why Chi Yu can be sure that the Camus in front of him is definitely not just a brag. Seeing that Camus had not launched an attack, number 17 finally moved. Just when his legs were bent and he was about to exert force, an outrageous aura suddenly burst out centered on Camus. Feeling such a terrifying power, number 17's eyes widened in disbelief. He even stopped moving and directly froze on the ring. "Young man, even if you insist on beating me, then I will not be polite." In an instant, the earth-shattering aura set off a big explosion in the entire arena, and a ball of light continued to expand, directly engulfing the surrounding stands. Grand Priest stretched out his hands and immediately formed a transparent barrier surrounding the arena. Terrible impacts continued one after another, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Just before the barrier was about to be shattered, the terrifying burst of energy gradually dissipated. After all, Camus walked off the ring with everyone's shocked expressions. This battle ended the fastest so far, and as expected, Camus from the first universe was just too strong. For Chi Yu, this is extremely important information, and it may also be Camus' only flaw. Many people have already started praying, hoping that they will not encounter this monster on stage. Number 18 punched heavily on the guardrail of the stands, gnashing his teeth. Beerus comforted, "Don't worry, the Dragon Ball will be used to revive all the people who died in the battle after this game. You don't have to worry about your brother. No matter how powerful number 17 is, he probably wouldn't be able to survive such a force." Speaking, Beerus looked at Chi Yu and said, "How is it? Are you confident? He didn't use every single move and he killed number 17 completely relying on his breath." Can you do such a thing? What the hell did he do? Unexpectedly, with a burst of breath, his enemy was vaporized. P.S. Subscriptions have dropped a lot recently, many readers have abandoned books, and the author has no choice. I will speed up the end of the Dragon Ball plot. What do you want to see in the next world? You can talk about it in the book review area. Seeking flowers, why do young people nowadays not listen to advice so much? I actually don't want to kill people. Camus' power comes from the inheritance of his ancestors. To put it bluntly, no matter how strong the aura is, it is still not his own. No matter how powerful he is, he always has flaws in terms of control. The number 17 in the center of the ring was gone, and it was evaporated to nothingness in an instant, together with bones and flesh and blood. The entire arena created by the imitation starstone is riddled with holes, and many places have been melted and turned into flowing magma. Force. Chi Yu said, I haven't tried it so I don't know, but if you only talk about breath, this Camus is indeed stronger than me. But obviously he seems to be unable to control his own breath. This is the power of Camus, the #1 powerhouse in the universe. How did this happen? After the light was extinguished, Yinjia guessed clearly what was going on the field. The second battle is Gods of Destruction Quaitla. In Gods of Destruction, Quaitla's ability is not outstanding. But today's Quaitla is different, his aura is like a big mountain, just standing there is enough to make people feel scared. Beerus frowned and said, it's strange, how did Quaitla become so strong? Vegeta said, I'm afraid the reason is not complicated. After losing to Chi Yu, I should have worked hard. The pain of failure is the best catalyst to stimulate potential, especially as the proud gods of destruction, Quaitla. Quaitla has been the laughingstock of all gods of destruction since the last time until today. As the supreme existence in the universe, he was actually beaten by a mortal at the door of his house, and slaughtered all the warriors in front of him. Whenever this is mentioned, Quaitla 210's heart is like 10,000 suns undergoing violent nuclear fusion. Quaitla pointed to Chi Yu in the stands and said, the bald devil, I don't expect to gain the power of Zeno in this group arena, but I will kill you myself. Chi Yu said, sorry, you may not have this chance because you can't walk in front of me at all. Quaitla said angrily, what are you talking about? I Quaitla am not what I used to be. Chi Yu sighed and said, go. Let this wooden fish know what a real strong man is. Yes, Chi Yu uncle. With that said, Gohan jumped onto the ring. Quaitla has indeed become stronger, but in the entire 7th universe no one is optimistic about him because his opponent is Son Gohan. Not everyone in this world is Chi Yu. If you want to defeat Gohan today, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary strong people to do it. Seeing the person coming, Quaitla said, I remember your name is Son Gohan, I saw you at the power conference. Gohan was very humble, bent down and bowed, please give me your advice. Advise me a lot? No, that's not the case, I'm going to kill you. A sinister smile appeared on Quaitla's face and said, you are the son of Chi Yu's friend, right? Find some interest on you first. The pitch-black destructive energy churned on Quaitla like a thick black cloud, and Quaitla let out a roar just like Sun Wuzhu launched an attack. This powerful attack didn't work, and in an instant an even bigger aura appeared on Gohan's body. The radial air is centered on Gohan, like a typhoon blowing the air of Quaitla to pieces. Before this match, First Universe had been watching Son Gohan. After witnessing the power of the mysterious Gohan, Simba said, Master Ivan, you are not mistaken, this Son Gohan is indeed a very terrifying powerhouse. Ivan nodded and said, Quaitla has already lost. On the field at this time, Quaitla was already like a small boat with strong wind and waves, unable to even stand firm. He was oppressed by Son Gohan's air pressure and kept retreating towards the edge of the ring. Both of Quaitla's feet sank into the ground and he said with difficulty, what is this? Why do people like this always appear in your 10th universe? Gohan said, Chi Yu uncle said that this power is fate's reward for my courage. I don't understand what it means, but I think I should be able to win you. After all, Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Quaitla and kicked at Quaitla's body. The kind-hearted Gohan didn't want to hurt anyone, so this kick was very light, but for the struggling Quaitla, this kick was the last straw that broke the camel's quilt. Quaitla's body flew high and then fell toward the abyss. Before he was about to be eliminated, he was still shouting loudly, I won't let you go, you bastards of the 7th universe .. Son Gohan, who won easily, was waiting for Grand Priest's verdict, but at this moment a figure suddenly appeared on the ring. It was Hit, who had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Son Gohan and said, get out of the way. Hit was not at all interested in this kind of game without suspense. On stage, he kept shaking his legs, anxiously waiting for the end of the match between Gohan and Quaitla, because it was his turn to play next and his opponent was Chi Yu. What's the difference? Son Gohan already won anyway, call that damn bald head down. What's the matter with this bald head? Does he want to repeat the mistakes of Gileal? Even the perfect destruction Shendu can't stop Hit's attack. Hit didn't have any big faults, so Grand Priest didn't bother with him and announced, I'm going to invite contestant Chi Yu to come on stage. Grand Priest said, Player Hit, I haven't declared Son Gohan's victory yet, why are you on stage? Everyone ridiculed Chi Yu, only Champa and others from the 6th universe didn't think so. They know how terrifying Chi Yu's strength is, and at the same time they also understand what defeating Chi Yu's defense means to Hit. 3-0. Immediately afterwards, he assumed an attacking stance and pointed his knife at Chi Yu. Hit, come on take out all your power crystals. Hit closed his eyes and then began to adjust his breath. He knew that he only had one chance. In the next blow, he had to unleash all his strength to cause damage to Chi Yu's indestructible body. Facing Chi Yu's arrogance, the people in the stands all exclaimed. Chi Yu appeared in the ring with an instant transmission and said to Hit, It seems that you have become a lot stronger. The speed at which Hit gathered his breath was very slow but full of rhythm, and he was squeezing his last bit of potential step by step. After all, Chi Yu opened his hands, the meaning is very clear. That's like saying, go ahead, you won't hurt a single hair of me anyway, Chi Yu said, then come. This Hit player is definitely a rare strong player in this competition. Even if he is the champion of the power tournament, this bald head is too confident, right? It was something as lofty as an ideal, the ultimate pursuit that Hit bet his life on. Suddenly, Jiren's angry roar came from the stands. As partners with the same pursuit, the two had established a special friendship before they knew it. Hit said, I'm ready, I'm going to beat you in this arena today. He has been waiting for this day for too long. For countless days and nights on the desert planet, he has been looking forward to the opportunity to fight Chi Yu again. When everyone was taunting Chi Yu, another voice suddenly appeared on the field. It was the sound of cheering at the top of his lungs. Those who make these voices are all from the same universe as Hit, or friends, or teachers. Suddenly, the mocking people were all stunned. Come on Hit, beat him Hit, don't admit defeat. Think about what you have practiced patiently all these years for. Simba said, what's the matter with this group of people? The game hasn't started yet, why does everyone in the 6th universe seem to be sure to lose Hit? This Hit can instantly kill Gileal, the strength should be very strong fishy. Ivan shook his head and said, don't ask, just watch quietly, this is the struggle of a warrior. Without knowing why, Simba turned his gaze to the ring, where Hit was desperately gathering his energy. Like a stingy boss, he pulled out the last trace of strength from his body and gathered it in the palm of his hand. Gradually, Hit's palm knife began to glow, and the dazzling light pierced people's eyes. Hit said, this is the move that I have prepared for 2 years. Even a star rock as huge as a mountain will completely collapse under my blow. Chi Yu, can your body withstand my attack? Chi Yu said, you can try it. Hit took a deep breath and then launched a flash attack. When the audience came back to their senses, Hit's palm was like a sharp blade, stabbing at Chi Yu's body suddenly. With a strong aura, the palm knife wiped out dazzling sparks on Chi Yu's body. The wild energy exploded suddenly like a landslide and tsunami. Immediately afterwards, the arena shattered, the whole thing shattered. The imitation star stone can withstand the gas generated when Camus erupts, but it cannot withstand the vibration generated by the collision between Chi Yu and Hit. Although it is only one blow, Hit did explode at that level of power at this moment. He pinned everything on this blow, but the hand knife still failed to penetrate Chi Yu's defense, just like that it was pushed against Chi Yu's chest. No, it's not enough it needs to be stronger it needs to be stronger such a voice echoed deep in Hit's soul, stimulating his nerves, as if bringing him back to that desert planet. He also saw the self who was beating the star stone uninterruptedly, and saw his fingers that had been fractured countless times due to overtraining. He saw the rising sun in the desert, and the blood-stained traces on the rock walls under the sun. I can't just fall down, he said to himself silently, if we get here, everything will be meaningless. Hit's blow was originally the most extreme move in the world. He combined his physical strength, energy, and will into one, striving to burst out with absolute strength in the shortest moment. Because all the power was exhausted, Hit's body was gradually weakening, and he was about to be exhausted. Even so, can I still not be able to create even a single scar on Chi Yu's body? No, I can't fall here again, never. Hit yelled up to the sky, and a round of more brilliant brilliance erupted immediately above the knife in his hand. Simba was shocked. He is burning his own life, is it worth it? The person in front of him is obviously an opponent he cannot defeat. Until now, Hit's attack has not caused any damage to Chi Yu, Even a fool can understand that Hit has no possibility of winning at all. In this case, Hit had to squeeze out his last ounce of strength and even sacrificed his life. In an instant, this question appeared in the hearts of all the audience. Is it worth it? Ivan sighed. Hyder has already answered us with practical actions. For him, this matter is worthwhile. That's why I tell you that this is a warrior's struggle. Everyone in the world is different. Some people are after power, some people are after money. But for Hit, what he pursued may be such a radiant moment. This battle won't bring anything for Hit, but he is willing to give everything for his pursuit. Hit tilde 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 come on tilde 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 beat him. And for a while all the people fell into silence. They stared at Hit's body on the ground and at Chi Yu's back, each thoughtful. I did it, Chi Yu said. Hit, I admit you are the real warrior. Hit looked at Chi Yu. There was a small hole less than an inch on his skin, and a few drops of blood were sliding down from that hole. At this moment Simba stood up, but at the same time his hand was advancing, sunk into the pressed skin. Beat him, Hit tilde tilde tilde. After speaking, Hit fell on his back. At this moment, Hit was already covered in blood, his body was separated from the hard ground, and the bright red color was scattered around. Chi Yu tidied up her clothes before turning around and walking towards her stand. At this moment, everyone finally realized how powerful Chi Yu is. Although time has passed, he is still the invincible bald devil. After an unknown amount of time, the dazzling light finally went out, and Hit exhausted 840 of his last ounce of strength. Cheer Hit tilde tilde W. After giving everything, he finally did it, causing a tiny wound on Chi Yu's body. After surmounting the arduous practice at the end of his life, he finally touched a little unreachable peak. Everyone who was watching was moved by Hit's persistence. They came from different universes and had no intersection with Hit himself. But at that moment, everyone was shouting for Hit. Hit's eyes and ears were bleeding because he squeezed himself too much, his blood vessels couldn't bear the huge pressure, and they were bursting one by one. Champa's voice was hoarse and his eyes were full of tears, but he still shouted and wept. Beside him, Caulifla Kale. Everyone from the 6th universe is the same as Champa. Under everyone's gaze, Hit just stopped breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Grand Priest raised his hands and said, I announce that the winner of this match is Chi Yu. Hit, you are a real warrior, come on tilde tilde tilde. Although it was extremely regrettable, Hit fell down after all. Grand Priest used divine power to move another ring to the center of the arena. Seeing this scene, many people were a little surprised. But think about it, the contestants smashed the entire arena countless times during the last power conference. Grand Priest is not a fool, it is impossible not to prepare. The next game will be K against Simba. Simba, who appeared as a secret weapon, has extraordinary strength. Even for K, this is a severe challenge. Chi Yu beside Kageti said, Sir, if I win, can you grant me one wish? Chi Yu was a little surprised that a girl like Kay, who has always regarded herself as a tool, would actually make her own demands, which is very rare. Chi Yu nodded and said, If you have any wishes, just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. My wish is different from ordinary ones, so I must fight for it myself. Okay then. But you also be careful, if you're not your opponent, don't try to be brave. I know. After all, Ka jumped onto the ring. Beerus asked Chi Yu, can you win? Chi Yu shook his head and said, They are about the same strength, so I can't tell. In terms of experience, K is more experienced. If we count the chances of winning, our side should be bigger. This match was considered a focus match. No one could tell whether K, the third in the universe, or the next generation Kamui Simba would win, but Simba didn't think so. He said while doing warm-up exercises, Actually, it might be unfair to you to say this, but I can't help it. No matter what, I will win this game. I'm going to win this game no matter what, K said. It's not up to you. At this time, Grand Priest said, Now I announce that the match between K and Simba has officially started. As soon as Grand Priest's voice fell, the two rushed out at the same time and started a contest. Simba's attack is powerful and heavy, while K's is vicious and weird. The figures of the two are like phantom lights flowing rapidly across the entire arena. There were bursts of explosions, collisions again and again, and they were evenly matched. Everyone originally thought that this game would last for a long time. However, at the next moment, Simba's fist hit K's abdomen, beating her to death. Before K could catch his breath, Simba's figure followed up again. What's going on here? Beerus suddenly said. The situation is wrong, the bastards of the first universe, it's really insidious. K soon got punched again and lost ground. At this point, everyone can see it. In fact, K's strength is even stronger than Simba's, but Simba has obviously studied K's style of play and fighting style, so he can gain an advantage with ease. He seems to be very familiar with K's moves, so he can be expected to be alive. Chi-Yu said, after all, Kay has been famous for so many years and this kid just came out so it's normal to be targeted. Why Beerus said, it won't work like this, Kay will lose. Chi-Yu nodded and then shouted to Kay, Kay come down. This is an unfair battle, there is no need to fight it. Kay shook his head, stubbornly got up from the ground and faced to one's enemies. Soon Kay was hit again and was knocked to the ground. No need for Beerus to say, Chi-Yu also knew the consequences. Finally, he couldn't watch it any longer and directly jumped out of the auditorium and onto the field. Seeing that Simba might not attack Chi-Yu, the old Camus also moved at the same time. Just looking at their identical flame forms, one can tell that these two are warriors of the same level. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion sounded above the ring. The barrier erected by the Grand Priest wanted to block the terrifying energy impact, but the barrier collapsed at the touch of a touch and was completely disintegrated in an instant. Camus said, I am the same. What surprised me the most is why my enemy is still standing alive and not reduced to ashes. They all shielded their people behind them and stared at each other. Beerus said, she will die if this continues. Hearing the words of the Grand Priest, people from other universes quickly backed away. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest kept erecting barrier after barrier. It wasn't how many times the Tao had been shattered before the energy tide gradually calmed down. The audience was still watching the game with relish, but at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared on the field. Their movements were so fast that they seemed to be teleporting, and even a peerless powerhouse like Jin couldn't see them. On the other side, Chi-Yu's state was extremely similar to his. Blazing white flames were burning on top of his head, like hair, constantly swaggering. To reach such a state, it is almost impossible to make an on-the-spot breakthrough in a short period of time. With all her attacks being predicted in advance, it is indeed impossible for Kay to defeat Simba, unless she also knows everything about her opponent in advance like Simba. Grand Priest yelled, everyone stand back tilde. Kay struggled to get up from the ground and said, Master Chi-Yu. The majestic energy was released everywhere like a tsunami rushing towards the stands. Kay, come down here, it's an order. Let's go back and talk about anything. Chi-Yu looked at Camus and said, this is the first time in my life that I have shot with all my strength. But Kay persisted and tried to stand up. Everyone looked towards the original arena and saw two figures standing on each of the two floating gravels. At this time, Camus's muscles were soaring and he still looked old. He was clearly a terrifying Zhao's muscular man. The blazing gold flames burned on his body, and every pore in his body was releasing the light of gold. The two faced each other, and the flames on their bodies became more and more intense. At this moment, Grand Priest stepped forward. Chi-Yu, Camus, please stop. This competition is to select the next Zeno. Your behavior of intervening in the middle is very bad. If you don't come to the stands again, I will cancel you qualification for the competition. Chi-Yu said, I didn't intend to interfere in the game, I just came to replace Kay and admit defeat. Grand Priest said, so Kay player, are you willing to admit defeat? Kay bit her lip stubbornly and refused to speak. Chi-Yu patted her head and said, actually, it's nothing, he just got your information in advance. With this experience in fighting, you will win the next match in all likelihood. The first universe and the 12th universe are feuds, and both sides are in an endless situation, and Simba should be the secret weapon prepared to deal with the 12th universe. Kay once said that her and Jin's moves are exactly the same. Simba can not only target Kay, but also Jin. To be able to understand Kay's moves so quickly and react so quickly, I am afraid that Simba has been doing various special training in his life for the past 20 years, just waiting for this day to come. I have to admit that although the means were despicable, they did succeed. 500 at this time, Kay hesitated to speak. Chi-Yu continued to comfort him. Are you still thinking about the wish you said before? It doesn't matter, I promise you, as long as I can do it, I will promise you. Finally, Kay nodded and said, I admit defeat. Immediately afterwards, Chi-Yu turned his head to look at Kay on the ring and said, you better pray that Simba doesn't meet me, otherwise I promise not to give him a chance to admit defeat. What Chi-Yu said made Simba break into a cold sweat. He knew that Chi-Yu was not joking, and the most frightening thing is that he does have such strength. With Chi-Yu's speed, if he got into the ring, he would probably be reduced to ashes without being able to say a single word. Camus said, before that, you should also pray that you don't meet me in the next round, otherwise I will definitely end the game early. Chi-Yu said, as long as you can do it, come. After finishing speaking, Chi-Yu supported Kay to walk off the ring, and the two of them left afterward. Immediately afterwards, the Grand Priest announced Simba's victory. After seeing the strength of Camus and Chi-Yu, many people were ashamed. These two people are really too strong. No matter what, the championship can only be produced between these two people even if all the other people add up. I am afraid that none of them is the opponent of any one of them. Except, of course, for one person. At this moment Jin Zheng said emotionally, "Yes, I guessed correctly, Chi Yu is indeed a super strong man who can rival Camus. He has also reached that level. If the 12th universe can't defeat Camus, then they are doomed because Camus, who became Zeno, can never let go of this group of guys who have been against his family all the year round." For Jin, Chi Yu was his only hope from the very beginning, because before Chi Yu appeared, Camus was truly invincible. Agudao, Master Jin, have you already guessed this result? Jin nodded and said, "That's right, for us only by helping Chi Yu to Zeno's position can we survive." Agu sighed, "You are the wisest gods of destruction." Jin looked at Chi Yu and Kei, and it could be seen that Chi Yu was very satisfied with the C-cab servant he gave as a gift. If he becomes Zeno 12th Universe 10, Go can survive. Chi Yu helped Kei to the seat and then said, "Come on, let's talk about your wish. But I lost. What does that matter? As long as you wished, you can speak out and take it as a reward for your hard work over the years." "Is it really possible?" "Certainly." Kei lowered her head and said, "Actually, I want to be your family just like Tacy and the others." "Idiot, I have already regarded you as family." "I didn't mean that, I meant your woman." Cough, cough, cough. Just like when the skirmish reached the top 36, the match would end after 2 rounds. Goku returned to the field, touched his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I was eliminated too." Chi Yu was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, Jin Dao, then let us see if you really have such strength." In the last match, the mighty Son Goku faced Kim from the 12th universe and unfortunately lost. "Jin Dao, I didn't expect you to really come before me, the youngest gods of destruction." Under the gaze of Beerus and others, Chi Yu couldn't help blushing and coughing repeatedly. Kei blushed and did not dare to look at Chi Yu. Vegeta snorted coldly and then said, "Damn the winner in life." Perhaps it was fate. After the results of the next round of lottery came out, it was said that some people were taken aback. Chi Yu unexpectedly met Jiren Po, and Beerus also met his enemy Jin as he wished. The starter, Beerus, snapped his fingers and stepped onto the ring. "Can't you?" It seemed that God was going to punish him. Vegeta was eliminated within half an hour after he finished speaking. As time went by, the competition became more and more cruel. At the time of the top 32, Tian Bahao was also eliminated one after another. At this moment, Grand Priest announced, "The final 16 players have been selected. Please rest for a while. We will start the final 8 in 10 hours. Kei immediately grinned. "But Jin is really good. I am not his opponent." Immediately afterwards, the Grand Priest announced the start of the game. Beerus said, "From today onwards, I am the strongest gods of destruction." Beerus scolded, "You idiot, why are you so stupid to draw lots so there are only 4 people left in our 7th universe?" Maybe Beerus is really strong, but in Jin's eyes, Beerus is just a young man. Jin, who has crossed the long river of time, has enough confidence to defeat this newcomer who dares to challenge himself. Jin said to Beerus, "From the beginning of this world, I have been the strongest gods of destruction. Until today, no one has raised any doubts about this matter. Beerus, you are the first one who dares to challenge this matter. Gods of destruction who challenged me. Although you are destined to fail, I admire your courage." Beerus put his hands behind his back and said, "Whether you win or lose, you won't know until you have fought." He is not a person who is overwhelmed. Kei's strength is equal to that of Jin, and Beerus understands Kei's strength. Since he dared to challenge Jin, he must have made enough preparations. Grand Priest announced. Now the game begins. In an instant, the figures of the two disappeared from the arena at the same time, and appeared in place at the same time. A gust of fresh wind blows through, and a few violent roars reach everyone's ears. When thunder strikes, people always see the light of the lightning before hearing the thunder. That's because light travels countless times faster than sound, and just now, the two actually did the same thing with their bodies. There were countless scars on Beerus' body, and so did Jin. Obviously, the two had already fought fiercely, but everything happened so fast that most people couldn't watch it with their naked eyes. What just happened? Who saw it clearly? These two are monsters. At that moment, how many times did they fight each other? Just like lightning. Son Goku said to Chi Yu, "Did you see clearly what happened just now? On-site strength can stabilize these two. Apart from Grand Priest and Camus, I am afraid that there is only Chi Yu, a bald guy." Also, as a partner of the 7th universe, Son Goku is also concerned about the combat effectiveness just now and who has the upper hand. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Chi Yu shook his head and said, "Just now Jin hit Beerus 49 times and Beerus returned the gold 31 times. Jin has the upper hand. Especially the one in the abdomen punch. Beerus should be seriously injured." Everyone looked towards Beerus's waist just as the others said there was indeed a fist mark there. Beerus' skin was bruised and his bones were clearly damaged. Vegeta said, "Doesn't that mean Beerus is doomed?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "It's still unclear, both parties are just probing." At this moment Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Jin, "It seems that you are superior in speed and strength. Jin Dao, are you convinced?" Young gods of destruction, Beerus laughed, it was just a warm-up. After saying that, Beerus began to move around the ring lightly and Jin did the same. The bodies of the two were as light as two fallen leaves. Grand Priest, who was watching the battle, couldn't help exclaiming, "Unexpectedly, these two people have already practiced Ultra Instinct to this level. Beerus and Jin are both geniuses." Champa raised his head and said to Grand Priest, "Master Grand Priest, is this Ultra Instinct?" Everyone has seen Son Goku use Ultra Instinct, and the silver flame is the symbol of Ultra Instinct, but the two of them have nothing on them now. They seem to have become a common person in an instant, without energy or energy. Grand Priest said, "This is of course Ultra Instinct, and it is the highest state of Ultra Instinct. They have truly become one with the environment and have achieved the perfect harmony between themselves and the world around them. Champa, your brother has achieved what you cannot is the realm of comparison." Champa has never been Beerus' opponent, and this meeting, the gap between the two has been completely widened. But this time he didn't mock Beerus, instead he learned from the 7th universe and shouted to the ring, "Beerus, come on tilde tilde tilde, you are my Champa's younger brother." Seeking Flower Zero at this time, Beerus and Kim finally made contact. Suddenly erupted while both were breathing, and the bodies of both of them turned into fuzzy phantoms, covering the entire arena. The whistling sound of piercing the air was gathered, and the strong wind blew everything around it into sand. Vegeta said to Chi-Yu, "Let's talk about it, what happened in the ring." Chi-Yu didn't speak, but K answered instead of him. Although already injured, K is still a strong man in the same realm as them. The two have been attacking each other. Just now, Master Jin has punched more than 200 punches and Beerus has the same number, but until now they have not met each other. Vegeta said in amazement, "Haven't met the other party, how can this be possible?" Chi-Yu said, "Their Ultra Instincts have reached a state of perfection. Every cell in the body will make a judgment at the first time, so it is not so easy to hit the opponent. But whoever hits the opponent first will win." At this moment, both Beerus and Jin's powers were raised to the extreme. Although they have never fought against each other before, their styles in martial arts are surprisingly similar. They are both good at attacking but not good at defending. Once he is hit by the opponent with all his strength at this time, not to mention winning or losing, whether he can survive is probably a problem. They are like acrobats on a tightrope with no chance for them to relax. In addition to physical strength, this is also a campus on a spiritual level. Chi-Yu patted number 18 who was still cheering and said, "Don't cheer up, it will distract Beerus. What is needed at this time is calmness, not morale." Hearing Chi-Yu's words, no. 18 could only keep his mouth shut silently. The two figures turned into two hurricanes on the ring, circulating continuously, and finally a terrifying explosion sounded from the ring. Vegeta widened his eyes and said, "Which one of them got punched?" 10. Once entering the Ultra Instinct state, the gap between Beerus and Jin has been negligible. At this point, the competition between each other is no longer physical harmony, but one's own spirit. When the loud noise resounded on the ring, the phantoms all over the sky disappeared in an instant, and only two gods of destruction standing back to back appeared on the field. Who actually won? There was a loud bang just now, and that was the sound of someone being hit. Everyone started talking, but Vegeta and the others looked at Chi-Yu beside him, who shook his head and sighed, "What a pity. Beerus lost." Just then, Beerus spoke. "Jin, you are really too strong." The noisy audience fell silent instantly. 543 Jin said, "You two young gods of destruction, I take back what I just said. From today onwards, I will not be the strongest gods of destruction in the universe." Beerus said, "I never expected to become Zeno, because Chi-Yu and Camus are here, so I have no chance. But now, I have not been able to achieve my goal after all, to become the strongest gods of destruction." After all, the two bodies fell down in different directions at the same time, and then fell to pieces. In fact, the loud noise just now was not one sound, but two. It's just overlapping, so it's impossible to tell them apart. In that short moment, they hit each other at the same time, so Chi-Yu said it was a pity. There was no winner in this match, both Beerus and Kim tried their best, but neither survived. Dead. That Beerus who sleeps all day and goes to the earth to eat snacks is dead. Before everyone came back to their senses, the bodies of Beerus and Jin had turned into debris and were blown away by the wind. The indestructible body of gods of destruction was completely destroyed by the opponent with just one blow. Grand Priest said, "What an amazing fight, I declare double Fang Ping hands." There was a roar of cheers from the audience, and everyone applauded Beerus and Jin's battle. In this way, the top 16 matches have come to an end. Before you know it, the game is already the quarterfinals. Beerus is dead too tilde. Chi Yu couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, no matter what, this match was a bit too cruel. He couldn't help but wonder, does this match really make sense for Grand Priest and Zeno? In just 1 week, the genius warriors from all the universes died one after another. Why did Zeno do this? Chi Yu looked at Grand Priest, only to see a layer of gloom covering that blue face. At this moment, the box used to draw lots appeared in front of Chi Yu's eyes again. The advanced contestants are asked to draw their own competition numbers. In Grand Priest's tone, a trace of urgency. This time, Chi Yu was the first to play, and his opponent was another Giantpo who regarded him as his old enemy, but I didn't expect that Joe Lionpo would say, "I admit defeat." Just now, Chi Yu and Camus showed everyone their invincible strength, so it is not surprising that everyone surrendered to Chi Yu. But this person is Giant, it is very surprising. In order to defeat Chi Yu, he has undergone no less practice than Hit, and in terms of strength, Giantpo is also stronger. But such a person chose to admit defeat at a critical moment, which made Chi Yu unable to understand. Chi Yu said, "Why? I don't believe you are scared anymore." Giantpo's fighting spirit is also incomparably firm, and when he was still weaker, he still dared to challenge Chi Yu. There was no reason for him to abstain when the day finally came. Giant broke out, "Because I don't want to die. If I die, I will completely lose the chance of defeating you. There is no Super Shenron in this conference reward. I can't do it 10 times again. There is no Dragon Ball in the 11th universe, so if Giant dies, he is really dead." Chi Yu said, "But what if I become Zeno?" Simba also said, "I agree to abstain." Grand Priest nodded. Do Son Gohan and Simba agree with their proposal? After finishing speaking, Giant turned around and walked off the ring alone. Ivan said, "Everyone has their own way of fighting. Giant did nothing wrong, on the contrary. He chose a seemingly difficult but the only way. It is not only people who died in battle like Hit that's what counts as a brave man. Going into the ring like this is purely courting death. No matter how stupid Gohan is, he will not refuse such a request. P.S. The plot is almost finished and the next world will soon reveal its secret, so stay tuned." Gohan said, "I agree to abstain." After finishing speaking, Chi Yu looked at Grand Priest. Simba said, "Is it really okay for Giant to break like this?" Grand Priest announced, "After discussions between the 7th universe and the 1st universe, we have decided to cancel the semifinals and go directly to the finals. Now Chi Yu and Camus are invited to come on stage." After that, Gohan defeated the first gods of destruction Ivan, and Simba and Camus also defeated their opponents, of course. In this way, the semifinals completely became a contest between the 7th universe and the 1st universe. Chi Yu said with a smile, "As long as I become Zeno, that Simba will also die, and this may be the only interesting duel in my life. If this is the case, then let's start, I can't wait." It seems that fate is playing a joke with everyone. In the draw of the semifinals, Chi Yu got Simba as he wished, and Camus got Son Gohan. Standing in the stands, Camus said to Chi Yu, "If you kill Simba, I will kill Son Gohan too. You know I also have that ability, and I won't give him any chance to beg for mercy." Simba looked at Hit and saw that the leaving figure was full of loneliness. Maybe it was not easy for him to make such a choice. Simba thought so. "Let them all abstain, let's hurry up and start our battle," Giant said firmly. "Then I will continue to practice until I can defeat you, and I will never give up." After Hit left the field, the game became much less exciting. Chi Yu said, "What do you want to say? Now, Chi Yu and Camus, please come on stage." Everyone held their breath as the Grand Priest was announced. In fact, everyone understands that the final winner can only be produced between these two people, because the strength gap between them and others is too great. Chi Yu took off his sports jacket, revealing his strong muscles, and Camus also put down his cane and then came to the ring. As these two players joined the battle, the wind seemed to have become a little more bleak, and many people couldn't help shivering. Grand Priest said, "Considering that players Chi Yu and Camus are really too strong, everyone please back off immediately." With a wave of his hand, the auditorium receded towards the endless void at the fastest speed. The angels of each universe take out their wands and begin live broadcasting the match. Chi Yu said, "I've never really enjoyed fighting." Camus said, "Me too, because I've never met a 22-hand opponent good enough to fight." Chi Yu asked, "Are we similar?" Camus said, "So this battle is unique and worth betting on our most precious things, don't you think?" "What are you betting on?" "Gamble your life." Chi felt his heart beating violently, and the boiling blood spread along his veins to all parts of his body. He took a deep breath and said, "What a wonderful proposal." White's blazing flame was ignited, and in a trance, Chi came to that messy world again. There, the last consciousness of One Punch Man still sat upright. He looked at Chi and said, "Why are you here again?" Chi said, "I have come to fulfill your wish. I have found an enemy who is truly capable of fighting." After finishing speaking, Chi stretched out his hands to those chains on his body and then tore them off completely. One Punch Man laughed a heroic laugh. "Then let's fight the battle and tell the best stories in the blood." That is not chi, nor is it pure energy. No one can tell what the blazing flame is because no one has reached such a state except Chi and Camus. Two fiery rays of light shone in the void, and the moment Chi and Camus roared, the arena was turned into nothingness. In such a battle, the so-called arena itself has no meaning. The flames were like hair floating above the heads of the two of them. From their eyes, there was only endless light. Camus's muscles bulged, and he tore his monk's robe to pieces and said to Chi, "Are you ready? Then come on." The two raised their fists and waved to each other at the same time. An unprecedented shock instantly swept across the endless realm of nothingness. Although everyone had already fled to a distant place, they were still completely shaken. When everyone woke up from the muddle and looked at the screens of the angels again, everyone lost their voices at that moment. At the place where the fists of the two people met, countless energies spewed out and then gathered together and gradually cooled down. In the end, these energies formed patches of galaxies and planets. Gohan said, "My God, this is. Is this the origin of the world?" Before being a warrior, Gohan was first and foremost a scholar. In the concept of physics, the universe originated from an explosion of energy on an unprecedented scale. When this energy gradually cooled, galaxies and worlds were formed. At this moment, the strength of the two powerhouses has truly reached the point where the world was created. Endless energy flowed between them. Chi clenched his fist, then looked at the new world around him and said, "I never thought that my full blow could create such a beautiful scene." Camus said, "I think so too, but it's not enough." After saying that, the two rushed towards each other for the second time. This time, without the reminder from the Grand Priest, everyone spontaneously fled frantically to a more distant place. The battle between Chi and Camus started completely. Every collision between the two will bring a terrible shock. The energy of the explosion forms a sphere, which continues to expand in the void. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, a brand new world will appear there. A world bigger and vaster than the world of Dragon Ball. Zeno stood up from his chair with excited little stars in his eyes. The bald devil and Camus are really amazing and the light is really beautiful. In the past, when Zeno spoke, everyone would listen carefully, but this time, no one jumped out to answer his exclamation. Because at this moment, everyone is witnessing a myth. Seeing such power, Jiren asked in a daze, "Do I really have a chance to defeat Chi?" Vermut said, "I can only take your words as a joke." This is the power of despair. 847 is the ultimate in the extreme. While everyone was shocked by the scene of the battle, the enthusiasm of Chi and Camus was at an all-time high. Chi put on a strange posture and then said, "This is a martial arts skill from another world that I prepared for you." At the same time, the blazing flame on Camus swelled again. "Can you narrow the gap between us with just this?" As predicted before the game, after the efforts of countless generations of genius warriors in the first universe, Camus indeed possesses more powerful aura and energy than Chi. If it was just head-to-head, Chi would definitely lose, so he studied a set of 4-2-2-stroke boxing techniques. Now finally, the time has come for the test to succeed. Another powerful blow, Chi hand rested on Camus' arm faster than light and then dragged hard. In an instant, Camus lost his balance and his chest opened wide. Chi raised his fist and let out a roar, then blasted towards Camus' chest. Super Killer Series ~~ Super Serious Punch ~~ Super Killer Series ~~ Super Serious Punch ~~ Chi let out a roar, and his fist was firmly inserted into Camus' chest. Camus spat out a mouthful of blood because of this, and the severe pain stimulated his nerves like a stimulant, making Camus' emotions even hotter. He grabbed Chi arm before he could retract it, and then hit Chi abdomen with his knee. The huge impact pushed the two of them apart and the battle paused briefly. Not enough ~~ not enough ~~ such voices echoed in their souls, and the blood seemed to turn into burning gasoline boiling in their chests. Chi raised his hands, arousing all his strength again. Super Killing Series ~~ Consecutive Super Serious Punches ~~ Sprint Meteor Shower ~~ Camus' 10 fingers continuously shot out destructive Qigong cannons. while Saitama resisted Camus' attack with his body punching Camus' body one after another. Countless light years away in the auditorium of the selection conference, Gods of Destruction Champa suddenly screamed. Look at their faces. When everyone noticed the expressions of the two of them carefully, they realized that the two of them were actually laughing heartily. Simba murmured, "It's like a monster." Ivan said, "It's not like such existences are no different from monsters. Because they are so powerful, they will be happy to meet their opponents in this vast world." Gradually, the battle between Chi-Yu and Camus calmed down. It can be seen that one of Chi-Yu's arms has been broken and he is struggling feebly. And Camus's sternum is sinking and he is constantly vomiting Red's blood. Camus collapsed in the void and said, "Why are you getting stronger and stronger? I suppressed you to fight at the beginning. It's really scary. You are still making progress after reaching this level tilde." At this point, Chi-Yu probably understood what was going on. Because of taking down the limiter, Chi-Yu is equivalent to having a body without limits, unless the opponent can kill him with a single punch. Otherwise, the squeeze will continue to improve. Chi-Yu held his broken arm and said, "Someone told me about this before. It seems that I can really become stronger with the battle. Damn it, after I win you, I'm afraid I'll never find you again. No more opponents. But I will remember this battle today and forever. Camus, I won." "Yeah, you won. Congratulations, new Zeno." "No, I actually won." At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. It was the voice of Grand Priest. Everyone looked up to the stands, and at an unknown time, Grand Priest's hand had already pierced Zeno's chest and pulled out a gold sphere from it. Until the end, Zeno still had a confused expression on his face and just fell down in front of the throne. Ivan said angrily, "Grand Priest, do you know what you are doing? You have betrayed your duty." Grand Priest put the gold orb into his chest and said, "Responsibilities are important, but compared to Zeno's power, these are insignificant." Ivan said, "You have been serving Zeno around. Why did you not do it until now?" Grand Priest stretched out his hand and a vast force came from him. Everyone seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and quickly arrived in front of Chi-Yu and Camus, who were already seriously injured. Grand Priest pointed to Camus, who was vomiting blood, and said, "It is because of this person, Camus of your first universe. His power has surpassed the limit that Master Zeno can interfere with. Even if I have the power of Zeno, it may not be possible you can really control the world. But I was very lucky, and I actually waited for a second person like him." After all, Grand Priest was the first to look at his son Whis. Chi-Yu stood up and said, "Do you think you won? B********D. I have to tell you one thing, I don't like being cheated the most." Chi-Yu said, "So you planned this match just to make us both lose? You guys are a bunch of idiots. Numbers don't mean anything to me. Since you guys want to die, then come one by one." Ivan yelled like a Grand Priest and rushed over. Then the Grand Priest just glanced at Ivan, and the original Supreme Gods of Destruction just disappeared out of thin air. It wasn't until this moment that everyone remembered that this person was already the new Zeno. "From now on, I am an immortal existence, and I don't need Zhao's children." After finishing speaking, Chi-Yu punched Grand Priest. But the all-powerful fist didn't work this time. Grand Priest held Chi-Yu's fist and said, "After gaining the power of Zeno, I am no longer the same person I used to be. And you are so weak now, how can you be my opponent? Go to hell tilde. After saying that, Grand Priest turned his gaze to Chi-Yu. "We can't let such an evil guy take away Zeno's power. Let's go together tilde. Unless it reaches the level of Chi-Yu and Camus, Grand Priest can completely wipe himself out with a single thought." One warrior after another was eliminated, and finally the Grand Priest turned his attention to K. After saying that, Grand Priest kicked Chi-Yu hard in the stomach. Chi-Yu's body suddenly turned into a meteor, colliding with Camus. The future universe doesn't need warrior, lest people like Chi-Yu and Camus appear again. Grand Priest said, "Chi-Yu, you look like you don't care about anything, but in fact you are the smartest. I have worked hard to hide it from you. Now that you have lost your fighting power, it is up to me to do it for you. You are done. You are people who should not have appeared in this world, so it is not worth pity." Chi-Yu struggled to fight again, but at this time Camus grabbed Chi-Yu's hand and said, "Now there is only one way to defeat the Grand Priest. Chi-Yu, you are willing to inherit the power of Camus from the past and become the next Camus." After saying that, Whis' body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Grand Priest looked at the second person, who seemed to enjoy the pleasure of this lawlessness. "Father, you." Camus is not a person's name, but a title, which represents the person who inherits Camus' power. The first universe has existed since the birth of the world, and the most talented warriors have accumulated their power generation after generation, and Camus is what it is today. This kind of power can be inherited and gifted, and now this generation of Camus wants to give this power to Chi-Yu. Camus said angrily, "This is the last chance, promise me, and help me take care of the first universe in the future." The reason why Camus is still alive now is entirely supported by the Chi in his body. If this power is given to Chi-Yu, then Camus is really dead. Super Shenron can't play tricks on strong people like Chi-Yu and Camus. Even if they copy a body, it is an incomplete fake. Chi-Yu had already tried this point when he was a dark man. In other words, once Chi-Yu accepts, Camus will die forever. The Grand Priest who was in the distance had already shifted his gaze to Kay. Chi-Yu had no choice at this moment, so he nodded and said, "Do you have any other last words?" Camus means dedication. I hope you will treat this power kindly in the future. 407, Camus took out a red gold ball of light from his body. The shape of the ball was similar to Zeno's, but it was slightly smaller. Immediately afterwards, Camus pressed it into Chi-Yu's body. "Goodbye, my friend." After that, Camus closed his eyes. At this moment, everyone is desperate. Grand Priest was originally the second most powerful person in the entire universe, and now that he has gained the power of Zeno, all the people present may not be able to withstand his elimination once. Perhaps the reason why Grand Priest kept them was just to use the fear of slowly killing them to experience the joy of being omnipotent. Quite a few people were cursing angrily, but they were really angry, the happier the Grand Priest was. At this moment, Zhang Blue's face was already filled with a terrifying grin. Vegeta closed his eyes, and like everyone in the 7th universe, he had completely given up. At this moment, Kay suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's Lord Chi-Yu tilde tilde tilde." Grand Priest turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw Chi-Yu transforming into a Beijing-colored streamer CCFC star flying towards this side. Grand Priest, die for me tilde tilde tilde, you still don't give up, you idiot. Grand Priest turned his head and reached out his hand to grab Chi-Yu's fist, but the huge force from his hand made Grand Priest's face change drastically. His body was blown away by Chi-Yu's punch and flew into the endless void. However, Chi-Yu was not ready to let him go and rushed towards Grand Priest again. Vegeta, who opened his eyes, broke out in a cold sweat and said, "It's the bald-headed devil and he's resurrected. It's Chi-Yu. It's the great demon king Chi-Yu tilde tilde." "Kill him, kill this despicable fellow." Only Simba murmured, not only the bald devil but also Camus. As Camus' original heir, he can certainly feel the power of Chi-Yu. At this time, Chi-Yu's huge aura had merged with Camus's inheritance. Although he was seriously injured, his strength was unprecedentedly strong. The people who survived the catastrophe shouted for Chi-Yu one after another. Grand Priest stabilized his body. At this time, half of his face had been smashed by Chi-Yu. Seeing Chi-Yu flying again, he roared in disbelief. "This is simply outrageous. Why did your strength become so strong? Go to the afterlife and ask, you sinister villain. I can't be defeated by you. I still have the power of Zeno tilde tilde." Grand Priest also sent the biggest Kai blast ever to Chi-Yu, preparing for the final battle of trapped beasts. Chi-Yu's eyes were blood red, and he let out a final roar. Final Kill Series Desperate Punch tilde tilde tilde. Under Chi-Yu's fist, Grand Priest's Kai blast was about to collapse, and that fist hit Grand Priest unstoppably. Amidst the endless energy, Grand Priest's body was gradually decomposed, shattered, and finally turned into fly ash and disappeared. Then the sphere of light that contained Zeno's power was revealed. The ball of light flew around and finally sank into Chi-Yu's body. Baldhead Demon King tilde tilde tilde. Seeing this, everyone should also understand who these live treasures are. They are the Straw Hat Gang of One Piece. And this bald head is precisely Chi-Yu, who punched through a different dimension and came across. Those calling voices were gradually moving away from him. In a trance, Chi-Yu saw a beautiful figure in black and followed him into the boundless light. Immediately after, Chopper is the only doctor on the Golden Mary, and his life is at stake. At this time, everyone still listens to him very much. It pulled the man out of the cloth plank and began to bandage the wound. Seeing the man's injury, Chopper couldn't help but exclaimed, "He is still alive after suffering such a serious injury. This man's vitality is simply stronger than Lu's. Fly is still strong." Chopper ran up with the medical kit and immediately preached to the liar. "Get out of the way, this person is seriously injured. If he doesn't get treated, he will die. He's still alive tilde tilde tilde." The day was sunny, and the Golden Mary, as usual, was floating in the first half of the Great Voyage. Luffy was still laughing and said, "If you are injured, you have to eat meat. As long as you eat meat, you will be fine." A new story begins here. On the deck, Luffy is sleeping with a straw hat on, Luo Bing is reading a book, and Zoro is waving that exaggerated barbell. Nami punched her own idiot captain on the head and said, "Idiot, quickly carry him to the cabin." P.S. The new world is placed in One Piece. Many readers may be a little disappointed. After all, the author is only one person. Many authors of other worlds you asked for have never read it. If you haven't read it, you can't write well. You can only write familiar ones first. One Piece, when the plot of One Piece is finished, the author will refer to everyone's opinions and write the plot you like. Thank you, and I would like to say sorry to the readers who expect me to write about other worlds. Chi-Yu didn't know anything. A group of people immediately gathered around. The blonde-haired ghost floated over and said in a sweet voice, Nami Shuang tilde tilde, are you calling me? Chi-Yu tilde tilde tilde, Master Chi-Yu tilde tilde tilde. Liar Buu touched the bald head's body with the slingshot in his hand and found that he was still moving slightly and was immediately shocked. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the sky, and a bald young man fell from the sky and smashed into the deck heavily. Where is this? Chi-Yu opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a small furry face. It had a gray face, a cute hat, and 2 antlers. Ah, he's awake. The reindeer-like animal actually spoke. Chi-Yu numbly got up from the ground, only to realize that he was on a dilapidated boat, and a pirate flag with a straw hat was tied to the mast of the boat, which looked very funny. This scene seems a bit familiar. Chi-Yu rubbed his head, but it was still naked. At this time, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. Hey, where did you come from? Suddenly fell from the sky and smashed my boat. A boy with a scar on his face and a straw hat came over. F***K, you are Lu 347 fly. Chi-Yu was confused. Isn't this the protagonist Lu Fei in One Piece? In the battle between myself and Grand Priest, I was shot out of the Dragon Ball universe and ran to the world of One Piece. And met the Straw Hats. How do you know my name? Lu Fei scratched his head and grinned. Could it be that I, the future One Piece, have become so famous that even strangers know it? Ha ha ha. Snapped. Nami on the side gave Luffy a shudder. Don't be so stinky, Captain. Let's find out his life experience first. This guy is very suspicious. I have never seen such a bright head. Liabu, Zoro, and others also surrounded him, staring at Chi-Yu's head. How did his head grow, and why doesn't he have a single hair? It's strange. This head can be used as a light bulb. Maybe it can be used as a mirror. We still lack a cleaner on board. Maybe we can keep him. There was a lot of discussion, and Chi-Yu finally recovered from the trance at this time. As the saying goes, if you survive a catastrophe, you must have future blessings. Unexpectedly, he came to the world of One Piece, and this time he can embark on a new journey. It's just a pity for Tacy and the others. I don't know how they are doing in the Dragon Ball world. The Grand Priest has been wiped out by me, leaving only Beerus and others. They should be able to control the situation. When I recover my strength, maybe they will be able to control the situation. You can go back and get them. After speaking, Yu shook his fist. Suddenly, I found that my strength had dropped a lot. His previous violent power that could shake the universe has been sealed again by the chains in his body, and what he can use now is probably only the power of Saitama's peak in One Punch Man. That is equivalent to the level of Super Saiyan 2. But the only difference is that Chi-Yu can still mobilize the chi in his body, and he can control the use of chi, even in this One Piece world with different rules from the Dragon Ball universe. That is, his chi is much weaker than the original oppression. After all, this is the world of One Piece, and there is no such thing as chi. Even if my strength has dropped significantly, my current strength alone is enough to crush everyone in the world of One Piece. I want to see what the so-called treasure of One Piece is. It might be good to destroy the world government, by the way. Chi-Yu squeezed his fist and smiled faintly. What he said to himself fell into the ears of others, but it caused a burst of laughter. Hey, did you hear that? This guy said he wants to destroy the world government. He has bigger ambitions than us pirates. Liar Boo exaggerated. It's broken. Did we pick up a fool? His brain should be burned out. I'll continue to treat him. Chopper ran over and said with concern, ha ha ha, this bald head is even more bragging than me. Although I, Luffy, aspire to become the pirate king in the future, I never thought of overthrowing the world government. Luffy also looked disbelieving. Even Robin, who has been reading a book calmly, couldn't help but look at Chi-Yu. Obviously, everyone didn't believe Chi-Yu's words. And Chi-Yu stood up, looking at the endless sea with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This world is really good. There are more capable people than imagined, but I don't know who can block my punch. In addition, I heard that there are many girls in the world of One Piece, and Nami and Robin are good, so I will stay here with the Straw Hats for a while. He said these words to himself. Seeing that the bald man didn't say a word, Luffy got a little angry. Hey, do you have a name? Where did you come from? What's your name? What specialties do you have? If not, I will throwing you overboard. We don't want waste on board the Golden Mary. My name is Chi-Yu and I come from a very far away place. As for my specialty, my strength is very strong. Does it count? Chi Yu turned around, looked at Lu Fei and the others and said lightly, Chi Yu, very strong. Do you have any evidence to prove it? I don't like braggarts. Luffy looked at Chi Yu suspiciously. What's that? Everyone looked at the bow curiously. Luffy turned his head and yelled, Hey, don't think I didn't hear, Nami. Are you talking to the captain? A burst of whistle sound came from far and near. Danger, turn the rudder. Nami rolled her eyes. Doesn't someone like to brag a lot? How dare you say others? Everyone. Suddenly, the bottom of the boat seemed to hit something. Huh. What's that? Nami picked up the binoculars and saw the station. Why is there such a thing here? Chi Yu, on the other hand, looked at the blinking signal lights above his head. P.S. Dear readers, I'm really sorry. The author stopped updating for a day yesterday. I'm sorry because I was sick and had a fever yesterday. I had a fever all day. I have a splitting headache and I lie on the bed all day long, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. No matter standing or lying down, I feel uncomfortable, runny nose, stuffy nose, headache, very uncomfortable, and taking medicine doesn't work. I really want to die. Fortunately, the fever is finally gone today and the headache is much better. The author will get up and update immediately. There should be more than 3 updates today. Please support the hardworking author. Boom, everyone quickly looked under the hull. Woo woo woo. Wow, what happened? We seem to have hit a rock. Immediately afterwards, they saw a huge chimney emitting thick water vapor 0. 2, and then a deafening roar was approaching rapidly. At this time, the Mary also began to approach the station. Chi Yu smiled and looked towards the sea level not far away, where a place similar to a station appeared. You will see it soon. After Lu Fei saw the whole picture of this thing clearly, his eyes almost popped out and he roared quickly. Woo woo woo. In the nick of time, they finally returned the melee, and the sea train that was emitting white smoke roared past them quickly. What the hell, there are trains on the sea? Luffy and the others were stunned, but the shape was indeed a train. Oops, there's a freestyle frog in front of the train, it's dead this time. Others couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw a huge frog lying in the water in front of the train. At this time, they also noticed that there was suddenly one person missing from the boat. Where did that bald head go? Didn't he run away? My gosh, there he is. What? When did he go to the frog? Everyone looked at Chi Yu standing on the water and screamed, fast, too fast. Everyone never found out when Chi Yu got off the boat, let alone how Chi Yu managed to stay on the water without sinking. At this time, Chi Yu looked at the sea train rushing towards him and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Take your 22 to test how much power I can exert in this world. After speaking, Chi Yu punched out. Common punch, rumble. With a loud noise, the entire sea train completely detached from the track. The huge inertia caused the tail of the sea train to tilt high, and the extremely strong front of the train was directly sunken in. Click, click, click. Thick black smoke rose from around the train. The sea train is directly scrapped. Wow, monster! The Straw Hats were stunned. What did they see? A human being exploded a sea train tens of meters long. Is this too exaggerated? Chi Yu, on the other hand, was very dissatisfied with the damage she caused. It seems that my strength still hasn't recovered. Although I only used 1% of my strength, the destructive power is pitifully small. It seems I may be too hungry. Shaking his head, a dazzling group of Kai Blast appeared directly in Chi Yu's palm. Rumble. A huge mushroom cloud rose across the sea level. The powerful Kai Blast blasted the sea train into pieces in an instant, killing all the unlucky passengers on the train into scum. This incomparable destructive power almost made the whole Straw Hat gang almost scared to pee. Who the hell is this guy? The huge commotion caused by Chi Yu alarmed the station master of Shift Station, the mermaid Granny Kokoro, her companion Zimini, and the kitten Kunb. Hey, what are you doing there? Zimini, who had a big mouth but painted a very funny red lip, looked at Luffy and the others. But when she saw the pirate flag of the Mary, she exclaimed, Wait, you are pirates. Granny Kikeluo, the pirates are coming. Isn't it a pirate? Make a fuss and bring me my phone bug. Granny Kikeluo, who was awakened by Zimoni's roar, came out of the station master's room leisurely. She was fat, extremely ugly, and she was holding a wine bottle in her hand, drinking while walking, and she looked drunk. As a result, he fell asleep on the ground as soon as he went out. Everyone, what did I want to say just now? I forgot. By the way, are you pirates? We don't have anything to grab at this station. Please go to another place. Granny Kikeluo got up from the ground and said yes. Luffy and others said. But when she looked at the track of the sea train not far away, she was directly stunned. Then, what is that? She saw a bald-headed young man standing on the water, and around him there were still many broken planks and a big chimney floating. The little girl Kaimni was also confused. Grandma Kikeluo, that looks like the steam chimney of a sea train. I know it's a chimney, the key is where did the sea train go? Granny Kikeluo panicked. Oh. You can go to the capital of water at 950, which is where the largest shipyard in the world is located. Their shipbuilding technology is the best in the world, and for me, there are also the most excellent ship repairers in the world. Granny Key Keluo took another sip of wine and said slowly. Everyone turned their attention to the bald demon king. A train was shattered into pieces in his hands, and all the passengers in the train were blown up. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were also very excited. After sailing and fighting for so long, the entire ship has become tattered. If they don't send it for overhaul, they may not be able to survive the next battle. Chi Yu's actions are no more pirates than these pirates. Lu Fei scratched his head. He is not our companion yet, we just discovered him. Straw Hat Boy, who are you? Then you should hurry up and leave here to avoid being wanted by the Navy. Granny Key Keluo waved her hand. But what about that guy? Nami looked at Chi Yu. Hey, that monster mother-in-law, I know where the sea train is going. Luffy also felt that Grandma Key Keluo was ugly, so he simply called her monster mother-in-law. Chi Yu's hearing is very good. He appeared on the boat with a slight movement of his body and said calmly to the crowd, "This is too brutal, really." Great, we can finally renovate and strengthen the Mary. Luffy jumped up excitedly when he heard that the City of Water had a shipyard and repairers. Me, hearing Mrs. Key Keluo asked about his name. Lu Fei raised his head, pointed to the sky with one hand and introduced himself arrogantly. My name is Lu Fei, and I am an inspirational man who wants to become the One Piece King in the future. Granny Key Keluo nodded. Well, he is really an interesting big boy. What I want to know is that bald man your companion? He got into a big disaster. This is a sea train and the cost is extremely expensive. And it is jointly operated by the world government and the shipbuilding company. If he sabotages a sea train, he will be wanted with a huge reward. Well, Granny Kokoro, do you know where there is a ship repair yard? Our ship needs to be repaired. Luffy asked. It just so happens that I'm going to the City of Water too. There should be places selling food there. I'm hungry. You monster, you are more ruthless than us pirates. You killed all the people in that car. I don't want to be with you, a murderer. Besides, this is my ship. As the captain, I refuse you to join us. Luffy compares to the Holy Mother, and seeing how violent Chi Yu is, he is a little uncomfortable. I also feel that he is very evil with a strong murderous aura. Chopper nodded in agreement. This weird guy, he might also be a wanted pirate, right? He looks very fierce. This guy is even more arrogant than me. It's really annoying to watch. The Straw Hats were all upset with Chi Yu. They are all friends with similar interests, have the same experience, have experienced life and death, and although they are pirates, they are actually kind-hearted. And Chi Yu is not a good person at first glance. No wonder they are a little bit repelled. I didn't hear what you said. Chi Yu walked up to Lu Fei and said lightly, I said you are an annoying guy, Luffy said with his hips akimbo. He was answered with a loud applause. Snapped. Luffy suffered a severe blow to the face. Even if he was the constitution of the rubber man, he was almost distorted by the blow. The whole person was thrown high into the air and fell straight into the sea. Wow, I can't swim, help. The ability users who ate the devil fruit were all cursed by the sea, and they were all landlubbers. Seeing this scene, the others hurried down to save Luffy. Nami held her weather stick and walked in front of Chi Yu with a displeased look on her face. Hey, your guy is too unreasonable. Why are you hitting people? Luffy didn't say anything bad. That kid is too noisy. If I didn't kill him, I would have given face to you two beauties on board. Chi Yu said disapprovingly. HMPH, you're so bad I don't want to see you either. Nami raised her weather stick and hit Chi Yu. It's a pity that just as she was waving into the air, the weather stick was caught by someone, or Chi Yu. With a slight effort, the weather stick came out of Nami's hand and was held by Chi Yu. This is the magic weather stick. It looks very common, tilde. Chi Yu looked at the stick in his hand and curled his lips. You, how dare you say my weather is so common? Nami was so angry that she rushed towards Chi Yu like a tigress. But what she did was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Chi Yu just grabbed it, and Nami was hugged by Chi Yu like a chick. With her soft and delicate body in her arms, and Nami's clothes are very cool at this time, the two of them are almost stuck together. In January, Chi took a deep breath. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly became more interested in the world of One Piece. At least, there are quite a lot of girls here. B**********, what are you holding me for? Let go, I'm going to call for help. Help, help, bald and smelly rascal. Nami called out to her companion at the top of her voice. Damn, what are you doing to Nami? Let her go. Others reacted one after another. Chopper was the first to bear the brunt, and immediately transformed into a strong human form, waving his big fist and hitting Chi Yu. Little reindeer, don't be impulsive, I don't want to blow you up by accident. Chi-Yu watched Chopper rushing over to save Nami, pulled out a hand and snapped his fingers. I was caught by an invisible force. Knocked out. I hate guys who are more powerful than me, and I hate bastards who bully my companions. Go to hell. At this moment, Chi-Yu suddenly had a gust of wind blowing from behind, and the piercing saber energy sliced across the void, chopping down towards Chi-Yu's arm. Ding! A sound like gold and iron clashing sounded. Zoro's katana blade was caught between two fingers by Chi-Yu. Click. Use a little force. A samurai sword of Sauron was easily broken by Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu snapped his fingers again, and the broken samurai sword blade flew back and pierced into Sauron's shoulder. Sauron clutched his wound, took several steps backwards, and then sat down on the tattered mast wrapped in iron. He looked at Chi-Yu in disbelief. He was severely wounded by his own knife. The opponent just used one move. What kind of power and control is this? This guy is absolutely no ordinary person. Ugly bald head, don't bully my companions, take the trick for me. Glitter baby, kill Eggstar. Following the words of lying Beerus fell. A burst of dazzling light suddenly appeared on the boat. This is Usopp's usual trick, using flash bombs to make the opponent's eyes shut, and then he can take the opportunity to launch a trick. He put a rotten egg on the slingshot and catapulted towards Chi-Yu. This rotten egg can be said to be extremely stinky. Once hit, it will make people feel sick and vomit, completely losing the desire to fight. Hit it, my rotten eggs. Usopp clenched his fists excitedly. He didn't believe that this bald-headed scoundrel could escape from his serial killer moves. Unfortunately, it turns out that he really thought too much. When the rotten egg flew halfway, it was smashed by a Kai blast, and the rotten egg juice that exploded completely splashed on Usopp himself. Wow, it stinks. Usopp was sickened by his own rotten egg smoke. Chi-Yu laughed out loud. Usopp used this trick when he competed with Luffy for the ownership of the Mary on Judicial Island, and it was hard to beat Luffy. Usopp suppressed the stench and launched a new move at Chi-Yu. Shuriken Meteor Cluster. Spit out blame from Chi-Yu's mouth in one breath. Damn it, go to hell with me. Unfortunately, what he meant was Chi-Yu. It seems that I am destined to be a villain in the world of One Piece. Countless shurikens shining with cold Zhao Nuajo swept towards Chi-Yu. This is a large-scale attack method. Once hit by his shuriken star cluster, I am afraid that the whole person will be smashed into a sieve, but it swept the audience like a tornado. Compared with Chi-Yu, the gap between them is too big. The wind is howling, extremely turbulent. Except for Nami in his arms, everything that wanted to get close to Chi-Yu, including Luffy who had just been rescued, was blown into the sea. This is the horror of Chi-Yu moment. In one breath, the entire Straw Hat Pirates were wiped out. Chi-Yu's fighting power is really terrifying. Although he tried his best to suppress the real power, it was not comparable to these little pirates. Fortunately, he didn't seem to intend to kill anyone. Apart from teaching Luffy and others a profound lesson, he stopped. However, Chi-Yu domineeringly treats Nami as his own personal maid, which annoys Luffy and the others. It's a pity that they can't resist Chi-Yu's despotic power at all. In order to prevent their companions from being killed by the moody Chi-Yu, Nami can only serve Chi-Yu as a hostage in exchange for the safety of the entire crew. In this way, a group of people embarked on the voyage to the water capital. Except that the owner of the Melee had been replaced by Chi-Yu, it was quite smooth. After half a day of sailing, the city of water gradually appeared in front of everyone. Wow, so beautiful. Everyone was overwhelmed by the city that appeared in front of them. A perfect water city appeared in front of everyone. The whole city is surrounded by an ocean. The countless regular waterways in the city are like the veins in a flower, making the whole city as beautiful as a flower blooming in the ocean. It's so beautiful. Even Robin and Nami couldn't help looking at the city of water. Ho ho, let's go. Luffy shouted from the bow. The Melee slowly entered the water capital. Along the way, the enthusiasm of this city infected everyone, and everyone was filled with laughter, which all showed the youthful vitality of the city. As an emerging island, youth is its greatest joy. From the mouths of the people in this city, it is known that pirate ships are not allowed to park in the port openly. Luffy and others had no choice but to park the Mary in a promontory in the back mountain. However, when the Mary was parked, because Sauron used a little force, the mast of the Mary was broken. Everyone really didn't expect that Mary was so fragile. Zoro, can't you be gentle? The ship is broken and we can only stay here. Be *****D. Luffy yelled angrily. Sauron. Luffy punished Sauron for watching the ship. But this guy just sleeps watching the boat, which just satisfies this guy. And Luffy Usopp is going to go to the center of the city to exchange cash for a major repair on the Mary. The rest of the people are going to take a look inside the city. Sanji is going to buy some supplies, Chopper is going to buy some medical books, and Robin proposes to go with him. Let's go, it's time for me to get off the boat, I'm so hungry, I don't have the energy to talk. Chi-Yu put his arms around Nami's waist, ignoring her blushing face, and forcibly took this beauty off the boat. As expected of the city of water, I like it, there should be a lot of delicious food here. Chi-Yu's body is floating in midair. This is the simplest flying technique in the Dragon Ball world, but in this world it is amazing great skill. Completely ignoring the gravitational force of the Earth, causing a burst of exclamation from the surrounding audience. Wow, that person is actually flying in the sky. Is he a fairy? The young lady next to him is so charming. Beautiful lady. I've never seen such a beautiful young lady before. Maybe only this kind of beauty is worthy of that bald-headed ability user who can fly. As soon as they landed, Chi-Yu and Nami were surrounded by a group of people. All kinds of words of admiration, and praise reached everyone's ears. Let's go get something to eat. Chi-Yu seemed to ask Nami, but actually didn't consider Nami's answer and opinion at all. He domineeringly pushed through the crowd and walked towards the snack street. CCDD. Seeing those delicious delicacies, Chi-Yu whetted his appetite, and all he wanted to do now was to fill his stomach. He feels so hungry he could eat a truckload of food. On the other side, Luffy and other members of the pirate group are exchanging coins as planned, just like the original show. Robin and Chopper chose to go straight to the library. There are a lot of people. Chopper turned into reindeer mode, carrying a pile of luggage and following Robin, and said in a cold sweat, "Hee hee, yes, it's very lively here." Robin instinctively felt the lingering murderous aura on this man. The enthusiasm of this city has infected Robin. The shadow in Robin's heart should have dissipated temporarily, so he is still in a happy mood. Wow, a bookstore. Chopper finally saw the bookstore he had dreamed of and ran to the door in no time. At this time, a tall man with a mask walked towards him. Robin is gone. The fate of Judiciary Island may be much worse than imagined. How can it be left without authorization as a mobile luggage rack? Oh, I heard that a nearby island, St. Falter, held a masquerade carnival for several days. That's why there are so many people wearing masks. Robin said to Chopper. Robin's expression suddenly changed. It was also because of Robin's disappearance that Luffy and the others officially embarked on a truly wonderful journey, completing the seemingly impossible task of attacking Judicial Island, and thus became famous all over the world. They received a huge reward from the world government. Wow, what do they do? Looking at all kinds of masked guys on the street, Chopper asked curiously. Robin looked helplessly at Chopper, who was drooling at the bookstore, so he had no choice but to walk over. When passing by Robin again, the man said in a low voice, "I am from CP9. Because Robin is also Chi-Yu's favorite woman, he hasn't made a move to accept this girl who dares to snatch her away. But these Choppers didn't see them, and when he came out of the study, he suddenly found them. And this time they have Chi-Yu in their team. Chi-Yu and Luffy, who were busy eating delicious food, didn't notice that one of their companions disappeared. On the other hand, Luffy Usopp finally exchanged the gold harvested from the Sky Island into cash in the center of the water capital, a total of 300 million Baileys, which made them all go crazy with joy. Mary is about to be repaired, Mary is about to be repaired. Luffy and Usopp hummed their own song and headed towards dock number 1. As the swordfish boat moves forward, Luffy and the others came to the gate of number 1 dock. Looking at this decades-high gate, the two of them were shocked. "Who are you?" A voice appeared behind the two of Luffy. Luffy turned his head and looked and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Usopp, how did you run?" "I went behind." Snapped. Usopp knocked on Luffy's head heavily and said loudly, "I'm Usopp, is there something wrong with your eyes?" Forehead. Luffy looked at these two guys with long noses, a little confused. "So you're not Usopp, then who are you?" "I'm Kagu, a carpenter from Carrera Company, what can you do?" Kagu, a long-nosed man wearing a baseball cap and only showing half of his face, said. It turned out to be a carpenter from the shipyard. Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances that, "We were recommended by someone and we came here to find Mr. Bingshan." After speaking, Luffy handed the simple letter of recommendation to Kagu. Oh. So it was introduced by Granny Kikeluo at the C-Mobile station. Kagu looked at the two of them. "I can inform Mr. Espago for you, but he is not in the office now, but he is a busy man. Is Mr. Bingshan busy?" Kagu nodded. "Yes, because he is the general manager of Carrera and one of the creators of the Sea Train, and most importantly, he is also the chief of Water City." "Wow, he is the head of the Water City. He seems to have a lot of background." "How could the monster mother-in-law know the head?" Luffy exclaimed. "Well, I've roughly read Granny Kikeluo's letter. Your ship is seriously damaged and needs to be repaired, right? So where is the ship now?" Cooler pulled the brim of his hat and said lightly, "Over the rocky bay." Very good. As a professional ship repairer, let me help you first so that we will be ready for repairs when the time comes. Kagu opened his thighs and began to make preparations like a sprint. Wow, what are you doing? Our ship is far away from here, and we need to take Swordfish Blue to get there. Luffy and Usopp looked at Kagu's movements and asked, very puzzled, "Ha, that's too slow. You wait for me for 10 minutes and I'll go back as soon as I go." Kagu showed a smug smile, then Kagu turned into an afterimage while Usopp and Luffy were stunned and rushed out instantly. Wow, so fast! Luffy's eyes almost popped out, then something that shocked them even more happened. Kagu jumped from the ground to the sky with the help of a powerful impact and then flew continuously between buildings and disappeared in front of them in a few breaths. He can fly, it's amazing, Luffy sighed in admiration. At this time, a voice sounded again. Of course, don't underestimate him because he's just a carpenter. The ship repairers in our company are all skilled, and only masters of this level can build those sturdy and durable ships. They are my treasures. Behind the two of Luffy, two more people appeared at some point. One is a middle-aged uncle with combed back hair and wearing a striped suit. The other is a female secretary who is dressed hot and sexy. Wow, who are you? Luffy's eyes widened. He instinctively felt that this uncle had an extraordinary background. Who am I? The man in the striped suit laughed, seeming amused by the two boys' questions. The female secretary on the side pushed her glasses at this time. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, Liar Usopp, Nami Robin. There are 3 people who have a total reward of 239,800 Baileys. They formed a gang in the East Daxia Sea, known as the Straw Hat Gang, owning a pirate ship named Golden Mary, and now there are 7 members. When Usopp heard the female secretary burst out their information, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How do they know so clearly? Luffy, we have been exposed. Luffy. Ha, so it is like this, you are pirates then, welcome to the City of Water. I am the governor of the City of Water, Iscuba. You can also call me Mr. Binkshin. The man in the striped shirt said he didn't show any disgust towards Luffy and the others, instead he had a smile on his face. Asking for flowers. You are Mr. Binkshin, great. Luffy jumped up excitedly, this time our Mary is saved. Mr. Binkshin, please help us cultivate the pirate ship, we have a lot of money. As long as it can be repaired, you can take all the 300 million Baileys. Usopp reached out to bring the 2 boxes of money behind him, but he didn't expect order to minister. Money, where's my money? Usopp was stunned and quickly turned his head to see a few eccentrics with glasses jumping onto 2 Swordfish Blues with their money and fled quickly. Bari, who saw so much money, actually didn't want to pay it back. It's so spectacular. Looking at the majestic dock, both of Luffy exclaimed. What's more, if Nami finds out, they must be killed. Watching the swordfish boat go further and further away. Bari, the foreman of dock number 1, has nowhere to escape because he is being chased by his creditors. It turned out that Chi Yu, who was eating and drinking, was dragged by Namasheng, who cared about his companions and came to the dock. Active rope. Bari's trick appeared, accompanied by the Frankie families plopping into the river, but this time it turned around. Luffy, so you are here, just in time to see the swordfish boat of the Frankie family who stole their money from Luffy. Spoon. It's them. The Frankie family, the demolition workers, they are part-time bounty hunters and they hate pirates the most. Once they are targeted by them, the end will be miserable. These guys will dismantle the pirate ship, sell wood everywhere, and they will take away the treasures of the pirates because you are pirates with a bounty, so it is useless to notify the Navy, they will just arrest you. Chief Mr. Binkshin seems to know the Frankie family very well. This is their lifeblood. But Lu Chi, another foreman at dock number 1, dragged Bari back abruptly, which made Bari very reluctant. Wow, the great Demon King is here. Wow, Luffy, hurry up and get the box back. That's our money for repairing the ship. Usopp almost cried angrily when he saw the money being robbed. Luffy and Usopp are already on the verge of breaking out, and no one will be indifferent if so much money is stolen. In any case, the money for repairing Mary was returned, and the next step was to enter the dock. Why is this guy here? Run away. Luffy and Usopp wanted to escape with 3 lockboxes. This guy Chi Yu didn't follow the rules and requisitioned their melee without any scruples. But Luffy, the captain, can't resist yet because they are no match for Chi Yu together. But this does not mean that Luffy is willing to surrender. After all, he is the man who is going to be the One Piece. Who is this guy? Mr. Binkshin looked at the bare-headed Chi Yu very curiously. In the world of One Piece, bald heads are rare. However, Lu Chi, Kagu, and Califa, who were leading the way, and Califa next to Mr. Binkshin, felt an extraordinary aura the moment Chi Yu stepped into the gate of the dock. This aura. So terrifying. The three looked at each other vaguely, feeling Chi Yu's danger from each other's eyes. They 400 are all masters, their combat power far exceeds that of common humans, so they are particularly sensitive to the breath of locked targets. In addition, Chi Yu didn't want to hide his strength at all, so it's normal for them to see some clues. It's just that Lu Qi and the others are still lurking, the task has not been completed, and it is not appropriate to expose the target, so the three of them just glanced at Chi Yu and stopped paying attention to each other. However, Yu is very interested in them. To be precise, he is very interested in Khalifa next to Mr. Bingshan. "Hi, can I meet you? My name is Chi Yu." Chi Yu walked up to Khalifa. "I don't want to know you." Khalifa pushed her glasses, a trace of shame and anger flashed in her eyes. Chi Yu waved his hand and said cheekily, No, how can this be counted? I'm just talking upright, okay? I don't know if you're free tonight. I want to treat you to dinner and talk about life and life. Ideal or something you shouldn't mind, right? Mean, shameless, dirty." Nami and Khalifa uttered these words in unison, while the others were overwhelmed by Chi Yu's shameless spirit. "This guy is better than a cook." Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, the cook is at least a gentleman. This guy wants to get close to a woman when he sees it. It's really shameless. Has our Nami been murdered?" "If that happens, the cook will die of grief," Usopp said. Carrying 2 boxes of money, he hid in the corner with Lu Fei and whispered, "Khalifa is not good at attacking Chi Yu because she is acting as a secretary now." Therefore, for Chi Yu's teasing, he could only grit his teeth and fight back. "I hate those half-hearted guys the most, not to mention I don't like bald heads." Khalifa's words can be said to be very heart-wrenching. Chi Yu's baldness is a part of his constitution, and he can't grow his hair back no matter what, which is his flaw. Being scarred by Khalifa, Chi Yu was not angry but replied with a smile. "It doesn't matter if you don't like baldness as long as I like you. How about it, Ms. Khalifa? I want you to work for me. I really like a professional secretary like you." Chi Yu felt that it would be a good scene to snatch Khalifa and become his secretary in the future. "Hey, have you guys forgotten my existence? B*******D. I'm the majestic head of the City of Water. Is it really okay for you bald head to poach my corner so openly?" A certain iceberg that was ignored by others let out a long breath and jumped into a rage. "Oh, you are Commander Shi. I heard that your shipbuilding technology is top-notch here. I wonder if you can help me build a big ship." Chi Yu wants to get a big and comfortable boat as a mobile palace for his future trips, and then put all the beauties he has collected on the boat, and watch the thieves seduce their eyes. Bingshan looked at Chi Yu and frowned. "Our Carrera company accepts all orders for custom-made large ships, but if you want a strong and fast ship, you have to pay a lot of money. 300 million berries should be enough, right? I want a large, comfortable, and fast boat. Are you sure? You can rest assured that our boatmen are the most skilled in the world. We can customize boat bugs of various sizes for customers," Bingshan said confidently. Chi Yu nodded. "Very well, I need a warship powered by steam." What? Bingshan was surprised when he heard Chi Yu's words. Warships powered by steam? He has never thought about this, he only built a sea train with his teacher back then. Why hadn't he thought of using steam to power ships? I'm afraid it's very difficult. With my elite boatmen, the common ship can be built in less than a month, but to put the steam engine on the ship, it takes a lot of time to study and test. It will be successful in 2 months. Bingshan frowned, feeling a great challenge. "Forget it, the technology tree of this world is a bit deviated, and I can't make what I want at all. It would be great if Bulma was here, alas." Chi Yu sighed. Usopp, where's the person?" Feel the eyes of everyone. Nami was also very puzzled. "Smelly bald head, are you going to leave alone?" Kagu00 lowered his head and pulled the brim of his hat and said, "This Mr. Chi Yu is right, the keel of the Golden Merly has been completely damaged. It cannot be repaired at all, even the best boatman is useless. I suggest you or buy a new boat." Chi Yu sneered and pointed to Kagu, who was sitting next to the wood. "Ask that long-nosed clown, he has seen the Mary, and he should know more about the ship than you the Franks must have taken it." Chi Yu rolled his eyes. "It's just a broken ship, what's so sad about it? You can replace it when it breaks. A ship is a tool, and a tool will always break one day. Well, stop talking nonsense, Usopp, and hurry up, bring the money." "No, how? How did this happen?" Luffy couldn't bear the blow and knelt on the ground weakly. Tears fell instantly. Bingshan suddenly felt that his self-esteem had been greatly humiliated. He was the apprentice of the great shipbuilder Tom, and he was actually despised by others. Chi Yu yelled twice and no one answered. Only then did he realize that this guy had disappeared at some point, and he just remembered. "Damn, if you want to use my money, I will kill you." No. Hearing the doubts in the two people's words, Chi Yu shook his head. The Golden Mary is no longer usable. It is a ship that is about to sink. You want to repair it, but it can't be repaired at all. Gone. The atmosphere on the field suddenly froze. Forget it, let's build a common ship, the more luxurious the better. Chi Yu waved his hand, somewhat dispirited. When Luffy heard Chi Yu said that he was going to get a new boat, he was immediately upset. Luffy was hit hard when he heard Chi Yu's words. His eyes were red. No, I don't believe it, you must have lied to us. The Golden Mary has accompanied us through battles, how come? It's about to sink, you nonsense. Yeah, didn't we have a good trip to the water city this time? Nami said. Hey, big devil, this is our money, you can't use it to buy a new ship, we just need to repair the Mary. Just then, Peebly, a forging pulley worker from the shipbuilding company, came in and reported to Bingshan. Mr. Bingshan, there are people looking for you at the door. It seems to be people from the world government. Do you want to drive them out? Bingshan frowned. Forget it, just tell them I'm not here. Peebly nodded and was about to turn around to drive away the government officials in black suits, but this group of people came uninvited. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bingshan, you are indeed here. Gotcha, a world government official with a scarred face and looking like a hawk dog, walked in with a smile. Bingshan, it's Jackie, sorry, I'm not here today. Gotcha rolled his eyes. Are you a child? You are here, obviously, don't make such silly jokes. I came all the way to look for you by sea train, how could you turn me away outside? As he spoke, he thought about the iceberg and walked past. Suddenly, he took a sharp sniff. Oh, I seem to smell pirates, do you hide pirates here? Bingshan hugged her hands with disgust on her face. 22, it's none of your business, get the hell out of here, I hate you guys. Gotcha, you are such a childish temper, forget it, I know you are such a stubborn person. But this time I have brought you good news, let's find a secret place to talk about things. This time, this matter is of vital importance not only to the world government, but also to you. Oh, what is it? I want to know too. A curious voice suddenly sounded from beside the two of them. Looking back, it turned out to be Chi Yu. And Luffy and Nami, who were hiding in the wood pile behind him, stared at the squeeze with their eyes wide open. This guy, that is a member of the world government, what is he doing out now? Who are you? Oh, I smell pirates. Are you with those two pirates? As soon as Gotchai's hooked nose sniffed, he realized that Chi Yu should have been with pirates. Wonderful, your nose is really sharper than a dog. Chi Yu couldn't help but praise. Ji Chi's face was angry. Hey, you are praising me, not mocking me. You can call it a compliment. There is a saying in my hometown called Imperial Eagle Dog, which means a loyal subordinate who works for the government. Your temperament fits the word very well. Chi Yu couldn't help laughing. HMPH, we have important things to do now, you better get out of here, you bald man, otherwise we will arrest you for obstructing official duties and colluding with pirates. Gotch, I looked at Chi Yu coldly and said, it's not that easy to get me out, you haven't said any big secret yet, I guess it's related to Mr. Bingshan and some kind of ancient weapon, right? Chi Yu smiled and looked at Bingshan. What? As soon as this word came out. Whether it was Jackie or Bingshan or Lu Chi and the others who were hiding their identities, they all trembled. This guy, how could he know such a thing? Damn it, we might be exposed early. Lu Chi said to Kagu in a low voice. Khalifa beside Bingshan also noticed something was wrong. As Bingshan's assistant, she has been looking for clues about ancient weapons all these years, but Bingshan has never revealed her feat. There are ancient weapon design blueprints on the iceberg. This is news that even their world government keeps very secret. How can a bald head know it? What is the origin of this bald head? Why are you looking at me like this? Isn't it an ancient weapon? I heard that it has the power to destroy a city with a single shell. It sounds very interesting. Why don't you show me the blueprint? Chi Yu put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* much about the design blueprint of this ancient weapon. This is something the world government is determined to obtain. As long as they can get this ancient weapon, they can end the era of great pirates ahead of schedule. This secret must not be known by the common people. Therefore, they became murderous almost instantly. You know too much, go to hell with me. Gotch pulled out his pistol in an instant and slapped Chi Yu with a barrage of bullets. His men are not slow either. 3 or 5 pistols fired a volley and the dense bullets poured out. The average person could not dodge at all and could only resist. But Chi Yu just stood there and didn't move at all. Everyone only saw his palm waving a few times. Then he caught all the fired bullets in his hands. HMPH, so you are a person with abilities. This should be the ability of a devil fruit, right? Why don't you want to attack us here? Judiciary Island is not very far from here. I advise you to think clearly, and starting today, we will issue a reward for you around the world. And you will be surrounded by the Navy and assassinated by bounty hunters just like those stinky pirates. Chi Yu couldn't help laughing when he heard Ji Chi's threat. Ha ha ha, you're threatening me? You guys are so brave. Even the Grand Priest is not qualified to say that to me. What are you? Dozens of bright yellow bullets just lay in the palm of his hand. Boom boom boom, straightforward punch out. You. As Chi Yu tilted his palm, the bullet slipped out of his fingers and fell to the ground. A powerful Kai blast storm swept across the audience immediately, and the 3 or 5 world government officials who were following Jeki were all blown into fly ash by Chi Yu, not even scum left. Such fast delivery, such powerful control. Lu Chi's eyes flashed. Chi Yu's kung fu of catching bullets 213 with bare hands is no less than their 6 moves. Gotch, I wanted to say something else. The power of this thing is too weak. Unless you make that ancient weapon, it might be worth seeing. Boom. Gotch looked at Chi Yu with a look of apprehension. Gyudong, but Chi Yu no longer wants to see these dog-like world government officials jumping up and down in front of him. The officials of the world government saw that Chi Yu could even catch a bullet, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Could it be that this is also a person who has cultivated similar six-style tricks? Chi Yu shook his head and spread his palms. Khalifa and Bingshan on the side were shocked by the bald head's random punch. Although they thought the bald head was very strong, it was really beyond their imagination. This time the matter is serious. The officials of the world government died in my dock. There will be more government officials to be held accountable. Maybe people from some secret agencies will also come to investigate. Then you will not be able to escape gone. Bingshan frowned when he saw Chi Yu jumping up to kill someone. But no matter what Khalifa beside him looked at, Bingshan seemed to be gloating, and it seemed that he also hated those government officials very much. Bingshan was puzzled. This bald man, who are you? Why do you even know about ancient weapons? Chi Yu put his hands behind his back and sighed. Who am I? I used to have nothing, but now I have achieved nothing. I am who I am, and I can see myself. Crowd, ahem, just kidding. By the way, I heard that you have the blueprint. I wonder if you can show it to me. I'm curious about the ancient weapon that can destroy a city with one shot. Chi Yu stretched out his hand and said to Bingshan, No, I don't know where this blueprint is, it's not on me. Bingshan repeatedly denied it. However, I think with your ability, the ancient weapons are probably just for display in front of you. Bingshan patted Chi Yu's flattery a little. Haha, yeah, I think so too. Chi Yu nodded in agreement. This is not bragging, he is just like that. Who called him Chi Yu? Since you don't have blueprints on you, let's forget it, let's go. Chi Yu passed by Bingshan, glanced at Khalifa frivolously, with a hint of evil in the corner of his mouth. Bingshan felt a little bad. Once the word ancient weapons came out of Chi Yu's mouth, he was already exposed. I am afraid that some people from the world government lurking around him will soon forcibly attack him. He has to go back and think of countermeasures. Having said that, you guys should go quickly. If the Navy comes to arrest you, I will die. Bingshan issued an order to evict guests. That can't be done, you still have to help me build the ship. I won't leave until the ship is ready. But Mr. Bingshan, you should be careful at night, maybe someone wants to trick you. Chi Yu smiled and said this unfathomable sentence, then turned around and walked towards the hiding place of Luffy and Nami, then suddenly turned around halfway and saw a flash of light in Khalifa's eyes. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about our beautiful secretary Khalifa. Don't worry, we will meet again. Then you will become my person, you can't escape, hahaha. Watching the 3 of Luffy leave. Mr. Bingshan's face changed for a while and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while he seemed to have made up his mind. Khalifa, we can lose it. Okay, my lord. Khalifa turned her head and glanced in the direction of Lu Kakagu and the 2 seemingly casually, then quickly followed behind Bingshan and left the dock. Only a few boatmen were left at a loss. Among them, Bari and Peebly didn't know what the ancient weapons they just said meant. Only Lu Chi and Kagu know that Bingshan holds the design blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto in his hands, and this is what they have been plotting all along. Frankie House. The Frankie family is dedicated to fighting against pirates, and they specialize in robbing pirates. This is a matter of course and quite just in their opinion. The 200 million Baileys stolen from Usopp are enough for them to squander for a long time. Ha 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 boss, this time we sent it. Is there 200 million? Yes, exactly 200 million. Ha ha ha, well done, you guys are amazing. With this money we can buy things we like. The atmosphere in the hall was very lively. All the demolition workers of the Frank family gathered together. It had been a long time since they had encountered such a huge windfall. Just when Frankie, who was wearing a mask, was about to leave with 2 boxes of money, the door was suddenly blasted open with violence. Give me my money back. Standing outside the door was Usopp holding a slingshot. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen and his nose was crooked by the Frankie family. Blood dripped from his face continuously, making him look extremely miserable. It's that trash with a long nose, someone taunted. Why isn't he dead yet? Ha ha ha, after being beaten up by us, you still dare to come to your door to seek death. A trash who can't even keep his own money, he should be the hottest pirate of the Straw Hat Gang. Tusk tusk, how pitiful. Hearing the crazy ridicule of the Frankie family, Usopp was trembling all over. He was about to go crazy with anger, accompanied by self-blame and despair. I blame myself for being careless and neglecting to take care of the 200 million in my hand, which made the Frankie family succeed many times. Close. This time the 200 million Baileys are gone, how can I face Luffy and the others when I go back? Frankie is in a good mood today and he doesn't want to waste time on this useless kid. Usopp picked up the slingshot and pointed it at everyone. Hey, that guy who can't afford pants, you can go and leave your head and money. Rumble. Usopp aimed at Frankie, who was carrying 2 boxes of Baileys, trying to take advantage of the chaos to get his money back. Damn it. Usopp fell powerlessly to the ground, his eyes full of despair and remorse. Just when he was about to turn around and leave with 2 boxes of money. This money is very important to me, please return it to me immediately, otherwise I will be rude to you. Wu Wangjiahao Thorpe's gunpowder attack immediately exploded in the crowd, turning those shipbreakers on their backs. Ha ha ha, you useless boy, dare to trespass on our base camp and threaten us, I think you are impatient. Brothers, catch him and beat him up again. So he told a few younger brothers. Ha ha ha, the long-nosed clown still wants to snatch something from me, Frankie. He really doesn't know what to do, little ones, throw him out for me. The Frankie family rushed forward and rushed towards Usopp. The opportunity is here. Another voice sounded from outside the door. As a result, he was directly knocked out by Frankie with a hand knife. Kill, gunpowder star, huh, are you saying I can't afford pants? Frankie said, turning his head to look at the bald head in front of him. What do you know, my name is Super. Frankie folded his arms and raised his signature move. I think you have too much money and no place to use it, so you should use it to cut your hair. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, the younger brother behind him laughed loudly when he heard Frankie's ridicule. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know that you are a pervert who can only wear underwear. The bald head clenched his fist and said, left-handed weapon. Frankie opened his left hand and the cannonballs fired from his left hand rushed towards Chi-Yu continuously. Preemptive strikes, this truth Frankie has long been. Common punch. Chi-Yu waved a punch lightly and the shells with explosive energy in front of him were instantly wiped out. Seeing Chi-Yu, who easily diffuses the weapon in his left hand, Frankie was shocked. Frankie Destroyer Cannon. Even though the bald boy in front of him could easily disarm his left weapon, he still didn't scare him off. This is Frankie's most powerful move so far. He is very confident in his own ability, and he is 120% sure that he can kill the bald head in front of him, so he can't help but smile. Boom! The shell hit Chi-Yu's body, sweeping up a huge cloud of dust. 617, haha, silly X, let you laugh at me, you will laugh at me again this time. Seeing this, Frankie couldn't hide his inner joy and laughed. What are you laughing at, you guy who can't afford pants? Said a voice from a figure vaguely seen in the dust. Why are you all right? He knows the energy of the Frankie Destroyer Cannon. When manufacturing it, he referred to various blueprints and did countless experiments before he made the tracking cannonball with library capabilities. Although tracking requires running and tracking, the shells fired can flatten a small hillside. How can this not surprise him? With a wave of Chi-Yu's hand, the dust disappeared without a trace. When he saw the Frankie Destroyer Cannon that could flatten hills, he didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. He didn't even bother to hide or raise his hand. After all, these things can't do him any harm. This is his confidence in his own strength. Common punch. Chi-Yu punched out again. Frankie felt like he had been hit by a bomb. He was directly blasted out, and what's worse, his Frankie house was instantly destroyed and razed to the ground by Chi-Yu's powerful Kai Blast impact. In the distance, CCD Frankie, who was hit by Chi-Yu, spat out a mouthful of blood. His modified body in front of him was completely dented by the beating if he wasn't a cyborg. That blow just now could have killed him. Despite this, the current Frankie has completely lost his combat effectiveness and is as weak as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. When the younger brothers of the Frankie family saw this scene, they were all stunned, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Their omnipotent boss was knocked out by this strange bald man. What kind of terrifying power is this? Is this too exaggerated? Clatter, clatter. Chi-Yu casually walked up to Frankie and spoke condescendingly. But, damn, why is your strength so powerful? And your body, is it also made of steel? Why can't my artificial human body resist your punch? Is it an artificial human who is more advanced than me? Artificial man. Chi-Yu revealed a trace of disdain when he heard this word. I have indeed heard of artificial man before, but they are much stronger than you. With one blow, even the entire planet can be destroyed. What kind of artificial man are you? At most, it is a rotten cabbage vulnerable to a single blow. Do you still want to fight? Chi Yu was a little impatient. Robin and the CP9 group should be ready to attack the iceberg, and I have to solve this matter quickly at least. The two beauties can't just let them run away. Having experienced those things in the Dragon Ball world, Chi Yu's mentality has changed a little. With his status, he was destined to be a prodigal son, destined to be a lonely family. If the world of One Piece is blown up by him, what should he do? So having fun in time is the most important thing. As long as you are cool enough, those girls can't be let go. It should be very good to let them be my maids. Think of it as a vacation at sea. Chi Yu is holding this idea, fighting every day in the world of Dragon Ball. It is a bit too boring. Now the world of One Piece is taking a break for a while and continues to fight. I admit defeat, surrender. Frankie, who was knocked to the ground by Chi Yu, was very unwilling. His self-esteem is very strong, and being defeated by a punch made him feel ashamed. But if he continued to resist, I'm afraid this terrifying bald-headed demon king would not be soft. He doesn't want to die yet. It's not that simple to avoid death. What confidence do you have to let me spare you? Chi Yu looked at the fist in his hand and said casually, I can build ships and repair ships. Nonsense, aren't you a shipbreaker? That's my job on the surface. In fact, I used to be a disciple of a master shipbuilder. I heard that you want to repair the ship. Maybe I can help too. At this moment, Luffy ran over to make a rescue. Master Chi Yu, wait a minute, let's let him join us. Just as our ship needs a crew member who can cultivate like this, let him be. Great, sir, I'm glad you're all right. Bingshin looked at the happy people around him and slowly said, I remember there are two people. One is a tall man wearing a mask and the other is a tall woman. I can't mistake that kind of sharp eyes. I think it should be Nicole Robin. The main reason is that if you don't join, you will probably be knocked out by the bald big devil in front of you. Frankie decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Before the clenched fist could be punched out, Luffy, who rushed over, ran and said to him, HMPH, let's forget it this time, then take it away. Chi Yu, who didn't fight, was very upset but still agreed without anger. It's too much, let's go to them and ask them. Mr. Bingshin, do you still remember who the murderer is? Goo, I just contacted the government, and they said that the woman named Nicole Robin is with the Straw Hat Pirates currently on the island. In the room, who has been hiding his identity, brought Lu Chi, a gentleman with a top hat, suddenly spoke with the pigeon on his shoulder. Well, you are so powerful. If I join you, I will definitely be able to build the best ship in the world and fulfill my dream. After seeing Chi Yu's strong strength, what are they? The murderers. The other side. Pervert in underwear, join us, we need a repairman here. Luffy said to him with a smile. The original plot still happened. A group of people gathered around Mr. Bingshin's bed and cheered. Mr. Bingshin, you finally woke up. At night, the iceberg was injured. The people in the room started arguing as if they had eaten gunpowder. At this time, Nami, Cook, Chopper, and Zoro, who just got off the Golden Mary and were about to look for Robin, were surrounded by a group of people. Hey, pirates, how dare you show up here? Do you really think our shipyard is deserted? Bari pointed at us angrily and shouted, you were the ones who sneaked into Mr. Bingberg's office and attacked him last night. Nonsense, why are we doing that? Nami yelled angrily. How dare you say no, the sober Mr. Bingberg clearly remembered that there were two people who attacked him. We asked the government and found out that one of them was your companion Nicole Robin, in order to prevent you from continuing to threaten Mr. Bingberg. We have no choice but to clean you up because those who threaten Mr. Bingshin are enemies of our entire 17 water capital. Nami's face turned blue in an instant. You bastards, don't talk nonsense if you don't know what Robin is like. She wouldn't do that kind of thing. A melee. Under the big moves of Sauron and the cook, the large number of boatmen who surrounded them were all swept away, knocked out. The others took the opportunity to break through and return to the Golden Mary. The primordial strange thing happened. Everyone is a little confused. It can be said that they are at a loss. Moreover, this incident is obviously related to the missing Robin, because they heard the words Robin's accomplice from the boatman. Robin is missing and we haven't found anyone yet. It's too bad luck. Mr. Bingshin was attacked at night just after talking to us during the day. It seems that this incident has something to do with Robin. What should we do this time? It seems that they have shifted the responsibility to us. Could this be an enemy conspiracy? I figure if the iceberg isn't dead, it means they missed yesterday or they haven't found what they wanted. Then they will definitely show up again tonight. Robin probably will too, so let's take a good rest now, and we will go to the room of the iceberg at night, and we will definitely know something. After some discussions, everyone finally came up with a countermeasure. As the current titular owner of the Golden Merly, Chi Yu sat in the bow of the ship calmly eating and drinking without saying a word. Frankie served him tea and water like a servant with great care. "Hey, Master Chi Yu, don't you have anything to say? Our companion Robin has been taken away, we must rescue her." Luffy looked at Chi Yu and expressed doubts. "That woman is like an idiot. She always pretends to be smart and innocent. She deserves to be taken away. It's better to let her suffer first." "Hey, this meat is really good." Chi Yu bit off a big belly in one bite and his mouth was full of oil. "How can you say that about Robin? She actually has a very kind heart, you cold-blooded devil." Nami said angrily as she stood up and put her hands on her hips. "Kindness and stupidity don't conflict. Also, you woman dare to challenge my majesty, you are finished." Chi Yu glanced at Nami domineeringly. Immediately, the latter felt a burning sensation all over her body, and even half of her shoulder strap was burned off by an invisible air. "Ah!" With sharp eyes and quick hands, Nami quickly grabbed the shoulder strap and ran into the cabin. Everyone was dumbfounded. What a perverted guy, one glance can make people feel uncomfortable. How strong is he? The capital of water, the home of Xichang. It was getting dark gradually, and almost all the citizens had already left Bingshan's house. After all, the big typhoon and water gods were coming. However, everyone in the shipyard still stood guard in Bingshan's yard with open fire and refused to leave. Lu Chi, Kagu, Bari, and several other big boatmen stood guard at the door. The powerful man Testin on the far left said loudly, "What did you call Barian so late to say? Could it be a last word?" Lu Chi, the pigeon man sitting next to him, punched him in the face. "Testin, what nonsense are you be ******D?" At this time, Kagu also asked strangely, "What is it that asks him to go in alone at this time? Asking for flowers." Pibri, whose hair always curled up, said, "It must be something important, let's stay away from the door." In the room of the iceberg, suddenly something like a door opened on the wall and two people came out from behind the door. I saw the first person was tall, wearing a panda mask, followed by a slim woman. "It is Nico Robin." The two walked quickly to Bingshan's bed and asked, "How about it? Have you thought about it? Where is that thing?" Bingshan looked at him in surprise and said, "I knew you would definitely come tonight, but I didn't expect it to be this way. You also came in like this last night, right? But there is obviously no door there. Are you CP9? The panda man raised the gun in his hand and said, "This is the ability of my door fruit, no matter how hard the wall is. As long as I touch it, it will become a door. As long as there is a wall, I can enter and exit freely." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger in his hand, and with a muffled bang, the iceberg fell down, clutching his bleeding shoulder. "You." Bingshan snorted, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "This is just a necessary procedure to prevent you from doing stupid things." Panda man said, cough cough, I seem to have done something wrong, this kind of thing. "It seems this matter has nothing to do with those pirates," Bingshan said intermittently. "Then Nicole Robin, why did you help people like them?" "You don't need to know this. I advise you to teach the design drawings of ancient weapons as soon as possible, otherwise you will die," Robin said coldly while wearing a cloak. Bingshan frowned. "I know you were on Straw Hat Luffy's boat before. Did you abandon your companions? Or you have been lying in ambush in Luffy's gang on purpose just to blame them? You don't need to worry about this. If you don't hand over the blueprint, I will kill you." Individual. Just when Robin was pressing Bingshan, three terrifying figures with masks walked in from the door. They are Lu Chi and others who have dealt with all the guards outside the door. "Cuckoo." A white dove suddenly flew to the shoulder of one of the bull-masked men. "You guys." Seeing this scene, Bingshan thumped in his heart and suddenly had a bad premonition. He already had a certain guess in his heart, and this guess made him a little desperate. "It seems that you have already understood that you don't have much time to live anyway. Then let you die by 10 o'clock. As he spoke, he took off his mask. A Bingshan's extremely familiar face appeared. It is his most trusted boatman Lu Chi. The other three people from June 20 also took off their hoods one after another. The three are Kagu Khalifa and the bar owner Bruno. "I'm really sorry. If possible, I don't want to leave bad memories in this city where I have lived for 5 years. Unfortunately, our time is running out. We have been lurking for 5 years and the deadline has come. It's Robin who is the only one who can wake up ancient weapons, so I have to do it in advance. Lu Chi is the nominal commander of this mission, and his combat power is also the highest among the dead. Unexpectedly, the person I trusted the most betrayed me. I regard you as my confidant, but you have been planning for the world government for so long, a bunch of bastards." Betrayal ends badly, just when his voice fell. However, Lu Chi kicked him hard on the face, kicking him until his head was covered in blood. It was extremely miserable. "Do you think you are still my boss? Pay attention to your attitude. We are the most advanced secret spy organization under the world government, referred to as CP9. I advise you to obediently hand over the whereabouts of the ancient weapon blueprints, Lu Qi said indifferently. Bingshan coughed up a puddle of blood and said as if dying, "Isn't the blueprint already in your hands? If you still ask me now, I don't know anything, and I won't tell you anything. Kill me if you can." HMPH, how dare you speak hard when you're about to die and pretend that we don't know that the blueprint is fake? Lu Qi sneered, spread out the fake blueprint he had snatched from Bari and continued. It's okay if you don't want to tell us. Anyway, I already have a conjecture that is close to perfection. Now I just need to verify it. Kagu, go and take the pulse of Mr. Bingshan. Please cooperate with me. Kagu came to Bingshan and began to feel the pulse of Bingshan with his fingers. Lu Qi began to say slowly, "You have always been very vigilant, and you know that people from the world government have become suspicious of you and have been trying to force you to hand over the design drawings, but you have been making excuses in every possible way. The world government suffers from no evidence, so I have never dared to do anything to you. This time you released the whereabouts of the fake blueprints and wanted us to mistake them for the real ones, but you didn't expect that the people who wanted the blueprints were not people from the world government, but us undercover agents who know you best. 17. And we knew from the beginning that the drawing was fake, but there are some things on the drawing that are true." After speaking, Lu Qi took out the fake design drawings. On this blueprint, the creator of the design blueprint is signed. There are 3 people in total. One is your teacher, the founder of Tom's studio, one is your Bingshan, and the other is your junior brother Kafra Mu. Not good. Bingshan's eyes widened suddenly. Although he didn't say a word, his heart began to feel anxious and his pulse began to beat faster. The corner of Lu Qi's mouth showed a trace of contempt for controlling everything. "I heard that Fram ran to the front of the C train to stop the C train after the death of your teacher Tom, but was hit and crushed to death. We have been thought Fram was dead, because how could the common humans fight against the power of the C train? But in the past 4 years, it seems that once a young man in underpants came to you." At this time, Khalifa also took over the conversation. She pushed her glasses and began to recall. "Yes, I remember that young man was outside and said he wanted to see you, but you refused him. However, this young man did not leave the city of water. Instead, he bought a small island outside the city and began to break ships. He would often sell some timber to our company's shipyard." 5-7 finished. "Very well, we're going to find Frankie now. We've been lurking for 5 years, and it's finally time to reap the rewards, but before that, we still have to get rid of any future troubles. Let's deal with you first. Mr. Bingshan, I have something to ask you. This guy is Luffy, and he wanted to come to Bingshan to ask why they want to arrest the Straw Hats while taking advantage of the moonlight." Lu Qi nodded and said with a sneer, "So, it's not surprising that the 2 of you have contact in private. Since you are so confident that we can't find the blueprint, it means that the blueprint has been handed over to someone else by you. That's why you're so fearless. Who are you?" Only Bruno remained at the end, and he was in charge of handling the iceberg. "If my predictions are correct, the blueprints for the ancient weapons should be on the body of your junior brother Fram or Frankie. Am I right?" A figure wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared in the room. Kagu withdrew his hand and said to Lu Qi, "Our guess is right, the design drawings are on Frankie's body, and Bingshan's heartbeat has already told me the answer." At this moment, the glass outside the window was suddenly shattered from the outside. On the opposite side of him stood a tall and strong Tauren in black. After Lu Qi finished the last sentence, Bingshan's heartbeat was almost to the extreme, and his inner violent activity clearly exposed his true thoughts. Lu Qi turned and walked out of the room. "In the end, I saw waves all over the place. Bingshan was dripping with blood and John was lying weakly against the bed. We will set a fire in this room, use the fire to burn you to death, and then blame the Straw Hats. They will burn all the evidence. No matter who comes to investigate, there will be no proof." Lu Qi looked at the iceberg. Khalifa and Kagu followed closely behind. "You are the mastermind behind the scenes, damn it." When Luffy saw Bruno, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he realized almost instantly that this guy should be the real culprit of the attack. "Straw Hat Boy, are you looking for death?" Bruno crossed his arms and said disdainfully. "Damn guy, I'm going to knock you down." Facing the villain, Luffy shot without hesitation. Rubber machine gun, bang bang bang. As Luffy launched a move attack, countless dense fists hit Bruno. 6 types iron block. Bruno stood there without moving at all. Those fists hit him but made a dull sound like a block of iron. "Wow, it hurts. Why is it completely ineffective?" Luffy withdrew his fist, seeing that his attack didn't hurt Bruno at all. His eyes were full of shock. 22, it's my turn now, Lengio. Bruno barely gave Luffy a chance to react. A huge sharp knife light shot out from his feet, flying sideways towards Luffy. Wow, what the hell is this? Luffy quickly moved away. A frightening scene happened. The wall behind Luffy was completely cut by Bruno's feet and the entire wall collapsed. And just when Luffy turned his head back, Bruno you continued to move, 6-Styles finger gun. His finger, like an extremely hard spear point, slammed into Luffy's neck. Ordinary people will be pierced through the neck in an instant when encountering this kind of attack, and the artery will be pierced and die on the spot. But Luffy is the rubber man constitution. This kind of damage is ineffective for him. Even if his body is distorted and deformed by the beating, it doesn't matter. Still, Luffy felt like he was almost suffocating. He fell straight on the ground and panted violently. Wow. What kind of move was that just now? It's too powerful. Tusk, the rubber man constitution is really weird. It won't kill you, forget it. I'm not in the mood to continue fighting with you. I want a quick victory. Bruno launched the 6-Style shaved, his feet quickly activated energy on the ground and disappeared without a trace. Then he appeared behind Luffy in an instant, grabbed his arm and threw it out the window. Fly me off this island. Bruno's huge strength made Luffy shoot out like a cannonball and flew directly into the gap in the middle of the Yidong building in the back street of the water capital, and he couldn't pull it out. HMPH, it's finally quiet. Bruno clapped his hands and turned around to deal with the iceberg, only to find that the iceberg hospital was there. Damn it, man, aboard the Golden Mary. The waves are getting bigger and bigger. The gods of water are coming, master. Let's go back to the capital of water for refuge. As Frankie, who has lived in the water city for many years, he has always remembered this disastrous weather, and human beings' fear of the sea has always been deeply rooted in their bones. Gods of water, what is this? Others were puzzled by this. Frankie looked apprehensive. The gods of water, also known as Aquila Ragna, this is a rather large tsunami. Once a year when it visits the 7 islands of water, many buildings on the sea will be destroyed and the water level will also be lowered. It will rise accordingly. The water city you see now is actually rebuilt on the ruins of the water city back then. The entire island is sinking continuously. Many people are worried that one day the entire water city will sink. However, Luffy hasn't returned yet and the Mary probably won't be able to enter the city anymore. This ship can't be repaired, so it can only be sent to the shipbreaking yard. Ha ha ha, I'm the best at breaking ships, you just leave it to me. Frankie volunteered. No. The Mary cannot be dismantled. It is still very useful and can be repaired. You have to believe me. The Mary has accompanied us through so many wars, it is our best partner. Are you going to take it away? Does it abandon? Usopp is the only one in the group who doesn't believe that the Mary is too damaged to be repaired. Maybe he had expected it in his heart, but he just didn't want to believe it and didn't want to wake up from this dream. The others pleaded hard, but Usopp was unwilling to accept. However, Chi-Yu didn't have a good look at this long-nosed idiot and directly snorted coldly. You don't want to change the ship? Then get out of here or I'll kill you. I don't need trash like you on my new ship. Wow, the great demon king, calm down. Usopp is most afraid of Chi-Yu. Seeing Chi-Yu getting angry, he quickly hid aside and drew circles. His eyes were extremely sad, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He was really afraid that Chi-Yu would kill him. At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of breaking the air in the distance. Everyone looked up, only to find 4 figures flying in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they came to the Golden Mary. The leader was Lu Chi wearing a gentleman's hat and his 3 accomplices. Hee, I've been looking for a long time. We went to Frankie's house first, but we didn't find Frankie. I asked your little brother about the material area. It turns out that Frankie is here. I heard that Bingshin gave you the design drawings. Hand it over and come with us back to Judiciary Island for trial. Indifferent 347's words came out of Lu Chi's mouth. In his eyes, there was only Frankie on the boat. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were completely ignored by him. There is only one exception. Hey, Califa, why are you here? I was just going to find you. It's rare that you came to visit me on the Mary. Did you miss me? Chi-Yu didn't know when she appeared next to Califa, and the speed was so fast that no one noticed. Even Califa herself only found out when Chi-Yu put her hands on her body. She looked down. Seeing Chi-Yu put her hand on hers and held it slightly, Califa's cold and pretty face suddenly flushed and she had the urge to kill. Smelly bald head. The corners of Chi-Yu's mouth became more and more intense. Tusk, that's great. Why don't you come to be my girlfriend? I can promise you a request. Saying that, he really turned towards Califa. B*******, D, get out of here. When Califa raised her leg, it was a swipe, and this move could cut the melee in half in an instant. But before Langio's power broke out, Califa was caught by Chi-Yu. Don't get excited, Califa, such a beautiful thigh, it's not good to get hurt. I don't want to hurt you by mistake. Chi-Yu patted Califa's thigh while praising her. I can play with this leg for a year, it's really superb, from now on you are my Chi Yu's woman, no one can take you away. Let go, you pervert. Califa really panicked. As a member of CP9, her strength can be imagined. At this stage, Lu Fei and others are basically instantly killed by them, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't break free from Chi Yu's hands. In front of Chi Yu, she is like facing a mountain, unable to shake a bit. Six forms finger gun. Frustrated and furious, Califa poked at Chi Yu's chest. Boom. With a loud noise, Califa felt as if her finger had poked on the hardest steel plate in the world, almost breaking her finger. I don't like violent girls, just stand still. Chi Yu was hit in the chest, but that kind of force was not even qualified for him to tickle. Let her go. A member of CP9, Gu made a sudden move. Another vacuum slash was issued from Kagu's legs. This blow to Lan's feet was more powerful than Califa. Kagu was originally a master who focused on leg skills. Dazzling Blue's vacuum slashing strike cut through the void and cut across Chi Yu. If this strike worked, his body would undoubtedly be cut into two sections. At least that's what Kagu thought. They who are proficient in the six styles have great respect for these six skills and think that all pirates and those capable people in the world cannot compare with them. This is the strongest body art killing move. Unfortunately, Kagu is doomed to be disappointed. Call, the powerful Langia was blown away by Chi Yu before it reached Chi Yu's front. You are too weak. Chi Yu didn't even look at Kagu and punched out again. Click. The two were several meters away, but Kagu was sent flying by an invisible force. Everyone heard a clear clicking sound that was the sound of Kagu's whole body fractured by Chi Yu. Hateful. With two horns in his hair, Beerus, who is tall and bulky and dressed in black, came out and witnessed the scene in front of him. Seeing that one of his comrades was caught and the other was injured, he was immediately furious. This is provoking the majesty of CP9. Air opens. Bruno, who took the door fruit, used the ability of the devil fruit to create a door in the air, which was connected to Chi Yu. Six forms Langia, six forms finger gun. After using the devil fruit energy instant transmission to get in front of Chi Yu, he immediately used the six moves on Chi Yu. However, even the six forms that were used with all their strength did not have any effect on Chi Yu, just like a puff of air hitting a hard solid without any reaction. 6 ways to shave. Seeing this, Bruno used the six forms to back off and distance himself from Chi Yu. It's not bad, use all the moves you have. By the way, use all your strength. Chi Yu pretended to flick the dust that didn't exist on his body and said in a mocking tone, "It seems that you are not a devil fruit user of common, I really underestimated you." Even though the finger that used the finger gun was aching, Bruno still said firmly, "Look, I'm going to get serious next time." Bruno squatted down slightly, showing a ready-to-go look. 6 forms shave, 6 forms iron block broken, iron block wheel. After Bruno said this, he went behind Chi Yu with instant transmission, trying to attack Chi Yu from behind. Use the 6 moves to make the whole body as hard as an iron block, and on the basis of the hard body, punch with all your strength and hit with the strength of the whole body. Bruno, who was secretly delighted at the success of the sneak attack 1 second, turned into a liver-colored face the next second, because after hitting Chi Yu's body, unspeakable pain came from every part of his body, and the huge force, the resulting interaction sends Bruno flying upside down, spraying blood. "Oh, why did you fly out? Didn't you say you wanted to be serious with me? Didn't you want to teach me well?" Chi Yu turned around with a look of disdain and said to Bruno, who was lying in a pool of blood. The onlookers, Califa and the others, were so shocked that they couldn't speak, and their mouths were wide open in amazement at what they saw. If there was an opportunistic and weird form to Chi Yu's simple punch to Kagu just now this fight is a testament to Chi Yu's strength. Bruno's ability is the second among the 4 CP9, and his strength is second only to Lu Chi. Bruno paired with an iron block is enough to smash a boulder with 1 punch, and the body impact reinforced by iron blocks can smash a hill. This kind of powerful force hit Chi Yu, but Chi Yu didn't even move. Suddenly, Bruno, who was attacking him, flew upside down. How could they not be shocked? "Okay, you have hit me twice. Shouldn't it be time for me to hit me back? I can't be hit by you all the time. The little beauty Califa has been watching me. It's too embarrassing to be hit by you all the time." Bruno, lying in a pool of blood, watched Chi Yu walk towards him step by step. He opened his long mouth and wanted to say something, but it touched the wound and spurted a mouthful of blood. "Come." Califa stays in CP9 all the year round and thinks that the most powerful master is only their big brother Lu Chi. "I'm so powerful, don't you feel tempted? As long as I'm here, even if you leave CP9, no one will dare to say a word about you. Even if the 5 old stars come in person, they will kneel down and talk in front of me. Chi Yu said arrogantly with an incomparable tone. Khalifa secretly raised her head to glance at Chi Yu, then lowered her head again and continued to fiddle with her skirt. In common punch, Khalifa is really beautiful, especially wearing this uniform. Her white neck is flushed with shyness, and her sweet face is also full of charm because of shyness. After a gust of wind, Bruno, who was lying in a pool of blood, was gone. Only a bottomless pit remained there, as if to tell the people present that what happened just now was not a dream. Claw. Chi Yu punched Bruno expressionlessly. After all, besides being bald, Chi Yu is also quite attractive if he had hair. Do you want to promise him? But today, Chi Yu's violent fighting power conquered her. Every woman would worship a strong man. Chi Yu is indeed a real strong man. Okay, little beauty Khalifa, how did you see how I behaved just now? Do you think I'm handsome? Chi Yu turned his head and said to Khalifa in a mean-spirited manner. Not even afraid of the 6 styles, and he won so lightly she really couldn't imagine how strong Chi Yu's real strength is. Seeing the beauties molested by him, Chi Yu was very proud. Khalifa, who heard the voice, came back to her senses and was stunned. Seeing the sharpness in Chi Yu's eyes, Khalifa didn't dare to look at her. Well done, Chi Yu really wanted to hold Khalifa tightly in his arms, kiss the crystal earlobes and taste the faint red mouth. Chi Yu made a move and killed 2 CP9 masters in 2 moves. Khalifa was so shocked that she couldn't move. Just when she was about to ask the boss Lu Chi for help, she found that Lu Chi had already disappeared. How come? Khalifa looked at the place where Lu Chi disappeared with a dazed expression. Not only Lu Chi but also Bruno and Kagu, who were seriously injured by Chi Yu, disappeared. Wow, Frankie's gone too. The Straw Hats also noticed something was wrong. Among them, Frankie also disappeared inexplicably. Damn it, that guy in the gentleman's hat just now must have taken Frankie away while we weren't paying attention. Luffy yelled. CP9 still succeeded, although they suffered heavy losses. 2 of the 4 were seriously injured. Another one was left behind by Chi Yu. But as their boss, Lu Chi is the most thoughtful and strongest of the 4. He knew that Chi Yu was powerful and irresistible. So they searched for an opportunity for 633 to kidnap Frankie, but everyone who was shocked by Chi Yu's strength didn't notice. What should we do now? Both Frankie and Robin were taken away by them. These 2 are members of our Straw Hat Pirates. We can't just abandon them. Go chasing right away. We want to snatch back our companions. That's right, the Straw Hat Pirates will never leave any of their partners behind. I'm going to give that guy in the gentleman hat a good beating. Everyone roared angrily. What a cunning guy. He attacked Frankie while I was picking up girls. He would rather see his 2 companions seriously injured than remain indifferent. This is all planned by him. Chi Yu looked at the direction where Lu Chi and the others were leaving, with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth. In fact, he also let them go on purpose. How boring is it to just kill all CP9 on the spot? Wouldn't it be more interesting to let them fled back to Judicial Island like bereaved dogs, and then forcibly blow up Judicial Island, destroying 10,000 navies at once? Now we're going back to the city, asking Bingshan for a boat and chasing CP9. They should be fleeing towards Judicial Island. Let's attack Judicial Island and wipe out all the navy and prisons there. Do you have any opinions? Chi Yu looked at the crowd and said calmly. Okay, we listen to you. That's the way it should be done. These government spies are abominable. I heard that Judiciary Island is the center of the world government. Many prisoners have been imprisoned and tried. It must be fun for us to make a big fuss. Ms. Robin, whom I admire, is still in the hands of CP9. As a heroic knight, Sanji should stand up. Frankie is also our companion. He will be our repairman. We must take him back. The Straw Hats kept encouraging each other and their morale soared. Ever since, a group of people returned to the City of Water and Mr. Bingshan helped. As in the original show, Iceberg takes them to Karara's secret underground garage, which houses an original sea train called Rocketman. As long as they get on the Rocketman train, they can quickly catch up with the CP9 members who have left the City of Water on the last sea train. Rocketman on the sea train. The largest and most luxurious carriage, CCDD, was forcibly occupied by Chi Yu and became his exclusive room. Not only put up the bed but also got several sofas. Chi Yu lay on the bed happily and prepared to take a nap. The journey by sea is really boring. If it weren't for these oil bottles, he would have flown to Judiciary Island with flying technique. Boom, boom, boom. At this time there was a knock on the door. Chi Yu didn't even need to look to know who was outside the door. Come in. A figure walked in and locked the door with a click. Ms. Khalifa, what can I do for you? Chi Yu casually leaned on the cushion and said with a smile. You. Will you kill Lu Chi and the others? Khalifa looked at Chi Yu nervously and said in a panic. Chi Yu's tone was indifferent. Of course these bastards dare to ignore my majesty and take my 2 crew members away. Who will I kill if I don't kill them? Master Chi Yu, can you not kill them, although they are very bad, but they are all my companions. If possible, I don't want to see them die. Khalifa has already seen Chi Yu's horror. Man, he is definitely a terrifying character who can be compared with Shichibukai or even the Four Emperors. Saitama chuckled. Ha ha ha, I have to do far more than this. Chi Yu laughed and grabbed Khalifa. You, let go of me. Xian Lu Chi and others have received hard training together, facing ordinary pirates. Even people like Luffy can achieve instant kills. Khalifa is indeed beautiful and has excellent skin. Don't struggle, you are beautiful. You bullied me again. Khalifa said aggrievedly with her mouth pursed. Their CP9 can be said to be one of the best on the Great Route, but she knows that even if they are 10 times stronger, they will definitely not be Chi Yu's opponent. Chi Yu didn't know when she appeared in front of Khalifa. You want me to spare them? That depends on your performance. Don't know what to do. A smile appeared on the corner of Chi Yu's mouth. Khalifa blushed even more, not knowing how to answer. Don't be afraid, I will treat you well. Khalifa spoke in a low voice immediately. Chi Yu, however, was relentless. You, what are you going to do? Khalifa looked down, blushing. The world government, as the largest organization in the world of One Piece, is undoubtedly powerful. Perhaps it is not powerful enough to ignore all forces at sea, but it is undeniable that if it is really determined to eradicate a certain force, the power it can mobilize is definitely the most powerful in the world. On the sea, the organizations that support the face of the world government are mainly divided into three: Judiciary Island, the large prison in Pelton, and the symbol of the government's Force Navy commander Lin Fando. These three government powerhouses are connected by a huge vortex that has changed shape, and they are located in the first half of the Great Route in a triangle. Only through the Gate of Justice can the three parties take the correct current and reach any destination. Moreover, the Door of Justice cannot be bypassed. Because the sea current on both sides of the door is a reverse vortex caused by the vortex, the ship cannot move forward. It's just that this is only under normal means. For some people, its existence itself cannot be explained by common sense. Judiciary Island, because of the geographical environment, has no night and is day all year round, so it is called the island that never sleeps. Established as a world government, this is a veritable court. And as long as they are taken to the island, they must be identified as prisoners. Prisoners will only be escorted through those empty courts and finally go to the Gate of Justice. And anyone who passes through this gate usually has no return, which symbolizes the absolute justice of the world government. As I said before, there are only two places that can be reached after going out to sea from the port of Judiciary Island. One is the Navy headquarters, and the other is to reach the deep sea prison, Propel in Pelton. No mercy will be given to any prisoner here, and they will only be sent to formal judicial organs. Since its establishment, it has never been breached. It's not because of how strong the defense here is, but because of the powerful forces that can break through here. They are basically not interested in this place. After all, compared to Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters has more strategic significance. And those who are relatively weak cannot defeat the Internal Defense Department. Its internal CP organization is really no match for ordinary pirates. About Judiciary Island. The outer layer of Judiciary Island is surrounded by a circle of iron fences. The whole island can be divided into four parts, namely the former island, the main island, the Tower of Justice, and the Bridge of Hesitation, and there is also the Gate of Justice behind the island. The former island is mainly the first main gate, and there are a large number of guards stationed there. Pass through the main gate and go straight through a long and narrow passage to reach the second main gate suspended above the waterfall, and you can reach the main island through the second main gate, the front gate of the island. The narrow passage leading to the main island, and the main island is completely suspended above the abyss of the huge waterfall. The main island is basically all kinds of empty courts, and at the end of the main island is the court. There is no road connecting the Judgment House to the Judicial Tower, and there is a huge waterfall abyss between the two. You can open the suspension bridge through the switches on the top of the towers on both sides of the court, so as to reach the Tower of Justice. The interior of the Tower of Justice is very complicated, like a labyrinth, and there are many secret passages, as well as the offices and conference halls of each member of CP9. From the Tower of Judiciary to the Bridge of Hesitation, you have to go through the tunnel under the sea. The entrance to the passage is blocked by a huge iron gate, and you can reach the Bridge of Hesitation through the underwater tunnel. The flag of the world government is planted above the Tower of Justice. The Bridge of Hesitation is supported by several pillars. The last section of the bridge is a folding bridge, which usually shrinks and will only open when the prisoner is escorted to the gate of justice. The end of the bridge of hesitation is the gate of justice. The gate of justice is located at the back of Judiciary Island. It is a huge iron gate which is usually tightly closed, and even if it is opened, it is only a small crack. The gate of justice is the gate of despair where prisoners will never see the sun once they enter. Through the gate of justice, one can reach the Navy headquarters and the deep-sea prison Propel City through the government-specific current. Judiciary Island is connected to the center of the world government, so the number of troops on the island is very large, and the resident troops are stable at about 10,000. Woo woo woo. The speed of the Rocket Man sea train is extremely fast, and it is like walking on the ground on the sea just like a rocket. And Luffy, who was sitting on the iron horn of the Rocket Man, looked up and saw a huge island in the distance. Wow. Look everyone, Judiciary Island is here. Luffy's roar startled everyone. Everyone put their heads out of the window and they saw the outline of Judicial Island. Asking for flowers. Are we just going to drive there? Any plans? Nami asked curiously. Is there any plan to attack Judiciary Island? Go head on. Sauron held the knife and said domineeringly. Let's just go head on like this. Won't we be bombarded by cannons? What are you afraid of? Our straw hat pirates are not afraid of any danger. Besides, there is Master Chi Yu. Sauron didn't care. Nami was speechless. These people really don't know how to write the word fear. It is a miracle that they are alive today. From a distance, they saw two tall figures at the main gate of Mijima of Judiciary Island, which turned out to be titans. The two titans are as tall as mountains, more than 10 meters high, and one finger is thicker than the whole person. F***K, what are these two monsters? Bari asked with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Titan family, it was Chef Sanji who spoke. Is there really such a race in this world? Bari had only heard that there were titans, but he didn't expect it to be true. Well, there are murlocs, just get used to it. All right, brother, look, it seems that a sea liner is coming. The yellow-haired titan on the left also said that. You read it wrong, the CP9 adults took the last sea train before, how could it be? Hey, there really is one. Cassie and the two titans watched the Rocket Man sea train rushing towards Judicial Island in dumbfounded. Damn it, do these pirates want to attack Judicial Island? Are you kidding me? Just as their voices fell. I saw that the Rocket Man sea train had already taken off, crashed directly through the iron fence of Judicial Island, and flew directly into the main entrance of Judicial Island. Wow, these pirates are really going to invade Judiciary Island. Sound the alarm. Clang, clang, clang. With the ringing of the huge bell, the entire Judiciary Island boiled, and countless naval soldiers with swords, guns, and sticks emerged from every corner of Judiciary Island. And as far as the eye could see, there were densely packed human heads. At this moment, the number of the Navy on Judiciary Island has exceeded 10,000. Long time no see, sir. The gate of the Judiciary Tower opened, and Lu Chi walked in with the injured Kagu and Bruno in a panic. Behind them, followed by Robin and Frankie, who were bound by Heilaushi iron chains. You have worked hard, Lutz. Oh, have people brought them back? The demon Nicole Robin, who has been hunted down by the government for 20 years but is still alive and well, and Katie Fram, a disciple of the late master shipbuilder Tom Hahaha, is CP9 Chief Spandam stood up. 5 years of lurking has finally paid off. He has successfully captured the two treasures that the world government needs most. With these two people, he is bound to be valued more by the 5 old stars, and promotion and fortune are no problem. Yo, I haven't seen you for 5 years. Lutz, you are getting better and better. On the seat below Spandam, a bearded 157 man stood up and looked at the road provocatively. Strange, your dog face is becoming more and more disgusting. Lu Chi responded blankly. What are you talking about, weird cat? Jabra growled. Call you a vicious dog, Chi retorted without showing any weakness. Damn, do you want to fight? You are not my match. Don't underestimate people, B*******D. Seeing that the quarrel between the two was about to turn into a fight, Spandam couldn't help yelling loudly. Arguing as soon as you come back, what does it look like? Lu Chi, what's going on with Kagu and Bruno? Also, Kagu, where did life go? Following Spandam's reminder, other people discovered that Kagu and Bruno were covered in blood, and Bruno was the worst, with one of the horns on his head broken off and his entire chest was still dripping blood. It looked badly hurt. What happened to Bruno that someone beat him like this? The rest of CP9, Owl, Facebook, and Jebra couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was a bald man who did it, and he only used one punch. Kagu, who was also seriously injured, raised his head weakly and said in a trembling voice, "The bald man? Who is that? Could it be the great pirate on the Great Route, or someone from the 7 Martial Seas under the king?" Spandam really couldn't think of what kind of terrifying guy would shoot at their CP. They are just secretly planning the design blueprints of ancient weapons. Few people know about this matter, and it has always been done in secret. Moreover, none of the targets they selected had any big influence. The City of Water's long iceberg and the most powerful boatman in his hand were all CP9 people. Who would actually intervene at such a critical moment? Spandam couldn't figure it out. Number. Not at all, that is a weird bald man, we can't find out his origin. We all know about the famous pirates in the four seas, but we have never heard of such a bald man. He appeared out of nowhere, but his strength is extremely strong. Lucci frowned and said in an extremely solemn tone, both Bruno and I have shot at him, using all 6 moves, but we can't do anything to him at all. He is not even afraid of Langio and finger guns, and he has never shown the ability of a devil fruit. Kagu said with a trembling voice. Lucci smiled wryly. Although Kagu and Bruno are much weaker than me, even I am not sure of defeating him. In order to avoid mission failure, I chose to take Kagu and the others to retreat. I guess they should come Judiciary Island with the characters of the Straw Hats. They will definitely come back to rescue Robin and Frankie. We should be ready to face the enemy this time. I will do my best to transform. If I am not the opponent of the bald man, then you should run away. What? Hearing Lucci's words, the others were stunned. You know, Lucci's combat power is as high as 4,000 strong. To sum up, the configuration of the demon-slaying token is, according to what Lucci said, then he is really a very powerful guy. Even Lucci, the strongest player in their CP9, said that he has no certainty of victory. Lucci snorted coldly. HMPH, if you want to die, then go try it. Now go and call the medical staff. Kagu and Bruno need treatment. Besides, Khalifa has been forcibly left behind by that bald man, but it should not be life-threatening because that man is very lecherous. Thousands of elite navies, please don't underestimate this force. Compared with the common pirates who can only do their own thing, they should be much stronger if they are well-trained. If they can be ignored, then the pirates helping the little brother is even more negligible. Such a lineup is indeed terrifying. No, it's best to discuss this matter with the Navy headquarters. In case Judiciary Island is attacked, we must send someone to rescue. Spandam, who is cautious by nature, thought twice and decided to take out the phone bug to notify the above. 5 lieutenant generals plus 10 major generals plus nearly 10,000 naval elites plus 10 top warships equals demon-slaying order, a lecherous bald man. This guy. A thought flashed in Spandam's eyes. The backbone lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. From the performance of several lieutenant generals in the big event, it can be seen that the lieutenant generals are still strong. For example, flying squirrels, fighting dogs, Huashayashan ghost spiders, strawberries, etc. all directly abuse Luffy. In addition, in the major events of 5. 6, the opponents of the lieutenant general are all the captains under Whitebeard, such as Doberman, Pitbull, Dalmatian. They are all fighting the captains of the New World. So the lieutenant general is very strong. Demon Slaughter is a brutal attack that burns everything. Hidden 10 people. If 5 lieutenant generals are equipped with 10 warships, then there should be 10 captain-level cadres under the lieutenant general. It is impossible for each lieutenant general to command 2 ships. A captain is still inevitable. It is estimated that the rank of the captain is either Major General or Brigadier General, 1 level lower than Major General or Colonel. In the Navy, his strength is between the rank of Lieutenant General and Colonel, and he is also a combatant. Elite. You're not joking, Luz. You know you can't beat that bald man before you even fight. I don't believe that without you saying that. I'd like to fight against him. I don't believe that there will be people that our CP9 can't deal with. Those real strong people we can't afford to provoke. But how can this kind of unknown person be so powerful? He must have used the ability of the devil fruit, HMPH. I'm not afraid of him. Jebber didn't believe what they said at all. 10 warships, 5 lieutenant generals, and the elite combat power of the Navy. Battleships must be the strongest and most aggressive in the Navy. They are all built by the Imperial Shipyard, Kishui capital, and their quality is beyond doubt. It's basically not a problem to deal with Neptunes. There are approximately 1,000 sailors on each battleship. A Navy soldier with a weapon is only 10 strength. No, I still have the Demon Slaughter token. I almost forgot about it, hahaha. With the Slaughter Demon token, no matter how strong that so-called bald man is, he can only die. Spandam suddenly remembered the magic weapon in his hand. He also holds the golden phone bug and has the opportunity to activate a demon-slaying order. With the Demon Slaughter order in hand, even the mightiest pirate team, Spandam, is not afraid. All members of CP9 are here. guarded by 10,000 Navy soldiers and coupled with the dangerous land of Judiciary Island, the common pirates simply never come back. Spandam was in a good mood. In his opinion, as long as Frankie and Robin were caught, the ancient weapon he had dreamed of was already in his hands. At this time, Jingle Bell, an annoying phone call interrupted his preparation for a long speech. *****. Who bothers me at this time doesn't know I'm busy. Captain, Lord Spandam, I'm very sorry, but someone broke into the front door. What? How many people are there? Spandam suddenly remembered what Lu Chi said just now, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Is there really such a lunatic? Don't they know what it means to attack here? Only one person, but B*********D. It's just a person, why panic? Deal with him calmly. Hearing that there was only one person, Spandam roared angrily and hung up the phone angrily. It's really reckless to break in alone. The guard is really useless, it's just a person, so panic like this, don't they forget that we exist here. On the sofa opposite Spandam, Jebra sneered. I have to say that Spandam is not generally dull, and he didn't think about it. If he was just alone, how could the guard's voice be so urgent? Maybe his talent is limited to politics. However, the guard who was hung up on the phone was in no mood to arrange his boss at this time, and even forgot to call back again. Under the dumbfounded eyes of countless guards, a seaboat pulled by two huge seahorses ruthlessly knocked down the fence around the port and rushed into the port. Boom. A shell landed in the crowd, immediately blowing up the guards who were still standing still, and they all turned their backs, screaming again and again. Brothers, kill. As soon as they landed, Frangi's younger brothers and several boatmen from Water City roared out of the boat and rushed towards the guards. Damn, get rid of them. The guard who came back to his senses was furious, and the two parties strangled together, and there was chaos in front of the gate. Judicial Island, one of the three major structures of the world government, is on the main road outside the court. There are only a few dozen people on the other side. Attack! A lieutenant commander shouted over the radio. Although Judiciary Island is one of the three major institutions of the world government, because it has never been attacked by anyone, most of the naval soldiers here are generally not strong, and some of them are government officials with little combat effectiveness. Mortars are ready. Let the French dog team quickly suppress them. A naval colonel in charge of the team commanded the battle on the scene, so that the Straw Hats and other rescuers who had no advantage in numbers had to find a place to avoid the shelling. The French dog team can be said to be a relatively powerful regular team on Judicial Island, characterized by riding wolf dogs to attack opponents quickly. Let's encircle them with all our strength. The captain of the Navy commanding on the spot shouted loudly, "For the honor of the French island and for our justice, these pirates must not be let go." In their eyes, the Straw Hat Gang actually invaded Judiciary Island alone, and such behavior is enough to be considered not only as a challenge to the entire Navy, but also as a challenge to the world government. From the moment they invade Judicial Island, the Straw Hats will no longer be pure pirate forces, but will be defined as anti-government forces. And there is only one reason for the Straw Hats to invade here: to rescue their partners. Colonel, it's Ouya and Cassie. Although the Navy of Judiciary Island noticed that Titan Ouya and Cassie were rushing over from the front door, they didn't notice that there were other people on the shoulders of the two Titans. These two idiots are finally here. The captain in charge of the command smiled triumphantly. When they caught this Titan pirate 50 years ago, they tricked them into becoming the guards of Judicial Island. They promised to release their boss as long as the two guarded Judicial Island for 100 years, but their boss was not actually captured by the Navy, but in the little garden of Primordial Island. The battle has been going on for 50 years. However, these navies still don't know that their lies have been exposed by Usopp, and their so-called Titan guards have been instigated by the enemy. Great, with the help of the Titans, we can take down these pirates in one fell swoop. The members of the French dog team saw the Titan guards rushing over, and their morale was immediately boosted. Seeing these two Titans, the Castle Corps, the boatmen of the Carrera Company, and the Frankie family all lost the confidence to fight. Although they don't regret coming here, nor are they afraid of death, but they are not reconciled. The purpose of their coming here has not been fulfilled yet. The ones standing in front of them were not the common soldiers or the common junior officers, but the Titans known for their strength. However, to everyone's surprise, although Titan Ouya and Cassie did raise their weapons, the target of their attack was the Navy soldiers who were defenseless against them. How is this going? Captain 337, who was in charge of the command, was also frightened by the actions of Titan Ouya and Cassie. They never considered that Titan Ouya and Cassie would suddenly turn against each other, and it was still at such a critical moment. The sudden defection of the two Titans can be said to have added a lot of burden to the naval soldiers who surrounded and suppressed the pirates. "We won't be deceived by you again, Navy." Titan and Cassie turned around and shouted at the Navy with a murderous look. When these naval soldiers and government officials heard what Yi and Cassie said, they immediately knew that something was wrong. Obviously, Judiciary Island's life 50 years ago has been exposed, but they couldn't figure out how Titan Ouya and Cassie knew the truth. More importantly, the Navy now has no other way to continue to control these two defected Titans. "Wow, I'm going to find Robin first, you guys follow me quickly." Luffy was the first to bear the brunt, jumping onto the top of the building on Judiciary Island and making a surprise attack inside. Others, like the original drama, chose to attack from the gate, and the battle became extremely fierce. But only one person seemed particularly calm. That's Chi-Yu, wearing a pair of big pants, rubbing his eyes while jumping off Rocket Man. "What are you doing? So many people dead." Rocketman sailed all night, and Chi-Yu didn't let Califa go, and he didn't sleep all night, but Chi-Yu looked refreshed and had a sense of accomplishment. Stepping out of the Rocket Man sea train, Chi-Yu chuckled while looking at the chaotic battlefield. "Is this the Judicial Island?" "It's a little more spectacular than I imagined." Behind him came a soft call. Looking back, it turned out to be Califa. Being fooled all night by Chi-Yu, who can be called a monster, even a superhuman like Califa with a power of more than 500 can't bear it. At this moment, both of Califa's legs are weak, and she can only support the Rocketman's car door. "Califa, why did you get out of the car? Go back and have a good rest." Chi-Yu showed a trace of tenderness at the corner of his mouth, walked to the car door and hugged Califa. Bad guy, put me down quickly, don't touch me." Even though every inch of her skin had been tasted by Chi-Yu, Califa still felt very shy. She was somewhat unable to face Chi-Yu, can't even face other people. As a member of CP9, they basically don't know how to fall in love, and all of them are heartless and indifferent. But after getting along with her last night, Califa became a little attached to Chi-Yu. There is a saying that if you want to marry a woman, you must first marry her. Hey, I've seen you all over, why don't you let me touch you? You were so G last night." Chi-Yu hugged Califa and smiled evilly. "B**********, you still have the nerve to say it. You are sexually harassing me." Califa scolded coquettishly. Chi-Yu domineeringly kissed Califa on the pretty face. "So what? The woman Chi-Yu likes, no one can escape my palm, follow me. And I will make you the most powerful woman in the world, and the happiest woman, even if you want the stars in the sky. I will help you pick them off even if I am against the world government, and the whole world I have nothing to fear." Califa was speechless by Chi-Yu's rhetoric. Fight against the world government, against the whole world. What a confident man is this? Hey, let me tell you, are you guys tired enough? The other companions have already gone to save Robin and Frankie, but you are still here to flirt with each other. It's too shameless. A familiar female voice sounded behind the two. Turning around, it turned out to be Nami. Seeing outsiders, the shyness on Califa's face disappeared immediately. She struggled to stand up from Chi-Yu's arms and looked at Nami expressionlessly. "What do we say? It's none of your business." "Bad girl, don't think I'll be afraid of you if you hug the big devil's thigh. You government lackeys dare to kidnap Robin and even hurt Mr. Bingshan. It's unforgivable." Nami showed no sign of weakness, fighting back counterattacked. Califa snorted coldly. "You better pay attention to me when you speak. A weak woman like you can't even block my blow." Nami pulled out the weather stick from behind. "Come here if you have the ability. Who is afraid of whom? Court death, enough." Just when the two faced each other face to face and were about to fight, Yi finally spoke out. He looked at the two women speechlessly. "You two stupid women, stop arguing with me here. I'm going to be annoyed to death by you. You shut up." Califa and Nami suddenly turned their heads and shouted at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu was dumbfounded. These two stinking women are really daring, yelling at themselves. Clap. Chi-Yu went up and slapped the two women's buttocks, and in an instant a soft touch was transmitted to Chi-Yu's palm. "It feels really good." Chi-Yu smiled smugly. "Ah, satyr, stinking rogue, you are sexually harassing," the two girls screamed loudly. But Chi-Yu turned a deaf ear to it, and simply forcibly put his arms around the waists of the two girls. Just like visiting a garden, I took the two girls through the main gate of Judiciary Island, where the battle was taking place, and flew directly to the gate of the court with the flying technique. On the other side, with the help of their companions, Luffy and others forcibly broke through to the roof of the court building. It's the Straw Hats. Seeing that the Straw Hat gang had already stood on the roof of the courthouse, the CP9 members reported to Spandam in a very flat manner. At this time, all members of CP9 were present except for Bruno, who had been seriously injured, and Khalifa, who had been taken away by Chi Yu, and their good-for-nothing boss Spandam stood by Nico, Robin, and Khalifa. Behind T French, 1,050,104,222, Feilu 183,340,210. If it wasn't for relying on his right to order CP9 to protect him, how dare he be arrogant? It would be a joke not to be scared to death. Damn, how could it be so fast? Didn't those B*** D soldiers just say that there was only one person? Robin, we're here to save you. Luffy, who was standing on the top floor of the court, shouted to Nicole Robin, who was being detained on the judicial tower. And as the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army, that is, Luffy's father, Monkey D. Doreg has been identified as the most dangerous criminal in the world because of spreading anti-world government ideas. When Spandam saw all the straw hats standing on the roof of the courthouse, his frightened heart beat a lot faster. And thinking that there are 6 CP9 members on his side who can protect him, Spandam became arrogant again. Indeed, the world government, as the largest and strongest organization in the world, has a history of 800 years since its establishment. Spandam suddenly discovered that the straw hats were only standing on the roof of the courthouse and seemed unable to come to the judicial tower. Once the courthouse drawbridge is lowered, they can attack the judiciary tower directly. Obviously, his partner is close at hand. The straw hats will never back down in this place. Seeing that no one responded from the straw hats, Spandam said arrogantly, "Now I know how small you are in this world and what a huge organization this woman is facing." At present, only the Revolutionary Army dares to confront the world government head-on, trying to overthrow the rule of the world government. Taking a step back, even if the drawbridge cannot be put down, Luffy can take everyone into the judicial tower. Has already won over most of the countries in the world. At present, the Revolutionary Army has liberated several non-world government countries that were persecuted by the Tianlong people, and the ideas of the Revolutionary Army continue to spread around the world. Spandam pointed to the flag representing the symbol of the world government and shouted, "That symbol represents the alliance of more than 170 member countries in the 4 seas and beyond the Zhao and the Great Sea Route. Smelly pirates, look at that flag."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.